Hello and welcome to the Shea Hates Everything podcast, where two brothers argue about video games and other shit that matters. My name is Shea, and today I hate rage bait.
And my name is Kyle, and today I hate being stretched thin at work.
Like butter over too much bread.
That's right. I need a holiday, a very long holiday, and I expect I shan't return. Just like...
I mean not to.
Yeah, I mean not to. Work being work. That's a relatable problem, yeah?
Uh-huh.
What about...
Why do we do it? Why do we work?
So we can live.
Why is that... Yeah, but like... Why is this what the world became? You know what I mean? Like, jobs didn't used to exist in the way that they do now. Like, people worked as a society and had different roles that they filled that all bettered the community that they were in.
Yeah,
and that's not what happens anymore.
Yeah.
Now we work to better millionaires. And, like, the work that we do does not benefit our community at all. Very few people work in roles that do that. That sucks. Yeah. I hate it. I hate this.
I'm actually, I'm a pacifist, and I work in government contracting, which is a lot of Department of Defense stuff. And so, there's a little bit of, moral dissonance happening there, too, which is really fun, that I just force myself not to think about. But
yeah, and I'm a hardcore anti-capitalist, and I work in corporate tech in marketing,
right,
which is just it's just a bunch of businesses selling technology to each other in a big circle jerk forever.
Yeah,
so I'm right there with you.
Yeah, you know what? I bet a lot of people feel the same.
You got to make money to live.
That's right.
We can't trade. I can't trade my knowledge for bread, and vice versa. Everything's fucking money. So annoying.
I can't buy video games if I don't help people make missiles.
True.
So,
that's,
tit for tat.
That's, it's Sophie's choice, really.
Yeah. I mean, Minecraft, 50 missiles.
Damn, dude. Those are some cheap-ass missiles, if I know anything about our friggin' military spending, which, to be fair, I don't, but I know it's a lot.
No, I'm just talking about
a lot.
The trickle-down economics of what I get for those 50 missiles being made.
Yeah.
It's probably Minecraft.
50 missiles get made, and you get to buy Minecraft.
Yeah.
Hooray. System working as intended. Well, hey, it's not a very special episode. One, because every episode's a special episode.
True.
Of the Shea Hates Everything podcast. But two, if in order to be a special episode, it would have to be framed differently, and we're still releasing this on the same day. Maybe in hindsight, we could have done this on a different time.
Boo.
But we didn't.
Because then we'd still have to do this one.
That's true. We did.
Two podcasts a month is already too much.
So what we're going to do on this episode is go through all the big Summer Game Fest stuff, as well as the Nintendo Direct. We are going to talk about things we've been playing that are new hotness things, right?
Yes,
so we're not going to cut hey, guess what? I've been playing a lot of Helldivers 2. I'm really enjoying the new War Bond with armor that, suns out, guns out. It's really fun. But we're not going to go into Helldivers 2 shit. We're just going to talk about new games that we've been playing. And then, the entire episode is just going to be Summer Game Fest, the Xbox Showcase, Ubisoft Forward, all of, smaller directs that happen, and the Nintendo Direct. We're going to save all the other news for our next episode. So our first Monday of August episode will be sort of a catch-up on extraneous news, other games, all that good stuff. We did get an email, so we're still going to cover that.
Yeah.
But, we're going to be nice and tight and focused on Summer Game Fest because it'll still be a long-ass episode. I'm looking into the future, and this is still going to be a hefty one because there are a lot of games to talk about. So what do we say? Do you want to talk about some video games? I feel like we should maybe talk about some video games.
I do.
Okay.
I am
So do you want to talk about 180 video games? Because that's what we're about to do.
I don't mean this to come across the wrong way, but I am.
Oh God, it's gonna.
More than ever, very excited to talk about the games on this podcast. So it's not that I'm not excited other podcasts to talk about games, but there's just there's a lot of cool shit happening in the industry, and a lot of really I continue to be surprised by things, and that in and of itself is really exciting. So I'm happy that I get to sit down after a long week of work and chat with you about some really cool looking games.
I'm happy you're happy. I'm excited you're excited. I'm hoping some of that will rub off on me a little bit, but we will get to that.
Okay.
We will get to that. No, look, there's a ton of really cool indie shit that's happening.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I should mention one of the big things we're going to chat about on stuff we've been playing is the Steam Next Fest. So we're going to get to that. Let me run down the agenda for everybody really quick. So we're going to start off with our June Game Club game, which was Paper Mario Thousand Year Door on Switch, the HD remake. And then some Alan Wake 2 DLC stealth dropped at Summer Game Fest. Kyle, you have played through the entirety of it.
Yep.
Shocker. I started and finished Pepper Grinder in the last month, which I'm very excited to talk about.
Nice. Okay.
I did. It's very short. We'll get to that. Some Still Wakes the Deep, some Aska, which I think there was also a demo for that in Next Fest.
Yes.
You've been playing some Chained Together, which I'm going to be honest, I don't know what that is.
Oh,
I
I'll
didn't
tell
look at
you
the show
all
notes.
about it.
There's our show notes doc is let me take a quick look. 39 pages this month.
39 pages.
I did not read through everything.
Oh man! Wow.
But then we're gonna cover the Steam Next Fest stuff. There's like 15 games on here, some of which we both played, and then we'll trade some things off. I got to play some Steam Next Fest stuff because I have a Steam Deck, which was very fun. I'm going to catch up on a couple of Star Wars books, just like real quick, just because I've been reading so many of them. I can't save them all for next month. Otherwise, there will be like 12 Star Wars books to talk about. And then we're going to cover all the Summer Games Fest stuff. So we're going to go chronologically. Guerrilla Collective, Summer Game Fest, Day of the Devs, Devolver Direct, Future of Play, Wholesome Direct, Future Game Show, the Xbox Showcase, the PC Gaming Show, Ubisoft Forward, and the Nintendo Direct that was on the 18th after Summer Game Fest ended.
Yeah.
So that's why our doc is 39 pages.
And we're not going to talk about every game at those. We've selected the ones
not.
We're most interested in from each to
Which
talk
is,
about, which sounds
like
is
more than
reasonable.
half.
Yeah. It is
still a lot.
Yeah,
it's a lot of games.
The reason our doc is so long is because we do have every announcement from
yes.
those. We've just gone through and highlighted a select few. So
the only bummer in not covering everything is that we're going to skip some of the snark on the games we don't give a shit about because we're not going to talk about those here. And there's always good snark in our docs. Maybe I should, like, one of these days, maybe I'll make the docs public. So
that would be fun. Yeah.
Ridiculous notes. But yeah, so we're going to go through all the cool shit from Summer Game Fest. We're going to do an email, and then we're going to wrap up with our July game releases and our July game club that Kyle and I are going to play together. Teaser for some co-op action. And then we're going to wrap up and get out of here, hopefully in under 5 hours. That's the goal.
Yes.
As always.
Fingies crossed.
So, let's start some Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. This game is a delight.
It is.
I did not play the original when it came out. I've never played a Paper Mario game. So this is my first exposure to it. I know this obviously is the most beloved. I think there are some of them that people are not a huge fan of. But I know the series is well regarded. I did not get as far into this as I honestly hoped to have gotten because I was having a lot of fun. I played probably like 6 hours.
Okay.
I will continue to play it for sure. I was bummed to learn that this is like a 30-hour game. That's too long. That's too long for the kind of game this is and for the depth or lack thereof of mechanics in the combat.
I think I agree.
I don't really want to play 30 hours of this. But the writing and the characterizations are so strong, and it's funny and fun, and it looks beautiful.
Yeah.
And that's all enough for me to continue going. We'll see if I can make it all the way to the end. But, I've been having a, not like surprisingly good time, but I think I'm liking it even more than I hoped that I would.
That's really nice to hear. I'm, because I've watched like the Game Grunts play through it. This is one of my partner's favorite games of all time, so I've heard them talk about it a lot and stuff. And so, but it's the first time I am playing it myself, and I am using a walkthrough just because I don't want to miss stuff. But it's a walkthrough based on the old version, and some things are slightly different, but not a huge deal. Really, really enjoying my time with it. It opens up after you beat kind of that first castle area where you beat the dragon, it really opens up a lot. Like, it's like, oh, you can go to this other place, but now also in Rogueport, there's this new place that you can go to that has a bunch of, like, there's like a casino thing with all these mini games that you can do, and there's like an underground area there that has other things you can do, and there's this like 100-floor challenge dungeon that you can do that's just like 100 floors of fights, and there are some extra mechanics like layered into those places, and like I stumbled upon those, and so I've probably put like 7 or 8 hours into it, and I feel like had I not discovered all that stuff, I'd probably be well on my way to finishing the second area.
Sure,
but I haven't even.
There's lots of distractions.
Yeah, I haven't even gone there yet because there's so much packed into the game, which I think I agree with you. Like, 30 hours is way too long. So I don't know if I'm going to finish it or not, unfortunately, because I am really enjoying it, but the writing can only prop it up for so long before I start to get a little tired of the combat. Because I'm also, and I think you're the same way, especially in RPGs where you can level. We're boys who like to grind. We like to grind to then achieve the power fantasy, and this game has a lot of gating mechanics around the grinding. Like, every time you level up, you then get less of the experience stars from each type of enemy, and to the point where eventually you won't be able to level at all fighting in that area. So they do that to kind of keep it balanced, so you can't have that power fantasy and like ruin the balance. Which, boo. Let me ruin it for myself, you know?
Yeah, having the option to do that I think is fine. I guess, like, there's a difference between not allowing you to power level and designing a game where power leveling is really unnecessary. Yeah. And I think this game kind of does both. Because, like, I think of South Park Stick of Truth. Like, that was a game that it just wasn't necessary to power level in it. Right. It was there was enough variety to the combat and the different characters, and the combat sequences were like fun and engaging and occasionally challenging, but mostly just like a good, ridiculous time, where it just wasn't that kind of game. And that was like an easy breezy 20 hours. That was fantastic because you didn't feel the need to like do a, circuitous route around and grind things out. And so I didn't feel like I was missing that. I don't feel like I'm missing that in Thousand Year Door either, but it's kind of, but even like, it would be nice to be able to do it if I wanted to.
Yeah.
So I kind of, I see why they would do it this way, but it would be nice if there was a little more freedom there. Yeah.
I think for me, I struggle because the numbers are so small that I feel like I want to get those numbers bigger because it gives me a greater, greater padding, greater leeway for mistakes or whatever. But I'm really probably just kind of ruining it for myself if I attempt to do that too much. And there are probably also places in the game where you're meant to level, like doing that dungeon thing that I mentioned.
Sure. I feel like, it's pretty easy, though. Like, there's an entire mechanic around reducing the damage you're taking. Like, pretty much every enemy has a weakness that is extremely easy to exploit if you, like, use the right character or the right attack on the right time.
Or the right item or whatever. Or have the right combination of badges, too.
Right. So, I think it's, this game was intended more towards kids, so I'm okay with it not having a ton of challenge. Yeah. But again, the 30-hour thing makes that tough. Like, also, is a kid gonna want to play a 30-hour game? Clearly some people did.
Well, like, back then, though, it was like more was always better because there weren't as many games, right? And you also, as a kid, you couldn't go buy every game that came out, and let alone the ones that were just, rated T for teen or younger or E for everyone. And so, like, your options were limited. So when you get a game that has a formula that you like and you enjoy inhabiting the world, there aren't as many distractions, aren't as many options pulling at you from outside to kind of drive you away from it. So I think it's a product. The length is a product of its time. I think the subsequent Paper Mario games have not been as long. Like the ones on like DS or 3DS or whatever, 3DS one, I think. And then there was a Switch one. Maybe there wasn't a 3DS. I don't know. What the Sticker Star or whatever was certainly not 30 hours long. And so if they were to make another new Paper Mario game, which I'm sure they will at some point, I would not anticipate it being as long as this one. But yeah, It's like general takeaway, very positive. It's just the length
Agreed.
of it makes me a little like, do I continue sinking time into this, or do I move on to something else? Even though I'm enjoying it, it's just like it's a weird conversation to have with yourself now.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I don't even know that there's specific tightening that they should have done from a story perspective, because a lot of that I think is it's a very funny game. It's got a great sort of tongue-in-cheek humor, fourth wall breaking humor, and so I'm not worried about that part of it running out.
No.
It's purely the gameplay, the combat that's, I believe, is going to wear out its welcome. So it's I don't know what the solution. I don't know how you just make it shorter. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure you could cut some story stuff to make it shorter, but I might miss it if they had done that.
Right.
It's a hard balance.
Yeah, it's just like it just seems like they had a lot of great ideas and they wanted to get them all in, and I respect that.
Right.
But maybe because it's like, it seems like there are 6 stars that you have to get. Maybe they could have had 5. You know?
Right. Yeah, that's true.
But like, I'm not. You know, it's so many years after it came out. It's just sort of like you have to hold it to a different standard almost, and that's hard to do when you're playing it for the first time now.
That's fair, because like you're like, well, hey, they remade this thing. They could have changed it more and made it shorter, but
then
if
that would
they
have
had
pissed
done
everybody
that,
off. Yeah, totally. That would have been like, why did you take content out of it? You should have added more in. Right, for the value proposition or whatever. But yeah, I super like, in terms of Game Club games that you and I have played, definitely one of my favorites. And I'm
no doubt.
So happy to have the option to actually play it now, and on a you know, where it looks so great on my Switch. Even I don't have an OLED Switch, I have a launch Switch. It still looks fantastic. It runs really well. I've been playing it on my CRKD, whatever that is. My GameCube ass looking housing for my Switch, so it looks awesome.
Okay.
And it I just have been having a great time. So because it feels like I'm back playing it on the GameCube, just a handheld version of it.
Interesting. Yeah, because I exclusively have been playing in handheld mode, which I didn't do intentionally. I just haven't. I guess I've moved into Switch mode where it's a handheld device for me, except if I'm playing Mario Kart with my kids. So yeah, I should try it out on my nicer TV and see if it scales, like if it still looks as good as it does in handheld mode.
That's a good point. Yeah, I don't know.
But yeah, that's Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. It's a really good time.
Yeah,
I'm excited to keep playing it.
And, you know, a surprise to probably nobody but us, but we really like it.
Yeah,
like
that's fair.
This is the Paper Mario game that everybody kind of holds up as the gold standard and wishes the newer ones were just as good as that one. So
well, and I think like part of my difficulty was having played Super Mario RPG recently, which was another like beloved game that I'd never played the original, and finding it way too dumbed down to get anything out of, because it has dumb personality, but the writing in Thousand Year Door is so much better, and that's what's making me excited about it. So I expected that it was going to be a good game because people love it, but I did not expect to enjoy it as much as I am, because I kind of assumed that the combat would be so rote that I'd get tired of it pretty quickly, which, to be fair, is kind of true, but the writing and the characters and the world are good enough that it's overcoming that right now. So between those two games that I've played this year, like Thousand Year Door, I feel like has aged much better than Super Mario RPG.
For sure, yeah.
All right, let's move on. How about you tell me about all this Alan Wake 2 goodness?
Oh, dude.
In less than 20 minutes, because I'm sure there's a lot to talk about.
You're gonna be,
because it seems like they did some weird stuff.
I see. The thing is, I don't want to spoil anything, because it's all like, so Alan Wake 2 Night Springs DLC shadow dropped during Summer Games Fest. It is fucking incredible, is one of my bullet points for it. It's like they took the musical level, I can't remember the name of that chapter, but the musical level where you're walking through the backstage and they're singing at you, and it's the old gods of Asgard on the screen, and Sam Lake's on the screen, they're all dancing. It's like they took that crazy idea and made 3 Night Springs vignettes with the same spirit of adventure and toying with different forms of media, like cross media. It's really, really impressive. And every single one of them is like a different genre of one of those old Twilight Zone episodes. And they all start with like the little like Twilight Zone intro, but it's Night Springs, and it's Warlin Door talking to the camera in front of a red, velvet curtain. And then it does like the little stinger, and then boom, you're in. And it's like characters narrating their journey. The first one is centered around Rose, who is probably my favorite character in Alan Wake 2. She's incredible. Right. The second one is you play as a surprise returning character from a Remedy franchise. And the third one...
Well, they showed that in the trailer.
Oh, I guess they did, yeah. So you play as Jesse from Control in the second one. And then in the third one, you play as... oh, God, what is it? I can't remember the actor or the character's name, but the dude from
one of the Ashmore twins.
Ashmore, yeah.
Sean. It's either Sean,
I think it's
or
Sean.
Whichever.
You play Sean Ashmore, who was in Quantum Break, but Remedy doesn't have the IP license for that, so they put him in as replacing Sheriff in Alan Wake 2, and have some weird stuff about that. And so maybe there are parts of that third episode where you play as Sean Ashmore that is like a little Quantum Breaky, and they're kind of poking fun at the fact that they can't really say it. It's incredible. It's very, very, very impressive stuff. I laughed out loud multiple times while playing it just because of how ridiculous it was. They have such a great way of amping things up to 11 every single time, and taking their ideas and elevating them beyond your expectations, and surprising you every time with how creative and how deep they let those fun ideas develop. So cannot recommend that enough. If you played Alan Wake 2 and you enjoyed it, there is literally zero reason for you to sleep on this DLC. It's super good. So
without getting into spoilers, do they add any mechanics? So like, you play as Jesse from Control. You play as a dude where it sounds like they're referencing Quantum Break. Like, do they add any new mechanics, or is the gameplay still the same as Alan Wake 2?
The gameplay is still the same, but each character has a gimmick that isn't like directly gameplay related, is maybe like a little more narrative in its implementation. But it's more about the setting and the set pieces, and how... because the Dark Place is such a weird, convoluted, alternate to our reality, kind of layer underneath our reality, it very much feels like something plucked from the Dark Place, and given form, which I think is kind of literally what is happening. Not quite sure. Hopefully we'll find out more about that in the next Alan Wake 2 DLC, which is more of a main narrative focused one. I'm excited to see how they tie them into the main narrative. Yeah, such a fun idea. And they're all like the length of a TV episode. Like, they're all 45 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I played through all 3 in one sitting, had an awesome time. And yeah, they're all paced like a television episode, and there's a lot of narration, and I was very, very impressed with the package that they put together. And they really pack those 45 minutes full of fun stuff. So, it's a really tight experience.
That's cool. I'm glad they did DLC.
Yeah.
They like to do DLC for their stuff, obviously,
Yes.
but there were kind of question marks because the game didn't sell as well as they wanted to. But I'm sure they were working on this before the game even launched, so
Right.
It makes sense to put it out there. That's cool. I'm excited for them to, one, make Control 2, and also do more weird shit.
Yeah, it seems like they're really good at doing weird shit.
Yes. Yeah. Well, cool. I get chat about Pepper Grinder. So this, I had bought, it was on a Steam sale. I guess there was like a Devolver sale several weeks ago or a month or so ago. And I was really excited to play it because I'd heard really good things. I had heard that, like, hey, there's a surprising amount of gameplay variety, because in this game, you basically, like, you have a giant drill that you use to dig, essentially, through different types of materials. And so it's sort of like it's a platformer where you're digging, and you can also, there's like a boost so you can jump. And in a lot of cases, you're sort of stringing together moves from like floating pieces of dirt or falling ice that you're digging through. And it's structured in like a, Mario way, where I think there are like 4 worlds, and each world has like 5 or 6 levels in it, and they're all themed. So there's one that's like swampy, where there's some underwater stuff. There's an ice one. There's a lava one. There's sort of a city one where you're digging and sort of tearing down a bunch of houses. And each world has a boss at the end of it as well. There's really no story. I mean, not much story. You kind of just like start, and there's a bad guy that has drills, and you're a good guy that has a drill, and you got to get the bad guy with the drills. And that's kind of the setup. And then towards the end, you kind of find out that the drill guy is working for a much bigger bad, sort of like satanic kind of character. But yeah, I was disappointed in the length, primarily because there's a huge amount of gameplay variety. And I just think that they could have done way, way more. Like, you could have doubled the size of this game, and it would not have gotten boring. Because on each world, they sort of have a different gimmick, where first they introduce a grapple, which is a separate button, but they use the grapple to like traverse over gaps that your drill can't make, or to like rocket you towards a ledge. So like you might, dig with the drill underground, and then you use your boost to jump up in the air, and right as you're about to fall, you can grapple to the ledge and kind of keep moving.
Interesting.
And so then it creates these sort of like flow state patterns, which can be challenging at times, where you're like, I was playing on Steam Deck, so I'm holding the right bumper to drill through, and then I press A to boost, and then I gotta press the square to use the grapple, and the grapple swings me in a circle, and I gotta release it at the right time to then go to the next piece of dirt, hold down the R2 bumper to drill through that. So it's like, it reminded me of the platforming in Guacamelee, where you're using different special moves in the air to break things or move in a certain way.
Right.
So it's not just like Super Meat Boy platforming. It's like a combat scenario where you're having to learn a combo in order to progress. And that's really satisfying. And the flow state feels really good if you can get into it. And so I just wanted more. Like, I wanted more of that stuff that's themed in different worlds. There are also sections where, like in the ice world, there are some levels where you use your drill in a snowmobile. So you drive the snowmobile with the drill instead, and are mowing down the bad guys and stuff. And then there's the one where you're tearing down houses. There's this big mech that you use the drill. So you jump, and you can like do a burst of speed forward to knock buildings over. So even within the worlds, each level will often have a completely separate mechanic that's like one-off, or maybe in 2 of the levels. And I just wanted more of that. Like, give me 3 or 4 levels where I'm using this extra thing.
Yeah.
Add another couple worlds. Like, I know you guys had to have had way more ideas. So that was really disappointing just in the length, because I was having such a good time. But yeah, it rules. I hope that they make another one that's a little bit more fleshed out and larger. I think like other than the length, my 2 biggest criticisms would be when you're defeating enemies, and sort of as you're digging, you're collecting all these little gems, and the only thing you can use the gems on are like sticker collectibles. And also there's a mechanic where you can add hit points on top of your base hit points. So like if you've got 5 hits, you can add 6, 7, 8, that once those are gone, you can't get them back in a level.
Yeah.
But you're earning so many gems that like I was just going into each level maxed out on my health every single time, because I had enough to always buy it.
Sure.
So that it made the levels sometimes too easy. And then the very ending boss fight, at least for me in the way that I was playing, had a huge difficulty spike where I was getting my ass kicked, because it wants you to, there are sort of floating balls of bones basically that you're drilling through, and you can stand on top of them. But he's got different moves where he shoots skulls out that like track you. He's got these laser beams that line up in the air. So it's sort of this like you have to keep moving always, and it's like several minutes, and so that flows. And also there's no floor. So if you fall out the bottom, there are a couple grapple points. So like if you're falling at the last second, you can grapple and swing back around. And I just never got the grappling to feel intuitive when I was drilling. And that might be a button mapping thing because I'm on the Steam Deck. Maybe it's easier on Switch or on PC keyboard and mouse. But that I really struggled with. And so I died like 15 times finally beat the final boss. And then he had a second phase because of course he did. And thankfully, if you die in the second phase, it starts you again in the second phase.
Okay.
Because
That's
the
nice.
first time I died in the second phase, I was going to turn the game off. I was like,
Yeah.
I'm going to quit if it makes me fight him again. And thankfully, it went to the second phase, so I eventually beat it. But like, there are hidden collectibles that you can find through like exploring the levels, and that's really the only reason to go back after you've finished it, and that's not enough reason to keep playing.
Right.
So really, I just wish there was more to it. Like, if this game was double the length, it would be amazing. It's still like some of the most fun I've had with a game this year, but 3-4 hours was not enough.
Yeah, I wonder if like if it sells well enough, if they would do like a DLC where they add a couple worlds or something and some new ideas.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I think it did pretty well.
I've only heard good things about it.
Yeah, it reviewed like decently well, like an 8 out of 10 kind of range, which is that's where I would put it, mostly just because of those like couple of quibbles. But I would be super hyped for a sequel or for an expansion pack or whatever it might be, just because I want to play more of it. It's got a great loop, a great sort of like Zen flow state that you get into.
Right.
Yeah.
So when I played the demo of it, and it didn't like. I don't know. It just didn't click with me for whatever reason at the time. So I kind of passed on it. But I'm really glad that you ended up playing it and really like it, because I could tell it was doing some cool things. I just, for whatever reason, I was playing on the Steam Deck. I just couldn't, like same as you. I for some reason, it just didn't. The controls or something felt off, and I was having a really hard time. It's like a little bit of a learning curve, because it's not like other games of its. Like it's not like other platformer games. It doesn't control the same way. It's hard to like flip your mind over into that flow state.
Yes, yeah, and that's one of the things I like about it, because it does feel super unique. But I totally agree with you. There is something about the feel of the mechanics that's like not quite there. And for me, it was certainly the
grapple,
jumping between the grapple and the drilling. That was a breakdown. But even just the drilling itself, like. It never felt 100% as smooth as I wanted it to. And some of that might just be, I played it in half-hour chunks over, a couple of days in between playing it. That could be part of it. It could also just be like, if they had more in the game, then I eventually would have gotten to a point where it felt better. And by the time I'm like feeling good, I've beaten the thing. So I don't know. It's certainly not perfect in the way that it executes on its ideas, but one, it is actually a fresh, really fun idea, and it's got a great vibe. The music is awesome. So super. I definitely recommend it if you can grab it on a quick sale. I think it's like normally it's only like $20, maybe it's more than that, but for being a short game, I would wait until you can get it for a little bit cheaper. But it's a fun time.
Yeah, it's definitely very cool.
Yeah. All right. What else you got? You got a couple more new things you've been playing before Steam Next Fest.
Yeah, I'll run through my new games, and then you and I can talk about our Next Fest stuff. So firstly, I've been playing Aska, which just came out in early access. This actually had a Next Fest demo that I did play, which convinced me to buy it. It is a co-op up to 4 players Viking survival game a la like Valheim, very similar vibes to Valheim. It's like it's a bit of a slow grind like Valheim is, but this has an extra layer on top that is like a settlement management layer, where it's a third-person action game. You're like a person in the world, but you are creating a settlement and you're summoning new people to your settlement to fill roles, like working at a woodcutter, and they'll go harvest wood and bring it back to the settlement. And everything is very analog, right? Like, so in order to store items, you need actual things that will store them. So you build warehouses, and you need a guy to run the warehouse, so he'll like go grab items from the people who are producing them and store them in the warehouse, and then distribute them to the various like crafters that need them and stuff like that. You'll have people that are farming, and you'll actually lay out the farm crops and choose which seeds to sow based on the time of year and stuff like that. It's got seasons, it's got weather, it's got waves of enemies that will occasionally assault your village. It has a lot of systems and a lot of layers, even coming straight into early access. There's a lot of depth there, and they're just going to be adding to it as time goes on, which is really exciting, because right now it's all takes place on like one very large island, and they have plans to like introduce new biomes as other islands. So you'll like load your villagers up onto like a Viking longship and head out to the new biome to get the new materials and progress through tiers and stuff. So it's very easy to tell where they're going to take the development, and it's easy to get excited about it in that way. But as it stands right now, the game's rich with content. I would say the combat is a little lacking. Valheim's combat was rough but felt intentional. It felt like a polished, simple kind of combat that was like a little rough around the edges, just like the visual aesthetic. Aska's a prettier game than Valheim is. It's not going for the same visual style, but I do think the combat is something that they need to do some work on, like the animations, animation interruptions, hit detection, stuff like that. They need to do a little bit of work on.
Okay.
But I mean, like, really the big thing that sets itself apart is the settlement management stuff that Valheim just doesn't have. And it's got a pretty steep learning curve. There's a lot to it, and I think part of it is because, unlike a lot of settlement management games, you don't get menus that are really helpful, with like a lot of data and statistics, and you can do a lot of micromanaging. This is the menus need some work as well, right? Again, early access stuff. So the stuff I'm going to complain about as I talk about this game are all, I believe, to be fixable problems.
Yeah, that's good.
It's in to the game's credit, I put about 20 hours in it so far, playing with my buddy. And so we started a world, and there was a save bug at the time, unfortunately, where if you manually save inside the game and then save and quit, it corrupts your save. So that happened to us, and that was bad, and they have since fixed that.
Not great.
Yeah, they have since fixed that. We were only like an hour and a half or 2 hours in, and we had already made some mistakes in how we were setting up the settlement, so we're like, that's all right. We like what we've seen so far, so we don't have a problem starting over in a different like map seed or whatever, because the island is randomly generated. So we started the next settlement, and played that for about 15 hours until today, when so things tend to snowball in that game, where because you're learning a lot about it as you go along and proceed through like the tech tiers and unlock new buildings and discover how they function, and learning kind of the nuances of how the villager AI works and how they interact with each other, and like how the enemies interact with your village and the wildlife and stuff. And so we just learned a lot of lessons while playing that like 15 hours or so of the save. And today, when he and I were playing, like we got to the point where we were mining metal out of the mountains and making metal tools, and it took us forever. We felt very accomplished. But we just kind of like had this moment kind of at the same time where we looked around at our village. We're like, this place kind of sucks. Like we built it out ad hoc as it was going along,
right,
as we were discovering new things, and there's all these things we want to change. So we're going to start a new world. It's like we're 20 hours total in the game now. We're going to start our third world. It's just like, but I say that as a positive because clearly there's a lot of depth there, and it's rewarding enough that we're willing to set that 15-hour save aside and start fresh. because the promise of the reward of having like a really well executed and well laid out village that will have like, you know, way more efficiencies in their work, like not having to truck all the way across the village to bring supplies to build a thing, like knowing when to build certain things before other things. It's going to really help us move along a lot more quickly, and hopefully not lose half our village in the first winter, which was really bad. It was, dude, the first winter was really bad. It was a bad time, man. We just like basically couldn't move away from the fire because we didn't realize you could make clothes. Now we know you can make clothes, so hopefully people won't die next time. Yeah, there's a lot to it. There's a lot to learn, and it's all very rewarding. And already, even kind of with this first alpha early access release, there's a lot to it, and a lot of promise that really just, it kind of needs a little bit of spit and polish, and then they can start adding on extra content. And I'm really, really excited to keep diving in. And again, just a testament to how rewarding the game is that I'm willing to throw out a 15-hour save and start over, and like not really feel upset about it either. I'm just excited about the prospect of building a more efficient and well executed village. So nice. Aska, very cool. If you're into that, if any of that sounds cool to you, aside from the starting over stuff, you should check it out. I also played Still Wakes the Deep on it is on Game Pass on PC, in addition to probably a couple other storefronts. This is a first-person narrative horror game from the Chinese Room, who did I believe they're the ones who did like Layers of Fear, and games like that.
Didn't they do what was that walking simulator one that everyone was really hyped
Dear
about,
Esther,
and then the ending was really stupid?
Oh, I don't know.
No,
but they did do Dear Esther, and that's one of my favorite walking simulator games of all time.
Yeah, there's another one I'm thinking of.
Okay.
But
well,
I'll look for
this
it.
game is not disappointing. This is going to be one of my games of the year. This game is incredible.
Nice.
It's gorgeous, for one. It takes place on an oil rig off, I think, the coast of Scotland, I have to imagine. It takes place in 1975. The writing, the voice acting, right from the jump, it's incredible. Like, up there with any AAA studio's voice acting and writing. It's so natural. It's delivered so well by authentic voice actors. I was like head over heels with it basically immediately. Like, you start on the rig in your guy's room and like in his berth, and his walls are decked with stuff from the time and things that tell you about his his like family situation and like his interests. And then you get to kind of go in some of the other cabins around you and see like what some of the other guys who live on the oil rig are into and what they're like, and then you get to actually meet them, and then shit goes really, really bad. But just right from the jump, I was super impressed with writing, voice acting, graphically looked extremely fantastic. The fidelity of the environments, as I mentioned, like with their with the clutter and stuff around, it feels like a real oil rig that people are living on, and I think that's a hard thing to do in environment design. I think they really, really nailed it. As I mentioned, it's like off the coast of Scotland, so all the characters are Scottish. There's one like British guy, and there's like a little bit of a class war going on. Like, he's a huge asshole because he's like anti-union, because there's like some of the politics of the day. And so like that's really interesting to kind of have going on in the fringes around the edges of it. And one thing that's really neat is the subtitles will actually translate their like Scottish vernacular for you. So like if someone says "Aye, we man," it's like "Yes, little man" in the subtitles. And so it's very easy to tell what people are saying. I just thought that was a nice
Americans
touch. Yeah, exactly.
Can't understand anything.
Yeah. And like I was actually, there were a couple times where I didn't know what a character said, and so I really appreciated the subtitles. But also I've watched a ton of films and seen interviews of people of various ethnicities, and I feel like I'm good at telling what people are saying. But there were a couple times where it was like, I've never heard that slang before. And maybe it's because it's kind of out of out of the common vernacular now, and because it's set in
Sure.
75, so some of it might be
50 years ago.
Right, yeah, some of it might be from then, and it just is out of the public use. But yeah, as I mentioned, shit goes bad. It goes extremely bad very quickly because as some people may know, working on an oil rig is an extremely dangerous job. It is like always one bad thing from happening away from exploding or catching the center of the earth on fire.
Yeah, I've seen Armageddon.
Yes, yeah, exactly. I've seen The Core. And so like shit goes really bad in obviously the horror way of it, where there's like fantastical elements, but also just hey, this oil rig, like this thing should have been decommissioned and it's in bad shape, kind of already, and now all this stuff is happening. And so like the things you have to do around the oil rig, I don't know how accurate they are, but they feel like real things that you would have to engage with to fix certain mechanical problems that arise. And so you are doing a little bit of that. As I mentioned, it is a walking simulator horror game, so there isn't a ton of gameplay. Most of the gameplay revolves around like sneaking around some of the enemies, throwing things to distract them with noise so you can get around them. There's a lot of climbing, like crossing very narrow bridges or climbing on pipes across the water and stuff. And unlike other games, other walking simulator games, Still Wakes the Deep is not afraid to let you fuck up and die, though, which I found to be actually really cool in a way to amp up the tension a bit. Because at one point, I fell off the rig and fell into the water, and like the way your guy like moves his arms and his scream as he goes down, I was like, that.
Eesh.
And like looking at the dark water underneath your feet as you're about to fall into it. Yeah, I have a deep fear of like the dark, deep ocean. And it's like that hit me really, like the first time it happened, I was like, I am not letting that happen again. There's no way I'm sitting through that. That was no good. So there is some of that. Thankfully, not a ton of it. A lot of it's kind of within the confines of the rig itself. But yeah, just super, super surprised and impressed with it. It's only about 3 or 3.5 hours long. I think some people are saying like 4. Depends on, I guess, how quickly you solve some of the like puzzle stuff, or how much you're going around every area and kind of searching every nook and cranny. But I was just super impressed with it. Like I said, very pretty. So there are monsters. Obviously, it's a horror thing. I have never seen something like them before. And the way they animate and the sounds they make, really fucked up. I've never seen a thing move like that before. It was... And I feel like horror tends to be very derivative, and so to see something new and surprising and terrifying was really exciting. I thought that was really cool. And the ending is very affecting. It's very like an emotional story about a guy who's in trouble on the mainland, and you get to learn a little bit more about that and the dynamic of him and his family as you go through it. Because of course, all the best horror also includes like a personal element to it, so you get invested in the characters and invested in their situation. Yeah, it was just a really tight package, very well executed. I was very impressed with it, and I think to me this is like the gold standard of these kinds of horror games. It was really, really fucking good. And I also get like if this is not someone's bag, right? If they enjoy more gamey games or they're not big horror fans. But I mean, for me and the type of games that I've enjoyed and how I tend to get sucked into very vibes-based games sometimes, this one really, really drew me in. And there was enough gameplay and enough kind of author and control over my own character's actions and experience that it kept me going. So it felt like they struck a really good balance there. So that was nice. Still Wakes the Deep. If you have Game Pass, you can play it included in that on PC. Otherwise, I have no idea what it costs. Look it up your own damn self.
And real quick, the game I was thinking of from Chinese Room was Everybody's Gone to the Rapture.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I did have some problems with that one. It was a little too slow.
Really disliked that game.
Yeah, that one was too slow. It
bummed me out because I was very hyped for it before it came out.
But interestingly, another one that's very cemented in its place and very good at that part of it
Oh, no doubt.
It's just the stuff around it maybe not so hot and much too slow, a little too boring. But like the sense of place really good. And I think that's definitely something that's on showcase here in Still Wakes the Deep.
Yeah, that makes sense
for sure. One more game that I've played, and then we'll talk about some Steam Next Fest demos. I played Chained Together with my friend, which is it's like a getting over it with Bennett Foddy climbing game, where it's like it's a 3D game, but it's a bunch of like Unity Store assets chained together as platforms that you have to platform up and like jumping puzzles and stuff. But this one, you are literally two dudes chained together around the waist, and so you have to do all that platforming together in sync or in sequence. And the big thing, the trope with these games is you get really, really high, and there's a little meter on the side that shows you how high you are. You're getting close, you're almost done, and then you can fall, and you can, if you fall badly, fall all the way back down.
That's rough.
Yeah, but this one actually, and you can choose to engage with this or not, they do have checkpoints. And so my buddy and I did play with checkpoints on because we're not masochists. But like look, we died a lot. Well, we fell a lot. You don't really die, you fall. We fell a lot. And it took us like 3 hours to beat the game. And that was with checkpoints. I cannot imagine doing like an errorless run. Just be absolutely insane. So obviously this is a very fun like party game. I think you can play with up to 4 people all chained together. It is a very good time. People have been streaming it. The streams are always hysterical. It's very much one of those types of games. If you're looking for a fun co-op experience, if your marriage is solid enough to handle it, I would recommend playing Chained Together. It's just like a super cheap game on Steam. Very low barrier to entry. Just really, really weird stuff. That the fact that this genre exists in the form that it does is so strange.
Right. That's very fun.
But I would play, because like I would never play one of these solo. I'm just not that interested. But the fact, like the gimmick of being chained together, playing cooperatively, like that makes it so much more accessible, so much more fun, and of course hilarity constantly ensuing. So it was a very good time. So props to that developer for coming up with a fun idea on top of this bizarre concept.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun. I wish that like my wife was willing to put in the work to get a little more comfortable with 3D controls in video games.
Right.
Because there are like a handful of things like this that would be really fun to play with her.
Like Portal.
Given the opportunity. Yeah, or like It Takes Two. Like I would love to play that through with her. Totally. But it's a little... There is a co-op Minecraft series that we played on PS4 on my YouTube channel that, will prove out it gets a little too complicated for her in 3D.
Yeah.
That's okay. Gone Home is the she could play Still Wakes the Deep. Like that's the extent. If she can walk.
Oh, she likes horror.
Well, I don't know about horror games though. That might be too immersive for her.
You should. I mean, it wouldn't cost you. Have Game Pass. It wouldn't cost you anything extra.
That's true. I'm not gonna watch her play it though.
Oh, I bet you'd be fine watch. I think generally though, I think you would get a lot out of the early hours, like with the voice acting and the writing and like the visual fidelity of it. I think you get a lot out of that, and you could just leave when shit goes bad.
Yeah, I get 0 resolution. That sounds like something I would enjoy.
Yeah. That's funny.
Well, cool. Let's run through some Steam Next Fest stuff. So, like I mentioned, we got a handful of games here, a couple that we both checked out.
Yeah.
First being Dungeons of Hinterberg.
Oh, this is a cool game.
Yeah, I had kind of mixed feelings on this, but I guess you give the elevator pitch because there's kind of actually like a lot going on in the game.
Yeah, it's sort of like has kind of the spirit of a Zelda game, but it's a third-person action game with sort of a cel-shaded comic book art style. Like sometimes like comic book text boxes will pop up. Has a decent sense of humor, right? It's irreverent, but like not too quippy. It's just kind of that. It's that modern
Gen Z.
Yeah, that modern kind of Gen Z quirky humor. The music is awesome. Music is a huge vibe. But it structurally it takes place in like several different locations, it seems like, because again, this is just a demo, but the game takes place over several locations and each area has its own like magic power. And so it's like this, the area you're in for the demo is like a ski resort town. But if that town also had magic and like dungeons that you would go into and like conquer or whatever, it's like, it's this weird world where it's like our world, but there's fantastical elements bolted on the underpinnings of it. So each area has its own like magic power. That ski slope area, you can hop on like a magic hoverboard and grind on these rails that are between areas. You can use a magic laser beam to like cut icicles down and create new platforms, or trigger, you know, things in the environment and like make things move, etc. Like pretty typical Zelda-like puzzle logic, in terms of like, this is a temple where things just kind of happen this way because it's convenient. It's a world that is full of that kind of stuff, right? It's not going for realism. I
think all of that stuff was a little bit too simple for me.
Sure.
At least in the demo, like, you know, you say you grind on the rails and stuff, but it's not gameplay. Like when you go on a rail, automatic. It just is to take you to another area. And like the couple of puzzle rooms, I guess there were a couple of them where like you had to do different sequences of events.
Yeah.
But most of the time it's just like, there's one thing you need to do. You either need to use the light beam on a button, or you need to use the light beam to cut down an icicle so that you can jump. It's like, it's all pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I think that's I think that's
like
a
little
demo thing. Like
maybe.
It strikes me as the kind of thing they're going to iterate on and expand on as you play more of it. Yeah. Because there was that one puzzle room with the lasers where like you would trigger the laser thing and the snow would rise or fall, and you're trying to work your way through and in and amongst
that's
the lasers
true.
To get items.
Yeah, but that one was still really
it's
easy,
still
though.
simple. Yeah.
But there was more going on.
Yeah.
You're right. But yeah, because then like there's also the combat, which again it feels like kind of shallow.
Yeah.
You've got light and heavy. You can use your like magic abilities in combat. So like you can use the beam to take out a shield on certain shielded enemies.
It's like Zelda combat. You know, you have but
you've also got like special moves,
right?
Too.
Yeah,
so like there's like an AOE attack, or like there's a sort of spin move, which actually ironically is like Link's spin that he does. So that like I think the enemies are all, at least in the early demo, like they're not super challenging,
right?
Yeah, I think like that was my biggest complaint, was it introduces you to a ton of different systems, but they all feel very shallow, and the demo didn't set up an expectation that they get deeper because of how shallow they were. Like I was missing the mystery of what the next thing was going to be.
I see.
Because compounded on top of that, there's also, so it's set up in like a Moonlighter way, if anyone's playing Moonlighter, where you have part of the time you're spending like in this Alps town and talking to people and building relationships, and certain, like you can only, like a Persona thing where you can only spend time with certain number of people during your time. And hey, if you hang out with this chick, she'll let you upgrade your sword, but if you hang out with this dude, he'll like raise one of your stats. So you're making decisions there. And then at night is when you would go out into the wilderness and in the mountains, and eventually into dungeons.
Sort of a Persona.
And again, it's
system.
Like it's like yet another system on top of it. And like if it were me, I would have completely stripped out the town stuff. I don't think it's that interesting. The writing wasn't super compelling to me. Navigating that little town I found to be extremely tedious, because it's not like a big open area. It's like 8 different zones that you have to load between, and I was getting lost constantly, and it was just like, that part of it I found very unfun.
Okay.
And I just wanted to go explore more, because that was more engaging to me, at least.
Yeah, I think, yes, the dungeons were definitely more engaging and interesting. I think I agree in that I would also have stripped out that town stuff, because if I play this when it comes out, and I probably will, I'm just going to be doing the bare minimum there to get through it, just to get back to the dungeons.
But you have to engage with that stuff, because that's how you level up, basically.
Right.
And I just like I don't want
engaging with those
that.
character relationships is what gives you the bonuses and stuff.
Yeah.
And
part of it is the writing though. Like I'm reaching an age where it's harder for me to relate to characters who talk like they're 20 years old.
Yeah.
Like a lot of those characters I just find, and it's not a Dungeons of Hinterberg problem. It's in a lot of those types of games. I find a lot of characters just be annoying just because like they're culturally different than me, and the way that I talk and the way that I engage with things, and it's I don't know. It's I am the opposite of this is woke bullshit person. So I don't want that to be. I don't want it to sound like that's what I'm saying, and I also don't want it to sound like a get off my lawn, I'm an old guy thing. It's just I find these types of characters to be kind of annoying. And that's a me thing. I'm not saying that they're just objectively annoying. I just find them to be kind of annoying.
Yeah.
I don't want to hang out with them.
It was definitely not my favorite part of the demo, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I think games like this are about the vibes. And I think in this case it's to its detriment because, as you mentioned, like the lack of depth. If it was a little less vibes and a little more depth, I think there'd be something really special here. But yeah. I think I'm with you where I'm not quite sure how I'm going to come down on it once it's actually out.
And it is tough, right? Because it's a demo,
right?
And I mean, this applies to all the demos that we're talking about here. It's just a singular slice, and there are so many different approaches to making a demo.
Yes,
that it's hard to compare demos to one another, right? Like I've got a game on here that I'm going to talk about that, like I thought it was an ineffective demo for very different reasons, but like I feel like part of the problem with Dungeons of Hinterberg is I would have liked. Like this slice, I think, is a good way to introduce players to all of the different systems, but all of them are lacking depth.
Mm-hmm.
So then let us skip ahead at the end.
Right.
So do like one more dungeon that's farther in the game. Do like a fast forwarding for the sake of time kind of thing, where like you're giving me more tools and more attacks and there are more enemy variety so that you're proving to me that there's more going on.
Yeah.
Because playing this, like, I'm not sure that there is a lot more depth. It might just be a different power in each dungeon, but all the rest of it feels very similar, and that doesn't sound super fun.
Yeah, I think I'm with you.
At least
there.
over the course of a video game.
Right. I think I'm with you there.
But yeah, I like the like you said, the music and the atmosphere of it. I really like just like the mountain sort of approach to it. And they do, in fairness, introduce like, hey, there's like this helicopter that you can ride to this other area, but you have to do this like extra hard dungeon, which you don't have the opportunity to do.
Right.
Like that kind of thing. I think it does tease what the next step is, but it's more about the moment to moment stuff that I wanted. I wish I would have. That was something like in the Stellar Blade demo, they did a really good job of. It's an introductory section of the game that you're playing through. You get to the big boss in the first area, and then it's like, all right, now we're going to dump you into a late game boss where you've got a shit ton of different moves you can use, all these different things at your disposal. Just play. Like, you can equip whatever the fuck you want and just play around with this other boss and
right.
Figure out what the combat feels like. That's a good demo. It ironically didn't do enough to make me like the game, but it was a good, really, I felt like I was making an educated decision. Right. Well, and the bigger thing is like the point of a demo, it's to sell you on a game, but it's also to have you make like an informed decision about the game. And this demo, I'm not confident in if it gave me an informed decision or not.
Sure.
So I'll let you buy it and play it, and then you can tell me that there's more to it, and then I'll totally get it.
Yeah.
But that kind of proves my point that it's an ineffective demo, if that ends up being the case.
Right. Okay.
So yeah, Dungeons of Hinterberg. It's certainly it's one that I've had my eye on for a while, so I'm really glad that I got to check it out.
Yeah.
I was kind of underwhelmed, honestly.
Sure.
Another one that I really liked. Oh, where did I see this? The one button bosses. I saw it in some like big.
It was in one of the.
Thing.
Yeah, it was in one of the showcases. So I had played it as well.
Yeah. This game I think is very cool.
It is a really interesting idea.
Like basically, it's more simple than I had expected it to, despite being called one button bosses. But it's basically just a boss rush game where it's very asteroids or Galaga or whatever.
Geometric shapes.
Geometric shapes where you're kind of on a line and you can basically just like move left or right and it auto fires. Like the shooting happens.
Well, it auto moves and auto fires. And
yes, it auto moves.
In the demo, the only... So it's a one-button game, right? And in the demo, the button changes your direction. Yes. I think there are other things in the final game that the button will do. Like instead of changing direction, it will do something else. Or like instead of auto firing, it'll do something. It seems like there are different kind of abilities or loadouts that you will be unlocking as you play it in the final game.
It does bring up a screen where you would
select
change
stuff,
your weapon, but there obviously you can't in the demo. I played because I think there were like 3 or 4 bosses and then like a big boss, which I did not beat the big boss, and so I didn't know if there was more after that. I found them to be super fun, and like I died a couple of times on a couple of them, but they were straightforward enough that they made sense. And then the big boss that I got to, it introduces a mechanic where it's like a Pac-Man thing where you're on this line and you can go back and forth, but when you reach the end of the line, it loops you to the other side. So like it's like Pac-Man where if you go off one side of the screen, it brings you on from the other side of the screen. My brain does not like that.
No, mine neither.
I've never been able to like make that feel good. Yeah. And so I died like a dozen times. Yeah. I got like 6 because it'll show you when you die, it'll show you the percentage damage you did to beating the boss, and it was like 67%. And I was like, that's not good enough.
Right.
That's the highest I got. I'm done. So I really liked it, but judging from that, I'm like, this is gonna get too intense for my little old dummy brain to be able to handle. So no thanks. Because all the other ones, it's like it's a circle where you can continuously move if you want to, but you'll get hit if you do that. Or like a hexagon shape. But this one, it's just like a little V that takes you from one side to the other, and that was one neuron too many for my brain to keep up with.
Yeah. It does have some cute little writing though too. Like it's having like a lot of like corporate culture like puns and stuff, which was fun.
I really like that part of it.
Yeah. It's nice like to have a simple concept like this, have it be fleshed out, and then throw a little bit of personality on top. And I think they've got something really neat there.
Yeah. All right. Last game that we both played was Wild Bastards.
Yeah, this is a follow-up to Void Bastards, which was one of my favorite games of that year that it came out, whenever that was.
It's pretty different, but certainly like effective as a spiritual successor. So I played Void Bastards also. I really liked the atmosphere, no pun intended, and like the vibes of it and the visual style. I did not love the gameplay loop. And so I kind of fell off after a couple hours and just never went back to it. Okay. I feel very similarly about Wild Bastards.
Interesting.
I really liked the setup. I mean, it's got the like space western thing going for it, which is super my jam. It's got a lot of cool and interesting, unique characters that kind of join your party, and they all have a different move in combat, sort of like special move in combat. The way the game is structured is you kind of have a sort of like an overworld map on each world that you land on with your spaceship, and you get certain number of moves per turn. So you might move 3 spaces to like a combat encounter. That combat encounter is like 45 seconds long, and then you're back out into the overworld for another turn where like, oh, you can go right to get to the shop and maybe buy something with coins you got from the dudes you killed in the level, or you can go left to rescue one of your teammates. And whichever way you choose, like, oh, now the enemy gets to move and they spawn in the big bad guy where if he catches you, it's a automatic game over. Yeah. And that loop I just was not into, like, hardcore. Like, I was really not into that. Like, I wanted more of the actual fighting, and those sections are so short. It just feels it was a really stuttery gameplay experience.
Yeah, because Void Bastard, the little scenarios you get into are definitely longer. Like they're
and there are like rooms to explore, and like secrets to find, and power ups, and and like none of that is in.
Yeah, it feels very stripped down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Compounded with that is like the actual writing. Like, while I really like the character designs and the unique sort of differentiation between the party members, and I liked how different they were in combat too,
right.
Like with their special abilities. Like, you've got like a fire guy who shoots a bunch of fireballs. You have a dude who, like, I think his like it kills one random enemy.
Yes.
The robot guy that you play as. But in the conversation pieces, because similar to whatever Dungeons of Hinterberg, like, it seems like there's like a relationship mechanic between some of the party members that you're managing. I found the writing to be like pretty boring, which I was very surprised.
Yeah, there's just not a lot going on there.
Yeah.
Which was kind of a bummer. I think it really just can be summed up that it feels like a little more stripped down. And maybe it's because they wanted to have a little more focus on that forward momentum, but it's just not the kind of game that can have that moment when you're constantly loading and unloading out of these tiny little scenarios. Like, it's just, I never got the sense of momentum, like you said. It felt stuttery. Like, I think that's a good way to put it.
Like, the honestly, like, the most fun I had was in the combat, but the combat feels completely superfluous.
Yeah.
Like, they could have removed the combat entirely, and I feel like it'd be a better game.
Yeah, done like what was it, Citizen Sleeper, like encounter thing, where it's like dice rolls and stuff.
Turn-based, exactly right. Yeah, like that I think and obviously the characters and the writing would need to be better for me to be more engaged, but I guess it's more like, with everything that's going on, it creates this like halting gameplay experience where you never really get into one aspect.
Yeah. And
the combat, despite being the best part, isn't offering anything that impacts the rest of the game. So it's just like, I don't know. It feels like it was like two different teams that came together and mashed their like ideas together, and they're not working together. Yeah. So I was super bummed playing this one, because despite not loving Void Bastards, I really liked the attempts it was making, and also know that I'm just not a big like roguelike person, which that game has a lot of elements to it. So I also knew it was a personal preference perspective. But so like this game coming into it, I was like, oh, it's more class based. It's just got more stuff going on, more focus on writing and characters. All of that sounds like much better to me than what Void Bastards was doing. And I came away with it like really unimpressed. Right. Bummed by that.
Yeah. Also not a huge roguelike guy. I think part of why Void Bastards hit so hard for me was I didn't fail. I just beat it on my first try. So the fact that it was a roguelike didn't matter.
Yeah, okay.
I never lost progress because I just beat it on my first try. So, yeah. So obviously a little disappointed in that one.
Yeah. How about you tell me about Metal Slug Tactics?
Yeah, this one I've been kind of on the fence about because it is a roguelike, but it seems like there's more meta progression than I had initially thought. But I will just start off by saying this game's hard. This is a tough one. I really like the art and the music a lot. It's a ton of fun to play. The tactic elements are like really deceptively deep. So like the numbers, similar to my problem with Mario, Paper Mario, the numbers are so small, there's very little room for error. And it takes a while. I think it's going to take hours of play to really learn how the enemy units behave in combat. And I feel like once you kind of get the hang of that, it'll really start to kind of open up your possibilities and let you get farther in terms of progression, which is not, I don't want to throw myself at the game to determine how the enemies are going to behave. I want it to be a little more like chess, where the options, how can I word this? You know what all of the pieces are capable of. It's just the brain behind them that you're playing against. I didn't really understand what the pieces were capable of because the game's not surfacing that information to me, at least not in a way that I could decipher. So I found that to be frustrating and a little disheartening, because you want to feel like, and especially in a tactics game, tactics games are very rewarding when you feel like you have battlefield control. And that's something that Final Fantasy Tactics is really good at, like feeling in control of the situation, not just like you're reacting. You can set things up and make things happen. This feels like much harder to do because it just felt like I wasn't playing with all the information I needed to make that happen.
Right.
So I'm not entirely sure about it. I do want to try it when it actually comes out and play the real full game, because also maybe I missed something, and like an element of the UI that I was missing or something like that. I will say there's a lot of variety to the objectives, just even in the demo. Like, some of them are straight up just kill this number of enemies. Some of them are survive for this number of rounds. Some of them are you have to protect this truck before it reaches, or until it reaches an exit point, or maybe you have to destroy this enemy's truck before it reaches an exit point. There are a bunch of different types of objectives that they throw at you, which, while as a demo was good at showcasing the breadth of the game, I think that cost me a little bit in my understanding of the depth of its systems, because I couldn't really drill down into one mode or one objective and like learn a lot about how it was working and what the expectations were and how the enemies were working, or like the best way to use my characters in certain situations. I just felt like I was just trying stuff constantly, not knowing exactly how things were going to work. And again, a lot of that gets cleared up with more play. The more time you play it, the better you get at it, the more you understand. But I would appreciate it more and would be a little more solid on my recommendation of it if it was just surfacing that information to the player in a way that we could utilize it as a tool. So I also don't really have a sense for exactly what the meta progression is, like what you keep from run to run. If anything, it seemed like some of the language was pointing me at the fact that some stuff would stick around and some stuff wouldn't, but I wasn't entirely sure. So I don't know that I can recommend it or like hard yes on I will play this. I think I need to watch and read a little bit more about it to make that determination.
That's fair.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what I came away from it feeling.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the point of the Steam Next Fest, you know.
Yes, for sure.
How about another one here? I actually downloaded this demo and then just didn't end up getting to it. I Am Your Beast.
Oh,
not a name that I love, but a name nonetheless.
This is a neat one. It has a lot of like super hot energy. It's a first person. It's sort of like a neon white in that it's like speedrunning focused. But it's a lot of like short little very violent levels, a la like a super hot, just with actual people and blood. I mean, it's like still cartoony, but like a little more fidelity to it than super hot. Everything is representative.
Right.
But a similar setup where, you know, the weapons, you're never reloading a weapon. You will use a weapon until it is gone, and then you will throw it and pick up someone else's weapon.
Always fun to do.
Yes, usually throwing it at the face of another dude.
Right.
It has a really good voiceover, like that really tight in the mic voiceover, like El Paso Elsewhere had. That kind of like noirish narration that's very close to the mic. Yep. It has that going on again. It actually, I want to say I read somewhere that it's the same guy who did the El Paso Elsewhere voiceover. Maybe not. I might be making that up. But it has a very clear art style. It's like things are like the environments are very simple, and so all the detail is packed into the things that you need to be looking at. Again, it's like a speedrun focus game, so it's all about the easiest way to process the information on screen as fast as possible.
But isn't there like stealth to it?
Yes, and I mean it depends on how you want to play it, right? Like if you want to play it as a speedrunning game, no. But you don't have
okay.
to engage in the timer mechanic if you don't want.
Okay, that makes sense. Because I remember watching the trailer and feeling like there was some like Metal Gear Solid to the gameplay.
Yeah, a little bit. Like you can hop around. So in some of the tutorial levels, you're kind of in the Alps in like a forest kind of a deal, and you're like jumping from branch to branch above guys and like Marioing them on the head and then like kicking them in the face and like stoving their skull in. Stoving?
I have no idea. I don't know what that word is.
I don't know. I need to read more medieval war books to find out. But it just has a good energy to it. That little layer of the narration that like, you know, used to be a Black Ops kind of operative and I got out of the game because things went bad and you're asking me to come back. Well, fuck you and blah, blah, blah. It's got a lot of that stuff going on, it's very tongue in cheek, which is fun. It just seems like a neat package. And I want to check it out when it comes out, because I would not engage in the speedrunning thing. I just want to play through all the levels and kind of see some of the fun lines and stuff that the guy delivers and what some of the writing has in store. So I am your beast.
Yeah. Seems okay.
Yeah, I think so.
It was one that, like, I watched the trailer. It was like, I'll download the demo. And then I ended up not playing it. So, I did play a demo for Angerfoot.
Yes, I played
another
the demo
Devolver.
back when it first released, like a year or something ago.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think it was technically a Next Fest demo, but in my effort to just download demos for everything, I ended up checking that one out. I was really underwhelmed by it.
Yeah.
I really like the style.
Yes.
It's got, it's like a, first person Hotline Miami kind of energy where you're
LA.
Yeah, like and you're trying to get through it like quickly and you die very quickly and so do your enemies. And the kicking is good because that's the whole point, is you've got a very angry foot and you like to use it. But like in like the second level, they give you a gun.
Yeah.
And like I was like, I don't want to shoot a gun. I want to kick shit. But you have to use the gun because a bunch of other enemies have guns.
Yeah.
And if you don't shoot them, they will shoot you before you can reach them.
It's just
and
like Cold Warification, man. It's the arms race.
Yeah. I found that to be a huge turnoff. Like I wanted to experiment more with the different shoes that give you different abilities, and I don't know. I was just very bummed by the gun approach, especially just so early. Like if you're gonna give me a gun, make it like a special thing on certain levels. Don't make it like integral to the combat sandbox.
Right.
And that because that was not in the marketing. It's all kicking shit. That's what I want to do.
Yeah, you do a lot of kicking indoors, but then you don't really have to kick the enemies.
Yeah, I mean, you can kick enemies into other enemies. Yeah. You can kick exploding barrels into enemies.
It's not necessary, though, because you can just shoot stuff.
You can kick dudes. Yeah, but you can kick dudes into toilets, which is also fun. Yeah. There's one like alligator guy who was trying to take a dump, and I kicked him in the face, and he exploded. Like, there is good stuff in there. Yeah. I just don't want guns. And that bummed me out. But that's kind of all I have to say about Angerfoot. It is fun. I had a really good time with it. It's in my like maybe pile, where a year from now, if it goes on sale for $6, I'll definitely pick it up. But yeah, I don't want to shoot stuff.
Screw your arms race. What about my foot race?
Foot race. That's exactly right. All right. How about Flintlock? Another demo I downloaded, and then when I saw people talking about it, decided it was not worth me playing because I know I'm not going to like it because it's a Souls-like game.
It is a Souls-like, but I think it's a more approachable Souls-like. And I was not sold on this at all. I downloaded the demo kind of on a whim as like I should check all these different games out I was bored and I want to play a bunch of different things. And the demo actually kind of sold me on it. It is Souls-like. It's more of a Souls-light. The combat is much more approachable.
Gross. I don't like, no. Souls-like, Souls-light, roguelite. Shut up.
Yeah, I hate all of it. It is light. It is light. It has elements of it, but it's a more approachable experience, in my opinion. You have gun. Much like Angerfoot, you have gun. You have a gun for like staggering and interrupts. And a weird. This is weird. You have like a magic cat that like floats around. It builds up this thing called withering, which is like a stagger bar, basically. And so you have like some extra options in combat. And it's not a game that's like all of the lore is unnecessarily obfuscated like a Souls game. It's all it's well, I wouldn't say straightforward. Clearly there's a weird mystical cat, but it's it is delivered in a way that is digestible by your average Joe. Or Joette. Or Jokeson. So I found the combat to be pretty snappy. There's quite a bit of animation priority, but I think that's largely fine. It just forces you to plan your attacks, and if you don't time them properly, you can be punished for not timing them properly, as games like this tend to do. I think it looks pretty good. The level design is much more straightforward than a Souls game. It's not like labyrinthine levels that are wrapping back in on themselves. It definitely seems like it's a little more, well, the tutorial mission that I was playing was linear. Not much more, it was linear. The writing seems pretty okay, like inoffensive. I would say better than inoffensive. Better than Immortals of Aveum.
Low bar.
Yeah, I know. But if I'm saying Immortals of Aveum was inoffensive, this is better than that.
Okay.
But really, I'm just glad it's not like a quippy mess. So it's not that, which is nice. So I just found it to be fairly competent, and I like some of the style, like the sort of like First Great War, like World War One era of these like gunpowder weapons but still swords. Just interesting kind of setting, and then like with all the magic stuff layered on top. It's just it's kind of cool.
Right.
I came away from it.
It's coming to Game Pass.
It is, yeah, which makes it a no-brainer for me, obviously. But like, even if it wasn't, I think I would buy it.
All right.
Yeah,
that's something.
Yeah, it's not like I'm not like chomping at the bit to play it, but the Game Pass again makes it a no-brainer. But I do think I would, if it was 60 or less, I would buy it. I would not buy it at 70. If it was 60 or less.
You gotta have a line somewhere.
That's right. Yeah, that's Flintlock. There's not a lot else to say about it, frankly. Like, I feel like you know what it is.
You know what those are. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this one seems a little more Bloodborne, maybe. More movement. It's got a gun.
Yeah. Yeah, a little more in that vein.
I played some Skim? I don't know how you pronounce this. Schim. I believe it is a Dutch word meaning ghost.
Oh.
So this is a very, it's not spooky at all.
Oh, okay.
He's a very friendly ghost. No, this is the game that is it's very like minimalist, isometric, sort of sepia toned. You play as a little shadow blob, jumping from shadow to shadow to move through different environments. It's very cozy. It's like a sleepy little town, probably a Dutch town. This jumped out at me, again, no pun intended, because of the visual style. And I was like, yes, I'm in. I don't need to see any more. And then I played the demo, and now I'm like, actually, probably no thanks. Which
that's a bummer.
Fucking sucks, because I was really excited for it. I think so. This is the game I was referencing when we were talking about Dungeons of Hinterlands, where I was like, "There's another demo that unsold me in a very different way," and that was, I'm just going to call it Shim. This game, and this might be how the game is structured, but it's in tiny little vignettes where like you get a handful of seconds of gameplay, and then you sort of watch. It's not a cutscene because it's all in engine, and it kind of just like moves you from one zone to the next one. And then there might be like a longer sequence where you've got to make a handful of jump across. Like there's one section where there are cars and bicycles, and so you need to time your jump to get the shadow of the car as it drives past the bicycle, as it drives past the mailbox to make it across the street. But if you mistime it, you'll get stuck in the car and it'll take you back to the beginning. So there's some like depth to the platforming, but because of the little vignettes in the way that they're structured, it was I never got a good flow going, and like there was never enough challenge or like interesting ways to engage. And there's a lot of just like sitting there watching a character walk while you're in its shadow, and you're just watching him walk.
Okay.
And that's it. And so again, it might be a demo thing. I don't know what the actual end game is, but that really turned me off. The other big problem that I had might be a Steam Deck issue, and because this game is isometric, you can rotate the camera in 360, but in 90-degree increments.
Okay.
And you need to do that at times to change your perspective so that you can see shadows in areas that you otherwise wouldn't have been able to see.
Right.
So that, I think, is fun, and it adds depth to the sort of platformy puzzle solving. The problem is doing that on the Steam Deck using the shoulder buttons. It just feels very unintuitive, and I could never get comfortable with the angle that I was looking at things through.
Okay.
And that really ruined a lot of the like relaxed nature that they're trying to cultivate. So I don't know, man. If it ends up reviewing really well and people say that like there's more to it later on and maybe there's more of a flow to the gameplay, like I want big sections. Like I'm thinking of games like Untitled Goose Game, or like
right.
I'm playing right now with the kids, Little Kitty Big City, which we'll talk about next month. Like games that are, it's more of like an open space for me to explore and play. That's what I wanted this to be.
Yeah.
But it feels very linear, and that is far less engaging to me.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
So yeah, I found it kind of boring.
Yeah.
Which sucks, because the visual style I thought was really striking, and I was super into it. And you know, your cute little shadow blob guy with his little eyeballs. He's very cute.
Who doesn't want to be Shadow Blob?
I know, right? So yeah, so that's Sheem.
Okay. Sheem.
Yeah. So how about Caravan Sandwich?
Yeah, this is a neat one. So it's Caravan space sand and then witch WITCH as one word. It's like a platformer collectathon, but in like an open-ish world, like open zone world where you drive this cool old like Volkswagen van analog around, and it's like a post society, so there's ruins everywhere, and you're like collecting like old tech basically is your collectible that you're like trading in for stuff. Music is really good. The writing is fine. It's a bit simple, but it's pleasant, in a very gosh, I already forgot about. I guess I haven't talked about that game yet. It's just a very pleasant. It's got a pleasant vibe. The environment design is really pretty. It's like a sort of like kind of a simplified art style, but it is very pretty. A lot of like bright colors used to kind of accentuate places of interest within the ruins, which are mostly kind of old white stone and stuff like that, and like old rusty like corrugated metal and things like that. I thought it was super neat. I don't know how much there is to it though. It didn't seem like there was any combat. It just seemed kind of like more of an exploratory narrative platformer collection kind of game where you're brought into these old, industrial areas and ruins, and kind of seeing how nature has taken them over and how time has eroded them, which I always find to be like a really, I'm very drawn to that aesthetic for some reason in that setting.
Mm-hmm.
It feels weirdly comfortable. I think it's because it's like, I think the idea of a society is comforting because it's like, I have a lot of problems with the systems in place right now. And the
Right.
thought that people can continue on when those systems are gone makes me feel like comforted. And so like something like this where it's just kind of generally pleasant vibes, and some neat writing and cool like world building stuff going on. I found to be like a really kind of rewarding experience and very relaxing, very soothing. So I don't know, I would recommend people check it out if that at all sounds like something you'd be interested in. Again, that's Caravan Sandwich.
And are you mostly driving around to collect things, or are you jumping in and out?
You're jumping in and out of the van. Like the van gets you where you're going, like in across distance, and then you like hop out of the van to explore the ruins, kind of a thing. Gotcha. Similar to what's that game with like the masks and you have that little hover bike in the dunes, in the sand dunes. It's got like that kind of cel shaded art style. You have that like Sable. Yes, very like Sable. Like you're driving your thing around in between these ruins, and then hopping out. You just
made me way more interested.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's cool. And like Sable doesn't have combat either, right?
True, but there's a lot more story going on.
Right, and I mean, this certainly has plenty of story. Like, there's characters you're meeting, and there's dialogue and stuff, and yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it was pretty neat.
Check that one out.
It was pretty neat.
How about Lock? L-O-K?
Yes.
Lock?
This one is interesting as well. So, it's a word puzzle game, where visually it looks like a crossword, but functionally very different. Depending on what you spell, like the letters are already there, and depending on what letters you select in what order, aka what you spell out using those letters, different things, it lets you do a different thing, and your goal is always to color in all of the tiles. And so if you spell L-O-K, it lets you turn like an adjacent tile black, and that could be any tile. It could be a blank tile that needs to be turned black. It could be a tile that's another letter that you don't think you're going to need to use. If you spell T-L-A-K, tlack, in order, you get to block out 2 adjacent tiles. And another interesting wrinkle is when a tile's already blocked out, the tiles on either side are considered adjacent for the purposes of spelling. So let's say you have T-L-A-O-K and the O is already colored in. You could do the T-L-A-K as if they were adjacent, if the O wasn't there. So it's just about finding the right sequence in which to fill in all of these blocks. And there's like a very cute little story with like some, non-narrated, no text, just like these little visual vignettes as you fill out and solve these puzzles. Again, with like a charming little black blob. So it was just really neat.
Is it only L-O-K or T-L-A-K that you can spell?
No, I mean, I just played the demo, but presumably there would be a bunch more, right, that would have other effects and stuff. It's the kind of game that I anticipate expanding pretty significantly, but hopefully not to the point where it's like, I don't fucking know how to solve this. There could be too many possibilities.
But it uses all 26 letters.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
I only saw L-O-K and T-L-A-K. So I guess that's T-L-O-A-K.
5 letters.
Yeah. That's all I saw in the demo. But I bet it'd be a pretty big moment if they introduced a new letter.
Ooh.
Yeah. So maybe they're holding that back. So that was a cool little puzzle game. I also played.
No, me.
Okay, fine.
It's my turn. I wrote this down, Kyle.
Okay.
Look at the agenda.
It's like 7 pages up.
That's why I added an outline. I got really sophisticated with the Google Doc.
Oh my god.
I added an outline on the left with anchor tags, bro. Come on. I played. I'm not editing this.
How do I?
I played.
How do I use it?
What? What do you mean? You click it, and it takes you in the dock to the thing that you clicked. I used headline tags.
Oh, I see. I thought. Never mind. Continue.
Oh my gosh. Now I feel like no, I'm not editing this out. I don't care. No, I played some Preserve. So this, if folks play Dorfromantik, it's one of those. I did not play Dorfromantik. So I'm going to compare it more closely to a game like Terra Nil, where it's sort of like an anti-city builder.
Okay.
And in this game, it has far less going on than Terra Nil. But in this game, you basically you start with several groups of hexagons. And on each hexagon, you place water, and then grass will grow. And then on that grass, you can select a type of biome. So you can do plains, woods, forest, swamp. You eventually unlock the ability to plant like a river. Like you can pick a river start point and end point if you have enough hexagons unlocked. And once you set up a biome, then you can plant animal types.
Okay.
And each animal type can only exist in 1, 2, sometimes 3 different biomes. So in order to progress, you need to tick the boxes to say, have 6 elephants, have 3 giraffes, and have 6 goats.
Okay.
And all of those need to be in a different biome, so you need to match up where the biomes are. You can put 2 opposite biomes like right up against each other, which I maybe that changes when you unlock more stuff. Maybe they give you more like parameters on how you need to build it out. But I found it, from a progression perspective, pretty easy to just spam the water. You basically need 6 tiles of the same biome to create said biome, to have space to put your animals. And it's like if you have 3 next to each other, it's a small one, 6 is medium, 9 is big, and then there's an option for 12, but I didn't unlock that in the demo.
Okay.
It is a very relaxing experience. There's not a ton of depth there.
Sure.
Like, there obviously isn't really anything that you're like building towards to unlock. Once you fill up your available hexagons and you've checked all the boxes, you can expand to add another group of hexagons on the side. So eventually you could have this huge thing of hexagons with a bunch of different biomes. If you planned it out really well, They would look really cool, but you don't need to do that.
Right.
The biggest problem I had with this, again, playing on Steam Deck, is, oh man, you move the camera. There are 3 different buttons that move the camera.
No.
The right stick moves the camera linearly on the x-axis. So pan right or left, not rotate right or left, right? So you can only move on the x-axis. If you hold the left trigger and then use the right stick, you can move in 3D on a pivot. And then if you hold R2 and move the right stick, that gives you your tilt and your zoom. So side to side tilt, up and down zoom. If that sounds confusing, it is.
That sounds bad.
And it completely destroyed. Once you build up enough complexity you've got enough hexagon zones, you need to be able to rotate around to get a good view of them to figure out where you want to set your stuff.
Right.
And it completely destroyed my experience.
Oh, man.
I have to imagine that is not a problem playing with mouse and keyboard. But if you would play this on a Steam Deck, I cannot recommend it because the camera is super busted and terrible.
I wonder.
I don't get why they did it that way.
I wonder if you were to use the trackpad, click in and drag around, if that would be normal camera mouse movement thing.
Maybe I think you would need to use both trackpads at the same time in order to be able to do the moving, actual rotating and zooming at the same time. But theoretically, there can't be a worse option than the one that is default. So, yeah, experiment with your key bindings. Yeah, it's that was not great. And again, I've not played Dorfromantik. People really recommend it. I can't compare it directly to know, like, is there more or less going on. It's very similar in from what I've seen of Dwarf Romantic. This is a super simple experience. It's like, cozy game gets thrown around, but like I feel like there are parameters that create a cozy game. This game creates a cozy feeling. It is not a cozy game, but it creates a cozy feeling because it's relaxing. You're in nature. You're like birthing hippos, which just feels good. You're planting rain clouds.
Dude, if I
which
birthed
feels
hippos,
good.
I would not be feeling good.
You
man.
might not feel
I would
good.
not feel
Watching
good.
hippos, I agree. You're also not watching anything be birthed. They just pop out of thin air. But it's still nice. They make a little sound, and it's nice. But yeah, it's a nice, calming game with a camera that makes you want to throw your Steam Deck at the wall. So those things are kind of incongruous.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
Yeah, it's still, I had a good time with it, camera notwithstanding, and would absolutely recommend it if you liked Dwarf Romantic. This would be a really good alternative to that.
Okay.
How about What the Car?
Dude, you have to play this game.
I may have downloaded this one also.
Okay.
Because I went in, like, it was like the last night of Next Fest, and I went into the dock and downloaded all the demos that you had written in here. So I think I downloaded this one.
It's just so fun and innovative. Every level has a different gimmick, and they get more and more elaborate as the demo goes on. It has like a Mario overworld thing where like you're going from like dot to dot, and doing these little. Sometimes the levels are like 20 seconds. Sometimes they're like a minute, but they're all very short, and they're all a different gimmick. The overworld itself also has like extra jokes and stuff. It's a very Katamari energy.
Okay.
And
just like kooky.
Yeah, it's like super weird, super strange, but like fun loving and has great energy. So like, for example, the first level is car has legs, and then it does like this like splash screen of the car with legs, and then you're running as a car down this track, jumping over stuff, collecting things. And then you reach the end. The second level is car has too many legs, and all of a sudden now the car has legs in a ring around it, so you're rolling along the legs as a circle. Then it's car
like the meat monster from inside.
Like the meat monster from inside. And then it's car is long, and then it's just like a really long car, and so like it controls like a fucking boat, like a caddy. And then the next one has like a water cooler jetpack where you're hopping from puddle of water to fill it up and like jetpacking around. It's like everything except for driving the car.
That sounds delightful.
It's incredible. So much fun. Every level was just an absolute delight, and it has like such fun pumping music. Man, you need to play this game. It is so freaking cool.
I will play
it. And like,
because I was happy
Penny
to
and Max
discover that
would
many
be cracking up watching you play this just because of how weird and wild it is.
I was glad to see that many of the demos I downloaded were still available after Next Fest ended, because I know that isn't always the case.
Right.
So assuming I've got it, hopefully I can still check it out.
For sure.
Because that sounds fantastic.
It's so cool. It is a must buy for me when it comes out.
All right, and next one, I know this one was really highly recommended, and like I was looking for lists of like best Next Fest games just to try to download some. Thank goodness you're here.
Yes.
I saw everybody recommending it, but then I also saw that it was like super New England writing, and I was just like, well, I don't know anything about that shit.
Like, you like Monty Python?
Yeah.
Like you and I grew up with some British humor. We get it. Right. We appreciate it, like the weird dryness of it, and the absurdity of it. This one, I would say, it's like a little bit Monty Python, but it's also a little bit like Mighty Boosh.
See, and that's not my jam.
Really?
Mm-mm.
Interesting. Okay, so it's a 2D adventure game. That it's just all about the jokes. Animation is terrific. It looks just like, it's very like sort of, it's not regular showy. I don't know what to liken it to. There are shows like it. It was a style of animation that became popular right after I had been watching animated shows. Like right when I moved on from doing that primarily, it is when kind of this animation style came into vogue. But it's very, very good at what it does. It looks like a show being animated as you play it. It's funny immediately, and it continues to be funny throughout the entire thing, the demo that I played. It's not always clear what you should be doing, but the environments are just full of things. So you play as this little dude, right? And he's a little, like, yellowy, orangey dude with a football head, sort of like Hey Arnold. And, like, his eyes blink at different times, and he's just, like, a weird, dopey guy. And he's very small, and the way he interacts with the world is he slaps stuff. And so, like, you walk around, and to talk to people, you slap them, and they jump. Right. And they react to it, but then they don't, like, go, like, why'd you fucking slap me? They, like, say the thing they're gonna say, like, oh, I was over at the supermarket, and blah, blah, blah. Like, you're just slapping, and you can slap them in the middle of them talking and interrupt them. And, like, you're tiny, so usually you're, like, slapping them on the leg, but sometimes they're, like, laying on the ground, and you get to slap them in the face or slap them on the butt. You're, like, slapping trash cans to see if stuff will pop out of trash cans. It's just running around and slapping shit is fucking hilarious, dude, because it all animates really well, and, like, it's always surprising. Like the things that will happen when you slap something, like you'll innocuously slap a bench and something funny and crazy will happen, right? It's full of stuff like that. And it's just a delightful time. And it's called Thank Goodness You're Here, and thank goodness this game exists, because I like it quite a bit.
Yeah, I might check it out. I don't know.
You should at least try it to see if it's a demo. Try it to see if the humor resonates with you at all.
Yeah,
like the first thing you do in the game is, like, you get told off about like your poor performance at work or showing up late or something from your boss, and the first thing you do is slap the water cooler a bunch of times until it falls over, and you push it to the window, and then you just fucking jump out the window, and your boss is like, did you really just jump out the window? We're like 4 stories up in the air. And then, like, you fall down and, like, land on someone, and it's a whole thing. That's like the first thing you do. It's delightful.
Cute.
Yeah.
All right, we got 2 left.
Oof.
How about, tell me about On Your Tail?
Yeah, this has been revealed. This was at a press conference a little while ago. This is that furry game where you play this, like, cute furry chick, and she wears, like, a bomber jacket, but she's also, like a pseudo detective, and she's in this, like, Italian coastal town with other furries. It just has cute writing. It's like fun music, this cozy little Italian coastal town. It's a lot of dialogue. It's mostly dialogue. But every time you interact with someone or you go a place, you get a card. And so you can kind of, like, flip through the cards to, like, review information. And, like, they fill out more as you discover more about people. But like I said, you're kind of a detective. And so, like, you're not, like, a professional detective, but you are here to, like, kind of help solve some stuff. And, like, you're an informal detective, and so, like, the first case,
I believe they would say, like, an amateur detective.
Yeah.
How they would
that makes more sense than informal's funnier. And the first mystery is, someone broke into this dining establishment, and they stole something, and so you could go in and you talk to the proprietor, you look around the environment, and the investigation kind of takes place in two phases. The first phase is, like, the clue gathering phase, and that is with a spot the difference mechanic where you have this little, like, compass thing, like a sort of like a flip up makeup kit kind of thing, where it's like a lens that you look through, and so you're, like, spotting the difference in the environment, and once you find a difference, it'll pop up a card that explains kind of what it means, the context around it. And once you've gathered enough cards, you can try and solve what happened. And then the game shifts, because it's like a 3D, very nicely animated, some nice art. 3D game, and you're kind of walking around, and then it zooms into first person for the spot the different stuff, and then it shifts again for the second phase of the investigation, which it pulls out, and it's a diorama with little cardboard character representations and standees with little like colored stands, and they'll like hop around the environment, and you have to kind of like try and suss out like what was a sequence of events based on the clue cards that you've derived. So you have like put the cards in order, and things will animate with these like little cardboard standees hopping around in like this diorama of the space, which was like, it was just really cool. Like it has some flair, it has some style, it has ideas.
Yeah. It's a cool like visualization for that kind of, like detective puzzle sort of thing.
Yeah, and I found that process to be really fun. It was very simple and like it was not a difficult thing to solve, but I've just found the presentation to be like to really draw me in a fun way. Yeah, it was really cute and neat. I wasn't sure when it was like first revealed how much like game there would be to it. And it's mostly what I said, kind of walking around talking to people, and then some of the puzzle solving or like mystery solving stuff.
Nice.
But yeah, I think at some point you get to drive a Vespa, which sounds fun.
Makes me think of the movie Luca, the Pixar movie. I watched it semi-recently.
Oh, yeah.
That's their whole thing, because it's like small Italian coastal
Right.
town, and their whole thing is about trying to get a Vespa.
Nice.
Because Vespa means freedom in their minds.
Oh, sure.
You can drive it anywhere.
Nice.
Vespas are dope.
Yeah.
Not in America, but
no.
Small Italian
where
coastal town,
everything is
Vespas are
close,
sick.
so Vespa sounds great.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's on your tail.
Well, sweet. I like it. Last one here. Just Crow things. So I checked this out. It's a kid's game. I was looking for another thing that like my kids might want to enjoy watching me play. It looked like something like Little Kitty Big City, where it's just causing mischief and nonsense, and sort of in big open environment. There's just like there's too much going on in it. Like it's a little too open-ended for a game that does have checkbox progression. Like there are tasks it wants you to accomplish, but it's these big environments with just like shit everywhere. And by shit, I mean literally, because you can poop. There's a button to poop,
Okay.
which is very good. You can pick stuff up and drop it on people. There's like a fire extinguisher that you can pick up and shoot it at people. All of that nonsense is very fun, but it also like wants you to like fly and pop all these balloons, or like pick up this thing and put it over here, like a bunch of tasks.
So it's like a goat simulator.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, much more simplified. Because it's it's geared towards kids. So I think from a nonsense perspective, there's some fun stuff, but from a like video game perspective, it's much less interesting.
Okay.
It also has. It's funny. I left my Steam Deck running with it because I had paused it because I was doing something with dinner, and I just left it running in our dining room, and so the music was playing. And my wife was like, "Oh, I love this music," because it was very like calming and relaxing. And I was like, "Did I accidentally pull up Preserve again, like the Dorfromantic game?" And I was like, "Oh no, this is Just Crow Things. Wait, why is the music very like elegant and calming when like you play as a crow that can shit on people, and if you eat beans, it turns your poop button into like a fart projectile button where like it gives you a speed boost, and like so the music is nice, but it's not a good fit for the type of game that it is. So as someone that plays a lot of these kinds of games now, I was not super impressed by this one, but there is definitely hijinks to be had. And so if that's all you're looking for, Just Crow Things has that at least. So there you go. That's all the Steam Next Fest demos. That's a lot.
Yeah.
What was the best thing you played from that big list? What's the one that you're like everybody? Like what's the thing everybody needs to go check this out?
I mean, like the easiest one to recommend is What the Car. 100%. Okay. I think the thing that I came away with like a pleasant surprise was definitely like Flintlock and Caravan Sandwich. Pleasantly surprised by both of those.
Nice.
But yeah, the easy recommendation has to be What the Car. Everybody, there's something in it for everybody, I think. It's just a lovely time.
Yeah, I would shout out One Button Bosses as a like very approachable, simple game that has a lot of like not literal depth, but it feels like there's a lot of depth because it's very. It's funny to say a game is really mechanics heavy when there's one button, but that's
Right.
that's what's interesting about it because it
Yeah.
feels very mechanics heavy. So yeah, I would recommend One Button Bosses.
Yeah.
Really quick, one hit on a couple of Star Wars things before we jump into Summer Game Fest shenanigans.
All right, you have approximately 1 minute until we hit 2 hours.
Right.
So.
Oh yeah, 2 hours. So because we didn't talk about Star Wars stuff last month because we were running long, and now I've gotten so many Star Wars books. So I went back and read the Star Wars Dark Forces trilogy of novellas. You like cannot buy these physically because they're super rare and expensive. I absolutely read them legally online. It was extremely easy to find a legal solution, which is why I did that.
Okay.
So that just to get that out of the way. These they're very short. They're like, I mean, granted, I'm reading it on my computer, but they're like 70 to 100 pages.
Okay.
They follow pretty closely to at least my memory of the Kyle Katarn video games. So
Interesting.
like Star Wars Dark Forces, Jedi Knight, Jedi Academy,
Okay.
etc., etc. Which I really like those games. I like the Kyle Katarn character. Because they were so like the games, they felt a little bit like time wasters, but they're so short that it wasn't a huge issue.
Sure.
That could totally not be the case. Like maybe the novellas have like additional stuff that the games don't. I just don't. It's been 20 years since I've played those games that it's hard to really look back.
Like, what was
But those are
what was like the value takeaway for you from these? Just
the value takeaway.
like,
do you mean?
you were happy to read more Kyle Katarn. Like what?
Yeah,
I guess
well,
like,
I mean,
what were you hoping to get from it other than like just checking it off a list?
The journey that I am on is rereading all of the reading all of the Star Wars books that take place post Return of the Jedi.
Okay.
So these don't all take place post Return of the Jedi. I think the first one, which is Soldier for the Empire, takes place in episode 4. And then there's Rebel Agent, which takes place like during episode 6, and then Jedi Knight, which takes place a couple years after episode 6. So there's a bit of a gray area in my timeline, but some of it was a checking the box thing because I wanted to read all of them, with a couple of things excepting because there are apparently a couple like just real trash Star Wars books that I'm just gonna skip that are one-off.
Okay.
From there, I moved forward to Star Wars: The Truce at Bakura. So this book is the first book chronologically post Return of the Jedi. And in fact, the beginning of this book takes place like mere days after the Battle of Endor. So Emperor's dead. Most of the Empire forces have been destroyed. All of the big admirals and grand admirals have been destroyed. But the Empire still vastly outnumbers the rebels. It's just that their leadership structure and all of their top admirals are gone.
Right.
So there isn't like, it's a bunch of people that are in the Outer Rim and like away from the battle. They're less successful leaders, which is the reason that they weren't at Endor. All of those people like scrambling to say like, what are we gonna do? And so this story follows mostly like our main cast, Luke, Leia, Han, Chewie, in getting a distress signal from the planet of Bakura, which is out like near the Outer Rim. It's like towards the end, what the fuck am I trying to say? Like the outer fringe of their galaxy, basically. And the distress signal says, hey, we are in Empire-occupied space, but we really need help because there are aliens attacking us, and we don't know what they are or where they're from, and they are trying to kill all of us. Please, Alliance, come help. And so they travel there with like a small force of the rebels, and they basically form like a short-term alliance with the Empire that is there to fight off this, what they discover is extra galactic threat. So it's not the Yuzhen Vong, which is like the famous big enemies from outside of the galaxy. This is a separate one. They're called the Shiruk, SSI-RUUK, because everything's got to be stupid in Star Wars.
Star Wars Legends canon was, let's just put 2 of the letter next to it, and it's alien.
Yeah. But yeah, so they're like this... they're like size and a half bigger than humans. They're sort of reptilian lizard kind of creatures. And they're actually like the opposite of the Yuzhen Vong, because the Yuzhen Vong were cool because they filled, they created a gap in the Force. Like they were unseeable in the Force. But the Shiruk are easier to find in the Force because their technology is fueled from human souls, baby.
Okay. Wait, so where did they get the human souls before they came to the galaxy?
They have been sort of wiping out planets on their way to try to take over the entire galaxy. So they've, enslaved a handful of much smaller, non-aligned planets before they got to Bakura. Okay. And Bakura is like the biggest one that already had an Imperial presence, which is why they were able to put up some sort of fight and not just be completely destroyed by the Shiruk. So one of the planets that they had taken over, there was a human there who had Force sensitivity. And so the Shiruk could sense this dude in the Force, or whatever they would think of as being the Force, because of their like innate ability and how they harvest human souls to fuel their technology. So they captured him and are using him to sort of communicate. And they basically indoctrinated him into thinking that being a slave to them is like the thing that he wants to be.
Cool.
And then he discovers Luke because he senses this like really powerful thing through the Force. And so he's communicating with Luke. Luke senses that something is very off with this dude because he's been indoctrinated. And so it's kind of Luke trying to like pull him out of this like essentially what's the phrase when you like fall in love with your captors?
Stockholm syndrome.
Yes, thank you. Stockholm syndrome. Yeah. And so that's sort of like Luke's story. There's also a local government there that is aligned to the Empire, but that's more about the Empire was stronger and took over everything. So is there like a rebel movement there? One of the main characters on Bakura, I thought I wrote her name down, but I guess I did not. She's like one of the senators there, and she like hates Jedi because of some historical thing where like a Jedi killed her parents through some battle or something, and she becomes a love interest for Luke. And I actually really liked how it, because the writer of Truce at Bakura is a woman. There are not very many women that wrote like these Legends Star Wars books. That's true. But I thought she handled their relationship really interestingly, where like she gave this other character a lot of agency and wrote more about Luke's sentimentality and sort of his conflict of the teachings of the Jedi forbidding love, but also his feelings that he's had for Leia as his sister sort of opened him to this like love isn't a bad thing for a Jedi to have. So he's sort of exploring that. And I really, really liked that stuff, which surprised me. Because the love stories have historically not been written super well in Star Wars books. But that I really liked. I also really liked how she writes Leia. And part of this is because it's immediately following Episode 6, where Leia, like most of the Star Wars books that, Kyle, you and I have read, take place 20 plus years after Episode 6, where Leia is like the right-hand man to Mon Mothma, and she has way more of the like regal senatorial persona. Right. Versus the original trilogy, she's more of a rebel. She's sarcastic and snarky. And I feel like this book does a really good job balancing that, because when she's with her friends, she's being a smartass and cool, but she has to play the senator to schmooze the local Bakurans to get them to not like the Empire. And so that dichotomy, I think, is handled really well also. Okay. The biggest problem with the book is that it's one book. And this is a big story
that's a lot
to tell in one book. And that I thought was the biggest failing, is it feels super rushed. the final battle is like one chapter, and it feels pretty underwhelming to the resolution of it, and like open-ended intentionally. But I have hindsight where like the Shiruk don't come back, at least not in the books. I believe they're in the comics a bunch and in different storylines, but like it just it reads like it's a complete one-off, and it shouldn't have been. It should have been a bigger thing. But this was one of the original, like this came out in like 95. It was one of the first big Star Wars novels in the Timothy Zahn era. So I think that's part of it, is they were just trying to capture a bunch of stories in that time. Right. So kind of mixed on that one. But yeah, I'm very excited to talk about the X-Wing series, which I'm currently reading because it fucking rules. So we'll get to that next month.
Nice.
It's some Wedge Antilles goodness.
Hell
baby.
Yeah.
Love that character. So that's everything we've been playing. Couple of books. You know, we like to talk about really high impact novels.
Other shit that
fiction.
matters. Come on, man.
Other shit that matters. So let's talk about Summer Game Fest.
All right.
Here's what we're going to do. As I mentioned at the top, there are like 10 different showcases we're going to talk about. Not every game. First was Guerrilla Collective, as that sort of kicked off the show. We're just going to pick a couple of games here, Kyle, because you're the one that watched this. Yeah. I guess not live, but you watched the whole showcase. And just like calling out a couple things to be like, hey, keep your eye on this.
Yeah.
Here's a cool thing. Go watch the trailer. Maybe check it out. When we get to the bigger ones like Summer Game Fest, Xbox, etc., where we've got a lot more big games to talk about, I want to give like a hype meter. 1 to 10, how excited and interested we are in that game. But for a lot of these indies, I think it'll be easier just to chat through quickly.
Okay.
So you want to run through the Guerrilla Collective showcase.
Yeah, just some notable things that caught my eye. They kicked off with the Yooka-Laylee, which is an insane name for a product.
It is.
It's cute. It is cute, but it's also insane. Enhanced definitive version has some like new challenges, secrets, mechanics, a lot of new accessibility options, which I was really pleased to see. That's great. I never played Yooka-Laylee. I know you.
I was gonna say I don't think we explicitly said what this was a remake.
Oh
of.
yes, yeah, Yooka-Laylee,
original Yooka-Laylee, yeah.
Which is the character action platformer, like Banjo-Kazooie, with literally a character that has a smaller character on its back. Sort of a genre revival. Shea, you played Yooka-Laylee. You had kind of mixed feelings on it. You liked it, but didn't love it.
I did, yes. I think the biggest problem with Yooka-Laylee is that it's a 3D character platformer, and it's made like an original 3D character platformer. In that it's got a bunch of like little side games, mini games, collectathon, and it wears out its welcome, and there's not enough to it. And I got bored with some of the like systems. Yeah. I think the personality of it's fantastic. The platforming part is generally fun. It's got some fun bosses. But like just this style of game has not aged well. And I think that's the fatal flaw for Yooka-Laylee.
Okay. See, because I've been having a bit of a old character action platformer renaissance lately, going back and playing like Spyro and Crash. And so since I haven't played Yooka-Laylee, I will definitely be picking up this new version of it just to check it out. I probably won't beat it, but I bet I will play it and get something out of it.
Yeah, it's totally not a bad game. Yeah. Like if you're into those types of things, I played the Spyro collection and loved the hell out of it, but there's also a lot of nostalgia that went with that. This game doesn't have that nostalgia, and so it's kind of harder to look past some of like the glaring flaws of that style of game. But yeah, I mean, you've been liking those games lately. You should definitely check it out.
Next was Knights in Tight Spaces, which is very funny because it's a follow-up to the game Fights in Tight Spaces, except this one, obviously, it's medieval. It's a tactical, like, turn-based. It has cards, like, for different abilities and stuff, but tactical turn-based game, all about these fights in these very claustrophobic, limited scope spaces, and just trying, like, these little, like, fighting vignettes. And Fights in Tight Spaces gained like a huge cult following. People really liked it, and so it's cool to see like a medieval version of it. It's also like a fun play on words. Then there's Neon Blood, which is coming out in Q4 of this year. Should be by the end of the year. It's like a cyberpunk pixel art game, but has like a noir detective story, some really great art, good vibes. I love noir. It's one of my favorite genres, and I find that kind of in any medium, be it games, film, books, I just am really drawn to that sort of self-aggrandizing and the I don't know how I want to word it, like the emotional escalation of a noir, the heightening of the stakes sometimes in like to absurd levels of noir. I enjoy that quite a bit. So this drew me right in. It's called Neon Blood.
Yeah. That looks cool.
Yeah. Then there was Disco Samurai, which is a third-person action game, but it's like dioramas. Again, pixel art cyberpunk, and I put in parentheses, I'm sensing a theme here, because right before this was another kind of cyberpunk game.
Yeah.
The combat seems pretty cool. You have this like glowing katana, which is like fucking dope. It seems like it's a very timing-based combat game. Like the action and reaction matter a lot, so it's not like a button masher. So you have these again, sort of like Nights in Tight Spaces, where you have these little diorama areas that you're fighting in. But yeah, it's just got like a great aesthetic, and it seems like a very kind of like a deliberate combat, which I tend to be more magnetized towards. So that's Disco Samurai. It was pretty cool.
There appears to be a demo on Steam.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'll have to check it out. I'll have to download that and check it out. I didn't see that.
There is also a Nights in Tight Spaces demo.
Yeah, that one I like already know what it is, so I'll be checking that out. But
right.
But Disco Samurai, I would like to at least try it. Killing Time Resurrected. This is Night Dive's new remaster. It's old boomer shooter, Doom-like. It's just mostly like a grab bag of different like horror genre enemies and settings. Killing Time. And so they're bringing it back, doing the Night Dive thing where they redo some of the art, package it up, and make it work for modern systems. So that's kind of neat to see that one brought back. This next one's very near and dear to my heart. Tomba Special Edition. Hell yeah, Tomba. We never owned Tomba, but I played the demo on a PlayStation Underground disc like 35-50 times as a kid. I loved Tomba. It has original and remastered soundtracks, so you can choose which one you want to listen to. It has an art museum with interviews and like different kind of behind the scenes stuff, which is cool. It's coming out August 1st. I will absolutely be buying this because I would like to finally play Tomba for real, not just on a PlayStation Underground.
I don't know anything about Tomba. It looks like it's like a Donkey Kong style.
Sort of, yeah. Actually, yeah, very similar to Donkey Kong Country. Very similar to Donkey Kong Country. You're just like this little pink-haired troll boy platformer. Yeah, just like a very back in that age of all those different character platformers, 2D platformers. This one had just a visual identity that really resonated with me, which is why I kept playing it. Like you're this little pink-haired troll dude, and you're fighting these like pig boys. Yeah, Tomba fucking rules. Well, at least my memory of Tomba rules. So, well, I'll find out if it still rules on August 1st when I pick it up.
Fair.
Next is Light Odyssey. I put sad but hopeful piano and horns playing as the music. It's a black and white game. I also put definitely a tone piece. Shea will love this as a bullet point.
Yeah, I watched some gameplay of it, and because it's like a boss rush more style game, right?
Oh, it's a third-person action puzzle platformer. I don't know that it's a boss rush. It's like a very pulled out, fixed perspective. Comes out this year, supposedly. I didn't get boss rush from it.
I'm on Steam, and in the description it says action-packed boss rush action game.
I didn't get that from the trailer.
I mean,
but...
there's other stuff that you're doing,
right?
In it, but yeah, it might be pretty heavily focused on bosses, which is less appealing.
Yeah,
to me. But yeah, I'm super into the visual style.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe then Light Odyssey, maybe this year as well. Fallen Aces. This one I really need to download the demo for. Well, it's not a demo. There's like the prologue is out or something. But this is so at first I thought this was like a boomer shooter. But it's actually a little bit more of like a boomer shooter immersive sim. It's a first person, like a stealth action game with a really fun kind of comic book hand-drawn art style, evoking like very old superhero comic art.
Yeah, it's like super like 50s.
Yes, yeah, very 50s, like blam kind of comic art.
Yeah.
And lots of fun sound effects when you're punching enemies. It's got all that stuff, but it's like it's like like Prohibition era gangster, kind of Chicago industrial district kind of look to it. It just seems really cool. And I thought it was going to be like a linear boomer shooter, but apparently from hearing people talk about it, it's more of an immersive sim where it's a bit more open and you kind of have options on how you want to tackle different scenarios, which is even more appealing than had it been linear to me. Because there are a few of these like retro style immersive sims that are in the works. There's another one that's like really sci-fi. It's really grungy. I think I've talked about it on the podcast before. The name escapes me at the moment, but I do need to check out Fallen Aces though, because it seems very cool. Then Post Trauma was there. We've seen this before. It's a new game from Raw Fury. It's very like original Resident Evil or Silent Hill, where it's like fixed third-person camera, but you can also transition into first person for some of the shooting and stuff. I think this still looks pretty good. I bet it's one of those situations where it's a little rough around the edges, but the core experience is unique and fun, and they bring some fresh stuff to the genre. So I bet this one probably hits for me pretty hard. But if you're into games like I am, Post Trauma is something you should be keeping your eye on. Project Z Beyond Order. Dude, talk about catering to
zombie
me
game.
As an audience.
It's got Z in the title. It's a zombie game.
Yeah. Talk about like this. All right. It's a first-person shooter set in World War II with zombies. It's co-op. Let's fucking go, man. It's completely derivative, but also it's derivative of all of the things that I love. So it's very much my shit, and so I'm fine with it. And so, like, I will totally play this when it comes out, provided it's not a complete hot mess, which is always hard to tell from these kinds of trailers. That's Project Z Beyond Order. They're not making any new waves, but I could go for another one of those. Always. Cozy Dungeons. Very cute game. You go into dungeons, you clear them out, you clean them up, you renovate them, sort of like a little Animal Crossing, like Happy Home Designer, but for dungeons. Very cute aesthetic, fun idea. Don't know if there's a whole lot of depth to it, but it's a neat, cute idea. Cozy Dungeons. Then there's Double Shake, which is like this old school 2.5D platformer that has like a vaguely Mega Man Legends aesthetic to it, which like I'm immediately there for, always. Something about those old Mega Man Legends games, I just love how they look so much, and this one is giving me a lot of that. So that's Double Shake. Egging On, it's another physics climbing game, a la Chained Together and Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy, but you're an egg, so you get to like roll around with the weird shape physics of being an egg.
It's an I Am Bread.
Yeah, I Am Bread like. There we go. I Am Bread Light. The Secret of Crystal Mountain. This one, character action platformer collectathon, but this time it's like a cute fox wearing a top hat. You're talking to your little animal friends, exploring the environment. You have a cute little bird that's in your backpack. Just like a charming game. This one reminds me a little of like Little Gator Game. It kind of seems like that kind of a little like systems light exploration character action platformer. Secret of Crystal Mountain. Day of the Shell is a tile-based strategy game with some really cool art that reminds me of like Bastion, like art from Bastion. I'm not sure if this is a roguelike or not. I couldn't get that information just from what they showed at the showcase, but could potentially be cool. I do like my tile-based strategy games, so that could hit for me. This next one is from the creators of Moonlighter, and that is Cataclysmo. It's a tower defense game, like a 3D tower defense game, but it has a physics engine. So like the enemies can kind of pile up. The art is very, the aesthetic's very minimalist. It's like a lot of things like kind of grayscale. There's not a lot of color. Just a really kind of like defining aesthetic, which I found pretty neat. It seems pretty cool. There's like tons of enemies on screen at once, like the towers and platforms that your things are on crumbling with physics. All looks really cool. That's actually coming next month on July 16th. I don't know if that's early access or not. I think it's just a release. But yeah, that's Cataclysm.
Oh yeah,
which is cool.
Yeah.
Beloved Rapture. This is a classically inspired JRPG, turn-based, great pixel art, animation. They're doing that HD 2D kind of look with the little bit of lighting rendering on top of it. Open world. This is hella anime, coming out this year. I have tried a handful of these kinds of games and also have other ones that I'm like watching before they come out because I've been burned by them a couple times. Like they try like they all want to differentiate themselves, but the core formula is so good that like when they try to differentiate themselves, they tend to sacrifice something that I love about the classic versions of the genre, like Final Fantasy and Chrono Cross and stuff. And so this is one to keep my eye on. I don't know if it'll hit or not. It's just like it's so hard for me to like play these new versions of these old genres and like have them really hit for me. But
right,
I don't know. Fingers crossed. I'm forever hopeful, and that's Beloved Rapture, which is a terrible name. Escape from Ever After. This is basically Paper Mario. Super charming, a lot of great art, tons of mini games and stuff, but it's got the same kind of Paper Mario combat where it's like timing based to like do extra damage on your attacks and stuff, and you got button prompts popping up in the turn-based combat. There's a demo for this coming on July 19th, so hopefully be able to play that next month and talk a little bit more about it. And hopefully I'm not too burned out on the formula after playing some more Paper Mario. That's Escape from Ever After. Next is Slime Heroes, third-person action adventure game. You play as a cute little slime. Seems like it might be co-op. I don't know. It was cute. I like the only thing I care about in Dragon Quest is that cute little slime guy, and so like a whole right. game where you play as the cute little slime guy. Okay, maybe. That's.
On Steam, it does have a Souls-like meta tag.
Maybe not.
Because
Slime Heroes.
Fucking everything, you know. If you want your game to get found, you need to tell people that it's a Souls-like.
That's true. We'll see how true that is, but...
Does it have combat? It's a Souls-like.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about that Steam SEO, which is impossible to penetrate. Oh, yeah. So that's Slime Heroes. Maybe Souls-like, maybe not. And the last one from the Guerrilla Collective I'm going to point out is Constance. This is a side-scrolling action platformer with really pretty, like, fluid-looking art. You can turn into paint and, like, spray paint on surfaces and, like, jump between them to platform up, which is, like, a really cool kind of navigation mechanic. I believe there are also, like, puzzle elements you're solving with that kind of paint mechanic. That's supposed to come late next year, 2025, so I don't know if they'll have a demo for that or anything, but I just thought that visually it was very interesting to me. I was kind of drawn to it, and then it seems like less combat focused, a little more puzzle platformer, using its kind of paint systems as puzzle systems. So nice job, Guerrilla Collective. Like a lot of very different kinds of games.
A ton of games.
So many.
Yeah.
And like
it was a huge
showcase. This was like a fifth of the games that were there.
Oh
man, totally. There were so many. Like not all of them obviously particularly interesting to us, but it felt like there were multiple things there for everyone is what that felt like, which was very cool to see. They did a great job.
Yeah, I mean that's the beauty of the indie scene. Like, one is just volume. There's so much
Yeah.
indie stuff coming out, and the quality bar has gotten so much higher.
It really
and
has.
There's still tons of like schlock and like just people that maybe aren't ready to be launching and releasing a game yet. But like it seems like I think historically there have been publishers like Devolver Digital that have really highlighted the cream of the crop with indie games. And then there were always like a couple of breakthrough independent things. And it feels like the volume on both of those sides has really ramped up. Like there are tons more breakthrough out of nowhere games. And there are more like small publishers and like small collectives of publishers that are releasing indie games that are all really good.
Yeah, and I mean that's
like,
how you keep an industry healthy, right? Is the diversification, like less consolidation, that's I think what I came away from the most from the Summer Games Fest period with all these showcases is because I've been feeling really cynical about the state of the industry. I think a lot of people have for very good, solid reasons. And so then you have all of this stuff happening, and it's the Guerrilla Collective showcase was such an uplifting experience for me to watch, to be like, man, even in spite of all this bad stuff going on, the industry is so big now, and it's so accessible now that we can still have really awesome stuff happening that doesn't take 500 people 8 years to make. And it's like that made me feel really good, and it's. But also, right, that breadth and scope of that is a problem because it's hard to parse that information. So showcases like the Guerrilla Collective showcase are extremely valuable for me because, like, most of those games I probably would have never clicked on the Steam page for as I was scrolling through my queue or whatever. Like, so to have it there, that curated list, like you said, is extremely valuable. More than ever because of the volume. Yeah.
And I mean, you see volume in the AAA space going down, right? Like all these studios are getting closed, all the consolidation that's happening, like they're continually more and more risk averse and just focusing on like their big sequels and IP. Yeah. Like historically on my top 10 lists, I always will have like 2 to 3 indie games that I really love every year. And when I look at the future,
ratio is shifting.
Like the ratio is shifting.
And that's okay.
Because totally. It is a bummer in some ways because I love those big tentpole AAA experiences. But those big tentpole AAA experiences are becoming safer and safer, and we're getting fewer of them. So it's like there are many AAA games that I play and like, but that's the extent of my passion for them. And we're gonna get to that as we talk about Summer Game Fest and a handful of other things. So let's jump in here. I'll say like at the top, right? Like, I think Jeff did a good job ahead of time setting expectations for the show. He had commented of like, yeah, we got some new stuff to show, but I'm really excited to show everybody updates on things that have previously been announced. AKA, don't expect a bunch of like banger AAA announcements. And that was true. There were not a lot of big AAA banger announcements. I even think with his setting expectations, the expectations were not totally met, at least from my perspective. But there were a handful of things that I enjoyed. At the beginning, he made a pretty clear and honest statement about the state of the industry and layoffs. The way that it started, I was not a huge fan of because he was like, we got to acknowledge this, but I also want to comment just about really what we were just saying. Just the accessibility of games is so much higher, both for creators and for consumers, and there's more ways than ever to get your games out there. Showcases like the Summer Game Fest, like there's a balance between AAA and indie, and all that stuff is very good, which is true. My fear was he was going to stop it there. And then I was going to be like, okay, that feels like you're kind of like putting lipstick on a pig in the state of the industry part of it. But he kept going, which was fantastic to say that like he showed, hey, the Steam charts of the top selling games. And it was like 8 out of 10 of them or something like that. Or maybe it was 6 out of 8 were not like AAA published. They were independently published, solo developer, or like, and I think one of the AAA quote unquote games was Helldivers 2 because it was published by Sony, but not made by a AAA studio. So his kind of closing point on that was like, hey, if you keep laying people off, they're going to go make their own shit and it's going to outsell you. Because that's what's happening. Like, this idea that AAA indies only exist for prestige and awards. Wonder if someone said that recently. Like, that idea is so antiquated and just fucking factually incorrect. Because indie games can blow up and make tons of fucking money, like your Animal Wells and Hades 2 just coming out. Like, there are so many examples of independently published games that are running laps around AAA games in terms of sales. So
100%.
I loved that. I loved that, and he didn't do it in a confrontational way because he has to be buddy with all these people. Right. Otherwise, they're not going to work with him.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
That's what's tough. Like, it can feel like he's a shill for the suits because they're the ones paying $250,000 per minute to advertise their games at the show. And look, there was plenty of fucking shilling that happened. There was like a 10-minute segment on the console release of Valorant. Yeah. Are you fucking kidding me?
And like that Honkai Star Rail bullshit stuff too.
There was like an ad for a gamer TV from Samsung. Yeah. Like, it's just, there's nonsense that's involved, but at his core, I still believe that Jeff cares about the industry and the people who make games in a way that someone like Phil Spencer has been proven to not actually care about. Yeah. So that, I think, is worth lauding, despite a lot of the flack that Jeff gets, which much of it is deserved. Like, the way that Game Awards ran last year was really shitty. So there's plenty of ire to be thrown, as it should, but I also think he deserves credit for saying something like this and saying it in language that executives will hear, which is, you're leaving money on the table, man. If you're just firing people and not making small games, you're leaving money on the table. They're less risky financially, and when they make money, they return so much more from budget than a AAA game.
Yeah, it's just it's a flat organization problem. Like, the managers can't manage that many projects, and it's a problem with consolidation, and that's why a diverse, separated industry is so much more healthy, because you don't need a manager over like 7 indie studios, like offering inputs that don't matter and like setting expectations that aren't realistic for the teams. Like, let the teams do it. So I agree completely that I really felt good about Jeff's sentiments going into the show.
Something I felt less good about in what he said and lolled afterwards was he said, quote, "We'll have Star Wars, Batman, and Harry Potter as part of the show." And like, yeah, technically you had Star Wars, Batman, and Harry Potter.
Yeah, that is a fact, yes.
We'll get to that of how Star Wars, Batman, and Harry Potter were represented. But the first game that they showed off was actually a huge surprise. Not a surprise because it had been leaked, but a surprise because it's a Sony first-party game, and they just had a state of play, but they didn't announce it there, and they announced it here, which seems weird, but I think it's more, given the kind of game that it is, they want a broader audience than the type of person that would tune into a state of play. Yes. So it makes sense. It's just weird to have a show a couple days earlier that they knew was going to be disappointing, and then they decided to not announce this game at that show. Yeah. It's just a weird strategy. That game is Lego Horizon Adventures. I am not interested at all in this game. It's a kid's game. I like the Lego games. I've loved the Lego Star Wars, the Skywalker Saga game. It was fantastic. I've enjoyed many Lego games in the past. What I am seeing from Lego Horizon Adventure is it's way more of a kid's game even than other Lego games I've seen, and that's kind of a turnoff. Like, the world of Horizon doesn't make sense for a nostalgia bait Lego game like Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, Star Wars do. There's no nostalgia, there's no love for the universe of Horizon, but there are robot dinosaurs, and you know what kids love? Robots and dinosaurs.
Yeah, so
I get it. It's not, well, they're not making this for us.
No, they are not. But also, this looks a lot more fun than playing Horizon would be. I'm not a big fan of Horizon because I think my problem with Horizon is I find the characters to be extremely uninteresting and I don't like the way they treat Aloy. It's that like feeling of injustice all the time, and also I don't love Aloy either. I think she's kind of flat. Yeah, she's pretty flat. And this just has so much more life and fun and color. I thought they did a great job with this trailer. Like, they're promoting it the same way they would promote a Lego movie. It has the same cadence, the same tone. I thought that was very effective. It's a really weird thing, but I do kind of want to play it. Because a lot of the themes of Horizon I don't think are going to make their way into this, obviously, because they're more adult
environmentalism and capitalism, right. And none of that shit's going to be in here.
But I think at its core, like, the running around and breaking off pieces of the Lego dinosaurs will be a lot of fun. And also, it'll just be filled with a lot of that wacky Lego universe stuff in the fringes. So, like instead of having all of the Horizon story stuff and all the themes, they'll just fill it with, like, the fun, wacky Lego stuff. And I think that's fine.
That's part of what's weird about it, though, because you're right. The characters aren't that interesting in Horizon, but the characters in Lego Horizon bear zero resemblance to the characters in regular Horizon, and that's just kind of weird.
They're a lot more amped up and interesting. Which, hey, I'm happy for Ashley Birch because she gets to actually do something fun as Aloy,
right?
Instead of just like being somber and like whatever the whole time.
I also think the game looks incredible. Like,
it looks so good.
Actually, everything is made of Lego, including like the ground, that's something that I didn't like as much about the Lego Star Wars games. Was like when you're on Tatooine, it's this big desert planet that looks semi-realistic and not made of Lego. Like, everything in this game looks like it's made of Lego, and that just creates such a cool visual aesthetic.
Right.
And like everything can blow up into little Lego pieces, and that's fantastic.
And that's what makes it feel more like the Lego movie, because in the Lego movie everything is made of Lego. And it doesn't, so it doesn't feel like. So it also, like, there's an element to this where I'm excited about. Oh, what are the next Lego games going to be like, right? So if they're more like this, where everything is made of Lego, I guess seems like they've maybe figured that out, right? Like, they don't have to take shortcuts anymore. They can just kind of do that now, which would be cool. But yeah, it's supposed to come out holiday 2024. Also, notably, it's coming to Switch and PC.
Day one.
Yeah, so like a Sony first party franchise, an IP coming to Switch is pretty cool.
It's just, I mean, given their comments recently about, hey, our live service games are going to launch on PC day and date, but our single player games are still going to be delayed because we want people to experience those on console. They never said anything about Switch, and also this ain't a live service game, so it's just it's kind of odd.
Yeah,
but it makes sense. I think it's like, there are like 5 times as many Switches that have been sold compared to PS5s. Yeah. So when you're making a game for kids, dude, put it on Switch. You better put it on
Switch, man. So that was pretty cool. I understand why you would not be into it, but I think I will. I think I'll probably pick this one up.
It doesn't look bad. It's just it doesn't have anything that I want.
Sure. No More Room in Hell 2. Co-op permadeath game where you have to find your friends and survive. It's like a big open map, and you kind of spawn in different locations. You have to kind of like band together to then accomplish an objective before you complete the mission, whatever it is. The first No More Room in Hell actually started as a source mod. And this one, like, this looks actually pretty nice visually. There's some pretty good, like, Left 4 Dead vibes, and not just because of the zombies, because, like, the teaming up, cooperative, objective-based kind of stuff. It seemed pretty cool. Although it has a much darker tone than Left 4 Dead does. It's, like, not really any levity to it. It has up to 8-player co-op, which is neat. And it comes out in early access on Halloween. Of course it does. But yeah, this one interested me a bit. I never played the first one, but yeah, I've kind of been chasing that Left 4 Dead dragon for a long time, and whatever that game was that came out,
Back for Blood.
Back for Blood was just not it, man. It was not good.
Yeah.
And so maybe something that can get a little bit of that back into it would be really nice. So I don't know. I'm tentatively interested in No More Room in Hell 2.
Next was that Harry Potter game that they were going to have. Quidditch Champions.
Oh.
This game looks terrible.
It looks awful.
I mean, we're going off of a CG trailer because, hey, also it comes out in September and they're announcing it now
and not showing
gameplay. That's always a good sign, right? Yeah. I don't know. It looks bad.
The art style is very similar to Disney Dreamlight Valley.
But worse.
But yes, not as good.
Yeah, it looks bad. I don't know, dude. It just
I don't know.
We'll
I don't know what else.
Maybe.
Also, even if it looked great and looked like it would play great, I would not be interested in this game. I don't want to play Quidditch.
If it's like an online competitive thing, then certainly
Which
not.
Of course it would be.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I don't want to play Quidditch.
Live service, baby.
I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I don't even care about wizard sports. Although wizard's chess, which is a sport, is pretty cool. But only because you can just say it and not have to actually touch the pieces.
Fair. Something that does look fun.
Yeah.
Is Cuff Bust.
Cuff Bust
from
really
the
cool.
creator of Choo Choo Charles, the solo developed hit from last year, 2 years ago.
Yeah.
That was like a creepy. It's like Thomas the train engine,
yes.
tank engine.
Sure,
but he wants to eat you.
And basically. He has spider legs.
He has spider legs. Yeah, it looks fucking horrifying.
A bad time.
So this is like a prison escape game where you play as these like colorful koala aliens. It's multiplayer. It's like that frenemy sort of PvPvE. It looks like there might be teams where like you're competing against different teams, but also you can betray your own teammates and leave them behind. Tons of different mechanics and exploratory stuff and different ways to escape prison. It looks like a really good time.
Yeah, and the characters, so I really hope this is a function in the game, but the characters are all like talking to each other and stuff, but they're talking like little Lilo and Stitch voice, like Stitch.
I see where you're going.
Yeah, but they're
this.
actually saying words, but in the trailer, like they're impossible to understand, but the cadence is very similar to what the subtitles are. And so I'm really hoping when the game comes out, it just like puts an effect on your voice to like alter it to sound like that. So every time you're actually trying to communicate, but that would be fucking incredible.
That sounds awesome.
That would make it. That would
really
really heighten the experience for me. That sounds great.
Yeah. All right. Then we got a little bit on Star Wars Outlaws. So yeah, he showed Star Wars, but they showed way more Star Wars at the Ubisoft Forward, which we'll get to.
Yeah, we'll talk about it there.
Yeah, let's talk about it there.
Oh, come on. Next up, please be happy about this at least.
Oh yeah, Neva, I still don't know how to pronounce this. We have mentioned this in the past. This is from the creators of Gris. It looks awesome. I was hoping that we'd get a date. It just says that it's coming out in 2024. My note that I wrote was finally a good game. Not that like Cuff Bust looks fun, whatever, but like I wasn't really interested in most of the stuff that was being shown. But this, like, I'm all the way in. It's got more combat. I guess Gris didn't really have combat. This seems like it's leaning pretty heavily into that. I'm super hyped about it. Love the visual style. I have very high hopes and expectations and faith that they're gonna nail it.
Yeah, this is totally a Shea game.
Oh yeah.
Then he showed Once Human, which I have watched some early access game, like, so there were like closed beta stuff that some streamers have done. I'd watch some. It's a third-person survival crafting MMO that's sort of like a Division-like almost. I believe it's from a Korean developer. It's had like a lot of positive feedback from the people who played the earlier versions of it. I forgot to talk about it earlier. I did play the demo. I was not blown away. It was just like systems stacked on top of systems that were not explained well, and maybe some of that is like a translation problem.
Okay.
Or maybe some of it's just like it's not a game design philosophy that I am familiar with, obviously. I was potentially excited because I love The Division so much. It was like a ton of fun, and I've been clamoring for an experience like that, and I was hoping this could be that with also some survival crafting stuff, which like, hey, it's Kyle's game. I just didn't find it to be polished or intuitive. I had a lot of problems with it, but it's coming out on July 9th, so it's right around the corner. Obviously, it's an MMO live service game. It will continue to be developed and iterated on and updated. So it might be something that
if it's successful.
Correct. Yes.
I can't just say they will.
Yes. The intent is for them to do that. If it is successful and they continue to work on it, I may check in on it later, but later down the line. But that's Once Human. And then they showed some more Space Marine 2, which still looks fucking awesome, dude.
Yeah, I'm in. It looks great.
It said there was going to be a June 20th deep dive stream. I missed that somehow, so I need to go try and find that.
I did see like an extended gameplay thing that I ended up not watching.
Okay. I'm making a note to myself to watch that.
Yeah, that's a game that like I don't need to see more of it.
I just want to watch more because it looks
look
great.
ahead. Look ahead for our September Game Club game, Space Marine 2.
Yes, for sure.
We will be playing that.
That's coming out September 9th. And then
we
had
our
Batman
awesome
game.
Batman.
Yay!
Yeah, so we got our Star Wars game, which was a small slice of a game that's already been announced that we're going to see more of at a different show. We got our great big Harry Potter game, which was a shitty looking Quidditch game. And then we got our big real deal Batman game, which is fucking a MetaQuest 3 exclusive VR
Dude.
Game. What are we doing?
MetaQuest
Why are
3
we making
exclusive?
Why are we making exclusive VR games? No one is playing VR games. It's insane. Why are you diluting it even further?
I'll tell you why. Because
to make a quick buck? Because they know it's going to fail?
Yes. So, it's a MetaQuest 3 exclusive because the development of this game was subsidized to be a MetaQuest 3 exclusive because they knew, even if it was not exclusive, it would barely sell. So they may as well take the quick money from the company who's subsidizing the development.
Yeah.
I'm
not blaming the developers at all. Sure. I am blaming
the broken VR industry
and Valve and Sony.
It's a problem,
for all like trying to get exclusives when no one's buying their fucking headsets.
A huge problem.
And the reason like they're doing this to make a quick buck because hey, maybe a couple thousand people will buy one of these things to play the Batman Arkham game. But they know that VR is going to fail. That might not be like that might not stop them. Look, like Sony released the PlayStation VR 2, which everybody was surprised by. They're not gonna make a VR 3. Meta might, because Zuckerberg's a fucking psycho moron and he's obsessed with any metaverse shit. He might make another one, but it's not going to be because it's been successful. So they're doing these exclusives because they're like, this might sell a couple more units, and that's all we care about. It's not about the long-term survival of VR as a gaming industry. It's about how can we sell a couple more of these things really quick and make slightly less of a loss than we otherwise would.
I mean, like, I get why VR had to be this, right? Like, it was an experimental technology that needed a lot of investment, and the only people with a lot of money to invest are fucking assholes from Silicon Valley. So, like, I get why it is that way, but at some point, I was really hoping and expecting, like, the sane people in the industry to step in and offer, like, a reasonable, sustainable alternative, but it's all just... Gaming platforms being made by investors. And like, they don't care about sustainability, they care about the quick turn cash grab. And so like, that's why, like, I'm just waiting for someone to come along with a sustainable VR option. That's what I'm waiting for. And I think,
keep waiting.
Yeah, I don't know if it will ever happen, which sucks. But like,
it won't.
I've been hoping that, like, and maybe this is true, that there's some large company that is letting all of these little investors like hash out and figure out all of the problems for them, and then they come in with a sustainable option. That's what I'm hoping will happen. But the more time goes on, the less I think that's actually going to take place.
The competition is the problem. Like, it's not a matter of the technology isn't good enough, because it totally is. And it's not a matter of there aren't enough different types of gameplay experiences to justify this, because there totally are. The problem is no one is buying these headsets. There are too many different kinds of headsets, and you can't play every game on one headset. It will never survive. Like, that will never survive because of that.
Yeah, it makes me sad.
So yeah, maybe in 15 years, like, one big company will have a headset. They'll be the only game in town. And so all of the games will be on their thing. And then once that becomes popular, then more competitors can come in. It's like the arms race was too fast.
Yeah.
There was too much competition too early.
Yeah. It was just that period of time where money was cheap. Yeah, it was bad. So Batman Arkham Shadow, nobody who listens to this podcast will be able to play it. Congratulations.
Write us in if you're buying a MetaQuest 3.
Next is Tears of Metal. This is like a Scottish Dynasty Warriors. Is a weird one.
With like really cartoony
graphics.
Kind of like intentionally muddy.
Yeah.
It reminded me a little bit of like Home Movies visually, the cartoon.
Yes, that's a good call.
Where everything's a little bit like jittery.
Yeah.
And I wasn't in love with this, if I'm being honest.
Me neither.
Like, it was, I saw it and I was like, ooh, I want to really be into this. And I just kind of wasn't.
It's at least interesting.
100%. It's super unique. Love that. It just didn't do a lot for me.
Like, it seems pretty janky.
I'm rooting for it.
Yes,
though.
Me too. I'm also rooting for Delta Force Hawk Ops.
Why?
I'm not.
So
there's
peek behind the curtain. We've got our big long list of every game with a bunch of notes for every game that we watched, and then we went through and each of us like highlighted games that we wanted to talk about. I saw that you highlighted this game and was like, why?
Only because there's a single player mode where they got licensed the ability to recreate the movie Black Hawk Down as a single player campaign. And I love that movie. The movie's incredible. So yeah, I would like to play that
fairly recently.
Yeah, I did too. Like, over the past few years. And I just want more first-person shooter campaigns. And like, the Black Hawk Down is a very compelling film with a lot of like very memorable scenes and sequences and like locations and stuff. And so it would be cool to play through that in a first-person shooter campaign. The multiplayer stuff, fucking, I don't give a shit. The Black Hawk Down campaign seems kind of neat. It's probably also going to be terrible, but whatever. That's Delta Force Hawk Ops, which is a horrible name. Then we have a block from Blumhouse, which is a horror movie production company. They are now getting into games, which is interesting. And they showed off kind of a quick sizzle reel of horror games that they have under their new games label. Several of which I found to be very interesting. Crystal Theater of Idols was really fucked up. It has like a bunch of like weird looking masks and stuff. It's like a first person horror game. Like really nice graphics, but seems pretty messed up. Sleep Awake, also like first person horror game with kind of like realistic graphics. I don't remember. Is it Fear the Spotlight? Or am I confusing these two, actually? I should have written notes. Hold on. wrote notes on like everything else.
Fear the Spotlight is sort of like PS1 style graphics.
Okay, that's the one I was thinking
I'm
of.
on Steam right now.
Yes, Fear the Spotlight. Yeah, PS1 style graphics made by a married couple. This one looks really interesting. It's like two girls at like their school library at night, like creepy vibes. They do like a Ouija board thing, and of course things go bad for them. But it has that really cool retro aesthetic that I get very drawn to. And then they have a thing called Project C, which is being made by
Sam Barlow.
Yes, Sam Barlow. Thank you. And like no information on that, just like the project title and his name. But I mean, we'll see what that's like when that comes out. There were a couple other games that weren't as interesting to me, but yeah, like there was like 6 games, including Project C, which is cool. It's neat to see Blumhouse do this because like their horror movies are usually pretty well regarded within the horror community. And so to kind of like take that critical lens on creators and scripts and stuff and put that towards games, it sounds like it could be a disaster, but also like could maybe turn out well. So they actually had one of the Blumhouse folks and the 2 Fear the Spotlight developers on the Giant Bomb at Night couch, and they got to talk to them for a bit. And it just seems like they have their heads screwed on straight. It seems like they have a good approach, and they're in it for the right reasons. Of course, a lot of it can be just talk, but
I mean, I don't know. I mean, like they had whatever 2 of the people come out on stage with Jeff and like do a little Q&A back and forth, and like they see. You don't make this kind of investment unless you're passionate about this storytelling medium.
Right.
Because it's much easier to make money on movies than it is on games. It's not easy to make money on movies, but it's easier than games.
Right.
So I don't think you get into this just to like make some cash. I think you got to actually care.
Right.
On top of wanting to make cash.
Yeah, even if like Blumhouse CEO doesn't give a shit, it definitely like one of the managing members of Blumhouse who is running this games division, she is obviously very passionate about it. So it was nice to see some of that humanity come through. But yeah, cool as a person who loves horror games to have like 4 that were shown to me in quick succession. I was like, hell yeah, let's go. This is all about me, baby. So that was neat.
And then we saw Power Rangers Rita's Rewind.
This is cool, man.
It looks really fun. Yeah. So this is like the... Oh, shit. What was that TMNT game from like last year?
Shredder's Revenge?
Yeah. So it's in that vein. Yeah. Power Rangers, like old school, beat 'em up, side-scroller. It's got some like cool Mode 7 levels.
Yeah, it was cool.
Where it's more like behind the back kind of thing. It looks really fun. The music hits.
Totally.
Rita Repulsa is great.
Yeah, yes.
What a fun character.
She's like the best villain. So good.
Yeah. So it'll have great boss battles and all that good stuff. I'm pretty psyched for
that'll be a lot of fun. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 was there. I didn't play the first one, but I really want to play this one. It's very much in line with what I value in my like medieval fiction. I also really like the sense of humor on display in this trailer. I think that really helped, because in the first game, it's not like the character was kind of personalityless, but it definitely wasn't as jokey as this was. It's like to have them like really lean into the GTA-ness of their world, where like you can kind of do anything and there are consequences for what you do. Pairing that with a little bit more of like a humor side in the storytelling, I think is a smart move. So that's supposed to come out this year, which, fingers crossed that's true. But
I realize we've been completely skipping the hype meter, which was my idea, so I take full responsibility. I'm probably like a 6 for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I was not interested in the first game. This, I really liked the story character stuff that was happening, like this sort of goofy personality. But a B tier, potentially janky-ish open world is less appealing to me. But I did really like the character stuff.
Yeah, I'm probably 7 to 8 on this one. I do intend to play it. I'm not like over the moon excited for it, but I do intend to play it. This next one's fucked up. And that's Slitterhead from the creator of Silent Hill. So this was announced a while ago with like a CG trailer, but didn't see any gameplay. We've now seen some gameplay, and it looks really bad.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't my style of game, but I thought this looked fucking
This
terrible.
looked like surprisingly awful.
Like super janky, just uninteresting. Yeah.
Not at all what I thought it would be like. And I guess, I mean, look, the Silent Hill games have always been about the atmosphere. The gameplay has never been very good. So I guess I should have expected it to not look good. But it's like you're taking over people's bodies and you're just using them. And like, you'll jump off of a building and jump out of the body and into another body, and then that old body just falls to the ground and dies, and like that's fucked up. But it seems like you're some sort of like monster host parasite that is fighting other monsters, is what it seems like, just using people as vessels. Right. But all of that looked horrible. Like less than fun.
Agreed. I was like a negative number on this when I was watching it. Like, this, even if it looked good, it's not a game that I'd be interested in playing, but I thought it looked so bad.
Yeah, I don't think the meter goes below 0, so I'm at a 0.
I think technically I said 1 to 10, so I'm going to say 0.
Yeah, okay.
And then next was Killer Bean on the opposite side. Yeah. This looks amazing. This is in the words of the great Jake Baldino from Game Ranks, this is a video game video
yes.
game. It's got some like what's the game where you jump in slow-mo? Max Payne energy to it. Some like Matrix, Keanu Reeves, gun fu energy to it. It just looks really stupid.
You're a cartoon bean.
Yeah.
Who's like
I've seen a lot of people say he looks more like a chicken nugget.
Yeah, he does look a little more like a chicken nugget. Killer Nugget would be a good title too. Yeah. Apparently this is the Killer Bean character exists in some sort of media like internet post thing already, I guess.
Yes.
Which I didn't know.
I don't know what it is, but yes, this character exists.
But it feels like it's Newgrounds humor is what this game feels like. Which maybe is where it's from.
Yeah, that very like shallow, dumb, cringe unless you get it kind of personality.
Yeah.
I like it. I'm into it.
Early access this summer. So we'll see what that's all about at some point.
I'm a strong 8 on that one.
I'm like a 6.5 to 7 because what they showed of the gameplay, like it's very funny. It doesn't look like it would be fun to play.
I'm sure terrible. It will be janky, but if they can lean into that, I think that would be fun.
Yeah. If they can thread the needle, it could be good. Why don't you take this next one? Yeah.
Yeah, this is from oh shit, what was the studio? Oh, okay, thank God I was taking notes because I knew I was gonna forget. So this is a studio that made Fury, which was sort of like a boss rush cyberpunk isometric combat game with a fucking amazing music. They also made Haven, which I played. I did not finish, but it had really good character stuff. I found the sort of like gliding exploration in different zones to not be super engaging, and then the combat is like this turn-based, really simple, rudimentary system that I also didn't really like. But again, like the writing and the characters were really, really good. So this is their new game, Cairn. This is a climbing game in the vein of Jusant, but it is it seems like it's more hardcore climbing simulator than something like Jusant was. But yeah, I wasn't like blown away because I didn't like some of the climbing in Jusant, so I was like, am I gonna want to play a climbing game? I don't know. Yeah. But Fury and Haven were both like almost there for being really, really good. So I want this team to continue making stuff. and trying really different things, because like I want them to get there. I want them to like figure out what's the thing that gets us over the top. So I will absolutely be checking this out and like hoping that it's got the whatever je ne sais quoi that Fury and Haven didn't quite have for me.
Yeah. Well, what would you give it?
Oh, I guess 7 is probably a good.
Yeah. Okay. I'm probably like a 5. I feel like unless I see something that changes my mind about it, I don't think I'll pick it up. But I could be swayed.
By the trailer itself, I would not be super interested, but knowing the team behind it makes me want to check it out.
Yeah. Next is
the next one's
Wanderstop. This is like a charming tea shop game where you grow plants and make tea. But your character used to be a warrior and she has PTSD about fighting, and it's made by the Stanley Parable people. So
I think it's one dude, right?
Oh, that I don't know. Maybe
like main dude. I'm trying to remember his name. Because he also made the Beginner's Guide.
Okay, yeah.
Which Davey Redden.
Okay. But so there's clearly going to be something else going on, or maybe like another layer to it than what we're seeing through the trailer. So based on that, I am interested.
Yeah, I mean, he Stanley Parable was a really unexpected delight. It's like one of my favorite games I've played in a really long time. Beginner's Guide I liked less, more so like it was a cool view into how games are made and the like education and training and experience of a game developer. But the pseudo narrative behind the game, because he kind of like narrates you through it, it was about like this friend that he had that stopped making games and was dealing with depression, and so like he wanted to share this person's games to convince them to start making games again. And it just felt a little icky to like sell a game like that. I don't know. It rubbed me the wrong way, but Stanley Parable is exceptionally good. So I have total faith in the writing chops of a game like this. The gameplay isn't super my kind of thing, like the cozy, vibe aren't games that I tend to dive into. So I'm kind of mixed. I'm probably like a 7 on this one as well.
Okay. I'm probably more like an 8.
Yeah. Fair.
Because I want to know like what the other side of it's going to be. The First Descendant. This is that one with that thick Robo Bunny lady, a beefcake Robo dude, and it's a looter shooter, and that's about all you need to know.
It is free to play. Comes out July 2nd. It looks like Anthem.
Yeah.
AKA bad.
But also maybe has something there. Maybe.
No, I doubt it. But it does have an extremely attractive character wearing latex. So I'm a 10 out of 10. I've like gone full heel from my rants against Stellar Blade. Okay. I'm like on the totally opposite side now. I'm all in. I'm all in on just like projecting my virgin ass mentality. Never touched grass, never smelled a woman, never been loved. All I want to do is look at big booty video game characters. That's all I have left. Please, God, don't take this away from me. I'm a 10 for sure. No, I could not be less interested in playing this video game. We'll talk more about The First Descendant later.
Okay. I was just say like, it's different when Bayonetta owns her sexuality versus when, Eve from Stellar Blade is sexualized, but she has like no personality. She's like I'm sorry, what? There's Robo Bunny suits in this one? All right, yeah, I'm in.
Because that's exactly the point, dude. If they would have given Eve a bunny suit, that's all. Yeah. Like it would have been so easy, and then I'm on.
That board. Was the problem. You know, 7. I
Really?
want to play it because I want to know, and I want to look at that booty
Yeah, man. I'm a 2.
and those pecs.
In fairness, the costumes, because I watched like another video that was more of a deep dive of gameplay
They're
where it also showed
cool
like all
looking.
of they like TNA taken
Yeah.
out, that much like Stellar Blade, like the variety and creativity and detail that's in all of the costumes, and not just the hot chick ones, but the other characters too, is super impressive. Like they look really high quality and good. It's just gross.
Yeah. I can't wait to get gross on July 2nd.
I'm gonna skip this thing. They did like an indie sizzle reel. The Among Us folks are starting a publishing label, which is really cool. They had some stuff in
One
here.
Button Bosses
One Button
was
Bosses.
there.
That's where we saw One Button Bosses. There were a couple other things. We don't need to talk through those. We'll come back around to them if we end up checking any of them out.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna scroll and skip a bunch of these fucking things. Sonic and Shadow Generations, Battle Aces, the finals. Who gives a shit about any of that? And then we get to Hyper Light Breaker. They announced that they have co-op for the entirety of the campaign. I'm not really liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I've heard people say it's like a harder Risk of Rain 2 is what it looks like.
Yeah.
Which doesn't interest me all that much.
I liked Hyper Light Drifter. It was a very different kind of game. I did not like Solar Ash that we played a couple months ago.
Yeah.
Which is more close to... I mean, Solar Ash is more about like the hoverboarding than combat, like hardcore combat at least. But yeah, I'm not really picking up what this game's throwing down, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see once reviews and stuff start coming out. I'm like a 5.
I'm probably like a 3 or 4.
Yeah. I'm open to changing my mind.
Yeah.
I guess is why I would say.
If you ended up excited about it and wanted to play it with me, I would. But I wouldn't play it otherwise.
Well, yeah, and that's weird because like I wouldn't go to this game to play it co-op. Like that's not what I would want out of it. But yeah, we'll just have to see once we get closer and we see more stuff, and maybe after reviews and stuff start coming out. Skate.
They're still working on Skate.
Like I don't know. I do not understand that Tim Robinson sketch. Like he was funny, but it was weird and way too long.
Yeah, so it's the corporation is in the Skate universe, is what it was. And so it was like as soon as you see that, everyone's like, "Oh, it's Skate." But yeah,
I see.
Yeah,
but then it went on for like 2 minutes,
so long, and then it ended.
It had no relation to the actual game.
Yeah, and then it ended, and then it like panned back to Keeley, and Keeley started talking, and then it came back in.
It was too much.
Too much.
They gave us too much Tim Robinson.
Yeah. I'm a 0 on Skate. I'm not going to play this. But it's just interesting how they brought it out.
Yeah, I agree with you. And it's nothing against Skate. I just know that I'm not interested. Yeah. We talked about the 10-minute Valorant sequence. We did not talk about the Squad. Was it Squad Busters? Was that mobile game with like Ken Jeong in the trailer that was super fucking long? It pissed me off.
Oh, I don't even remember this. I think I went cross-eyed and like went to another plane of existence for like a few minutes.
Yeah. They showed some Monster Hunter Wilds. Cool for everybody that's excited. I'm happy for those people. And then they've ended the show with Phantom Blade 0.
Yeah.
Which folks will remember, was this at the Game Awards last year?
That sounds right.
It might have even been Game Fest last year.
Maybe.
But this was the one that like was super actiony and over the top, spinny, kicky. Everything looked like it was a QTE, but they were like, this is the game. Like, this is actually what you're doing. And we talked about it on the podcast, and we were like, no, it fucking isn't. You're lying. You are a liar. And so they showed more gameplay where, hey, there's less spinny, kicky insanity. There's still a lot, but the UI of, like, the buttons was extremely fake So this has not convinced me at all. I still do not believe this is the video game and how you play the video game.
Yeah, it's giving me Final Fantasy 13 trailer vibes.
I absolutely believe this will be like a Stellar Blade style, over-the-top, arcadey, Souls-like combat.
Yeah.
But it will not have the intricacy and freedom of expression that is proposed in the trailers that we have seen.
Right.
You can't do that. You can't do that with a controller in your hands. You need a fight stick with like 12 buttons and combos in order to do that shit. You just can't do it with a controller. It just doesn't work. There aren't enough buttons and combinations of buttons to do all the things that they are showing.
They have their own proprietary
I'm
Phantom Blade Zero controller.
I'm not buying it.
It's a full body controller. It bolts onto your legs and arms. You have to use all 10 of your toes, all 5 on each foot, and all 10 of your fingers.
Yeah. But I'm a 3, because maybe I'm wrong and maybe it's awesome.
I'm a Phantom Blade 0.
Ayo. I like it.
Got him.
And I'm annoyed that I didn't think of that first.
I thought you were going to steal it.
And that was the Summer Game Fest.
Yeah.
We talked about like half of the stuff that was shown.
Ish.
And that
little
should
less.
tell you. A lot of the stuff we talked about, we didn't even think looked cool. So think about all the things we did talk about.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we didn't talk about, like, so here is where they did the Alan Wake DLC reveal.
Yeah. And that was the biggest moment of the show.
For sure.
Was announcing a shadow drop of DLC.
Hell yeah.
And that, like, I'm saying nothing pejorative of the Alan Wake 2 DLC.
Better not be.
If your biggest moment of the show, if your biggest announcement of the show is DLC, that's a problem. I scrubbed the timestamps on the like GameSpot version that I was watching, and the longest segments were for Metaphor Refantatio, which we didn't talk about because we don't care, which, to be fair, they brought out the dude that made the Persona games with his translator. So that's part of why it's longer, because they all has to translate, and I skipped all of that. The Blumhouse segment, the Alan Wake 2 DLC, the giant Valorant segment about it coming to consoles, and then the Monster Hunter Wilds deep dive. Those were the longest sections of the showcase. Metaphor Refantatio had already been announced. Valorant is an old game. Monster Hunter Wilds had already been announced, leaving a DLC announcement and the Blumhouse horror stuff as your longest, biggest sections of your 2-hour showcase.
I'm good with both of those.
Yeah, but like...
But yeah.
You know what I mean.
I know what you mean. They made a showcase for me, and it's not fair to everyone else.
No, it's more just like... there needs to be more stuff to show. If you're gonna do that big of a thing, you need more big stuff to show. Or make it shorter, man.
Yeah.
And look, as we talked about, most of the stuff I'm excited for are indie games. And I'm really glad that indie games got shown. I'm glad that they had the Blumhouse thing. It was like Outer Sloth, I think is the Among Us publisher.
Because Inner Sloth is the developer, so Outer Sloth is their publishing arm.
I'm psyched that they got to come out on stage and talk about their things. That's great. I'm glad that there were other developers, even like the Metaphor Refantatio. Like, even though I don't care about that game, like I'm glad they brought the dude out and he got to talk to people that are excited. Yeah. It's more just like these showcase people are going to stop watching. If you don't have big announcements, they're going to stop watching, and then it's all for nothing. Because it's a snake eating its tail. Where if you have fewer things to announce, fewer people are going to watch. If viewership declines, big publishers are going to be less inclined to spend the big money to put their things at the show, and down and down and down and down. And that's what happened to E3, because everybody started doing their own shit digitally, because they can. And they are, and Jeff's packaging it all as part of Summer Game Fest. But if you're going to have a big showcase for Summer Game Fest, you need to have bigger summer games. IMO.
Yeah.
A couple other quick comments. We talked about like the random trailers and stuff. I think my commentary around this is to compare it. These like digital conferences or like digital webinars are still relatively new when you compare it to like other forms of media like TV and movies and stuff. With TV in particular, a thing that they figured out, and the FTC helped them by forcing them to figure it out, was like commercial breaks. Your TV show ends or it cuts in the middle and you go to a block of commercials so the audience knows that they're watching commercials. And then you come back to the show and you're in the show. You're not watching a TV show where every couple of minutes they randomly sprinkle in a commercial. Like, that's why you have the fade to blacks in TV. That it's a visual signifier that we're going to take a quick break. And we'll be right back after these commercials. Summer Game Fest needs that. Because when you're watching this 2-hour show, you don't know trailer to trailer what you're about to see. Am I about to see a trailer for a new video game? Or am I about to see a commercial for Gamer Fuel energy drink? And it creates this really uneven viewing experience where, like, can I tune out here? Do I need to pay attention here? And it's not good. It's not a good viewing experience for your consumer. Jeff needs to figure that shit out, because if he doesn't, that's yet another thing that's like going to stop people from being engaged the whole way through. Because, like, you're not going to marathon 2 hours of television when there are random commercials. That's bad. You need commercial breaks to get up, to pause, to get a snack, to talk to your wife on the couch next to you. You're still consuming the commercial content. It's still influencing your mind, which is fucked up, but it's true. We need that for these showcases. That's different than every other showcase that happens, than the big E3 showcases that happened, which were curated experiences where they were saying, here's an hour and a half that's worth your fucking time. Everything we show is something you want to watch. They're not ingesting commercialism into their, in fairness, product presentation, right? All of it's commercials, if we're being reductive. But it's commercials for things that you are expecting to watch, not commercials for games that are already out, or TVs, or headsets. Does that make sense? Am I, like, making something out of nothing?
A little bit, but I do get what you're saying.
You're wrong, though. Wrong.
Okay, then don't ask the question, fucko. Don't ask for feedback.
It's like, that's part of, to me, what made so many of the other showcases feel better, is because there's a flow. There are highs and lows. There are longer sections and shorter sections. It creates this, like, halting experience where I'm interrupted by content I don't want to see. It's just, yeah, and maybe I'm doing a bad job describing it, but
no,
like the TV comparison
you're
is
doing
the best
a great
one
job
I
describing
can
it.
come up with.
I agree. It just bothers me less than it clearly bothers you, but I think it is a legitimate criticism, and I think you've articulated it well.
Yeah, and I guess it's more like I've worked and lived in this industry for a long time. Not video games, but like TV and film and that kind of visual art. And so I have like sensitivities around that. And it's not like...
Yeah, you are not always a passive viewer. You like it's like how I am going to theater shows. I'm constantly analyzing the production itself. I can't turn that off. You're definitely that way with TV and movies. A little bit more than I am, for sure.
It's also like when you go to see a movie at the theater, you see 15 minutes of trailers before the movie, and then you watch the whole movie. Because that's the expected experience. Watching a movie on TV with commercial breaks fucking sucks.
It does.
No one wants to do that, because that's not the way that movies were designed to be consumed. And that's kind of what I'm getting at here. They're getting farther away from how this type of content is intended to be consumed. I'm not a fan of traileramas showcases. Like Sony's done those in the past. Microsoft's done that, where it's just like an hour and a half of just trailer forever with no breaks.
Oh, I prefer that.
I don't enjoy that.
I enjoy that more.
I want to see a human being say something. I want developers to come out to introduce their sections. I want there to be live gameplay demos that are interactive. I like that. That's what I'm talking about. It gives you those highs and lows. There's a balance between quick hit things and longer deep dives. All of that feels good. But even just like the Trailerama feels better than a Trailerama with non-related commercials, or even worse, which is what Summer Game Fest was, of the traditional E3 showcase that has the ups and downs, but also random trailers. It rubbed me the wrong way. I've spent more time than I intended on this point. But maybe if listeners, if you agree or disagree, if you know what the fuck I'm talking about at this point, write in info@shadeseverything.com. Let me know your thoughts. Last thing. We skipped a bunch of the games that fall into the Souls-like or hero shooter PvP battle pass bullshit. We talked about a lot of those at the State of Play, the Sony press conference, because it was the only one we had to cover. Right. We skipped a lot of those here. There were still a bunch that were announced and shown. What I think is interesting is, because we didn't talk about this last time, and I was thinking about it and should have mentioned it. It's interesting to me that we continue to see so many of them announced when it feels like people are starting to reach critical mass. And the hero shooters, Hunter, we're beyond critical mass. But even with the Souls-likes, new announcements, I'm seeing much more tepid responses. And these games aren't coming out for like 2 more years. And I think it's a symptom of how long it takes to make these big games. Because trend chasing has always been a thing. It's existed in all forms of entertainment and like really anything, consumer products, etc. But like back in the day, the trend chasing, you would play a game, it would be super popular, it would take 2 years, and then there are 80 games doing that thing. But now with development cycles being like 6+ years for a lot of these AAA games, like a game like Elden Ring lights the world on fire. And then it takes a couple of years for them to even be announced. And then a couple more years for them to even come out. And by then there have been so many that if you weren't one of the first to jump on the trend, it's over by the time you've even announced your game.
Exactly.
Much less released it. And I feel like we saw some of this 5-8 years ago with MOBAs, with the like PUBG battle royales, where you started to see some of this, where there were the quick hit, like trend chasing games that came out a year or 2 later, but then even like 5+ years announcing a new PUBG like game, and people were like, really?
Right.
Like, we've moved on. And that's what I'm sensing, even like it's getting worse and worse. So either, well, it's not really an either. These big publishers need to figure that out, or they're really going to start failing with these games. Because, like, I bet you next year we'll still have a bunch of Souls-like games being announced. Because those games started development like 3 years ago. And that's how long it takes to announce and release stuff these days. It's just crazy. It was just interesting to me that, like, people say, like, why this game released and it was so awesome, why aren't more people copying from them? It's because it takes so long to copy now. Like, it took years before we got games that were aping like what Breath of the Wild did. It's just crazy to me. Spend less time and money making these big fucking games, man. They don't need to be this expensive. They don't need to take this long to make. Be innovative faster. Copy faster. Be less innovative faster, and then figure out how to be innovative faster.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's my pontificating about fucking state of video games filtered through the Summer Game Fest press conference. Let's move on. How about you tell me about some cool stuff at the Day of the Devs conference immediately following Summer Game Fest?
Yeah, there's just a couple of quick things here. They had a good chunk of games from a bunch of different genres, kind of something for everyone. 2 games I want to point out here. The first one, Karma: The Dark World, is a first-person horror game that is like really. It was a CG trailer, but very arresting visually, like a lot of like neat horror design going on there. That seems kind of cool. And then UFO 50. This is by the Spelunky creator and a team of other folks. It's a collection of 50 games that are mirroring some of like the earliest video games, like from the 80s, early 90s. This is coming out in September. So it's like a Namco Museum collection of all of these old games, but they've actually just made them. So they're all new old games. And
really cool.
Yeah,
project.
Reportedly, like all of the games are like they have depth. Like there's like let's say there's like a side-scrolling game where you play as a ninja. Like they will have multiple characters you can play it as, and like it'll go over multiple levels and like have multiple bosses, and like that's just one of the 50 games kind of a thing, where it's like there's more depth there than you would expect, and it spans all different kinds of genres. And this is the kind of thing that feels like they could have made like a Sidekick bespoke hardware for and just released it, but they're just releasing it like on PC and stuff, which is really cool. But I almost kind of wish they would have. I understand why they didn't, because it's way more complicated and it would be a nightmare and probably wouldn't sell as well.
I don't want to have to buy a console to play it.
But like something like anyways, this is a very cool thing. You don't see stuff like this just crop up every day. So it's a unique project, and I really want to support that kind of creative endeavor. And it's like just a great smorgasbord of games. Like even if you like 3 of those, that's like still a fucking deal, Like you got 3 games that have more depth than you could ask for in a game, in a package like this. I think that's pretty cool. So
no doubt.
Yeah, those are just kind of the 2 things I wanted to point out from Day of the Devs. There are some other things like Tom the Post Girl, Phoenix Springs looks kind of cool. Screenbound, very interesting. That one's kind of been floating around for a bit. Fear the Spotlight showed up here as well. Some other games. Karen was there. Like a couple of duplicative things, but overall kind of a neat little showcase.
Yeah. Let's do Devolver.
Oh, man.
The weirdest shit ever. This one was like framed like one of those British murder mysteries, psycho thrillers. Very cool atmosphere and cinematography in particular. Like they went so much harder than they needed to on the production value of this. Because like historically they've done more of like a stage show that's been very fun, but this was like an episode of a cool drama that you would like see on AMC.
Totally. It was so crazy.
But yeah, they also like it was all centered around Volvi's 15th birthday, which is their like made up mascot that they created a couple of years ago.
There's so much cool Volvi merch in that house, and I want all of it.
I am currently wearing my Volvi shirt that I bought after I watched the showcase. It's yellow. It's got Volvi giving a big thumbs up with his giant hand. It's got like I'm assuming like a Japanese sort of lettering around it. I'm very happy with my Volvi shirt. But yeah, I mean, they also showed a bunch of things as they are wont to do. They also integrated their game announcements into like the narrative of the story they were telling in a really cool way. But yeah, I mean, a couple of things we don't need to chat about, but like the big sort of announcements and things that they showed. Tenjutsu is a new game from the Dead Cells creator. He moved on from Dead Cells sort of after it released to start working on this. And then the studio that's currently releasing the Rogue Prince of Persia had worked on the Dead Cells after launch. But anyway, Tenjutsu is like a beat-em-up roguelike. It's got some city building stuff, which they didn't show a ton of in like the little trailer, but it's got a really cool visual style to it. I'm pretty excited for that one. And then they also showed Talos Principle 2 DLC Road to Elysium, which I guess it's out already. But it's got a bunch of new puzzles, and it like those games look so dope, and I'm not. The Witness burned me on these like really cerebral first-person puzzle games because I really wanted to like The Witness, and I just reached so many roadblocks in it that I got frustrated, and it just kind of turned me off from those types of games.
Interesting. I loved The Witness. That's interesting.
Yeah, I really respect The Witness.
Not the creator,
but,
but the game. The creator is an asshole.
Oh man,
yeah,
really?
Unfortunately.
Of course he is. Angerfoot, we talked about that already, and then Possessors. So this is this is coming out after Hyperlight Breaker. Wait, which one's the new one? I don't remember. The studio that makes Hyperlight Drifter and Hyperlight Breaker. This is their next game after that, Possessors. It's a 2D side scroller. Really cool art direction. And then they unfortunately put a 2025 release date, which I guess is not terribly surprising because they have another game coming out soon. But yeah. Anything else to say about the Devolver Showcase? Other than it was really weird. And cool?
They showed the Crush House. I forgot to highlight this one. It's that like Love Island game where like you're trying to like film it and set up shots, and like there's chat popping off on the screen, like game chat popping off on the screen, and you're trying to like fulfill people's request. Like people are responding to something, you want to film more of it. And it's just like these like really vapid characters. It's really goofy, but this is also from the Stanley Parable folks. I think the other game was from like the creator, and this is from like studio. Yeah, and this is from like the studio maybe. Yeah. There's like clearly something sinister going on underneath all of this showbiz stuff. So it's like got this like really pastel colored, bright, like Jersey Shore like television show that you're filming. And then some like kind of more sinister underpinnings going on. So that seems pretty cool. That's called the Crush House. Yeah.
And the last thing I'll say, towards the end, they were also framed this like fake 80s style cartoon about Volpe.
Yes.
And it's kind of like a Johnny Quest sort of ragtag group of people solving mysteries, Scooby-Doo style. And the bad guy in it was Fish Pig, I think his name was. Yeah. And I just really liked his design. Yeah. And it made me think of him as like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles villain. Totally. And it just made me really happy.
Yeah, Fish Pig.
Fish Pig. He's a good
one.
That's
really good. Oh, man.
All right. What's up?
Future of Play.
Yes, I did not watch this one. So this is all you. You got a couple.
Yeah, this I only have two things from here that really kind of jumped out at me. Some of this stuff we had seen at other conferences already. A lot of it was repeat. Like Locke was on here, Yooka-Replay, Light Odyssey was here as well. But a couple standouts for me. Abyss X Zero. This one is aesthetically Mega Man Legends, and also gameplay wise a little bit seems like it's a little more action heavy than Mega Man Legends, but also a lot hornier and more anime, which you can tell by the name. It just seems kind of rad, and again, like I said before, I'm a sucker for that art style. So that's Abyss X Zero or Cross Zero, however, whatever, what the fuck ever. And then there's a game called Dungeon Crawler, which it reminds me of Backpack Hero that I played, where it's got its own battle mechanic in these dungeon crawling scenarios, which is there's a claw machine in the background, and you play the claw machine to like pick up capsules, and those will have effects on the battle, basically, and that's kind of the big fun mechanic there. It's like I just thought that was a really fun, neat idea, and I'd be interested to check it out. So Abyss Cross Zero and Dungeon Crawler from Future of Play. Did you end up watching the Wholesome Direct?
I did not.
Okay. I will take that then as well. Again, just two games from this that I want to point out. There were a lot of really neat, cute games here, but a couple that spoke to me. Into the Emberlands. This is a very cute little chibi art style 3D game. It doesn't have like any combat. It's just kind of an exploration game where you're in this like procedurally generated world, where you have a candle that is providing light, and everything outside of the light is like shrouded in mystery and darkness, and you have to like take your little candle and run out into the world and explore and interact with creatures and get items and stuff and get loot, and then run back before your candle burns out, and then use that loot to upgrade your little town and stuff, and proceed like to the next phase. It's just like, it's a very simple, like kind of mechanics light experience with like a cute little art style. So it's Into the Emberlands. And then While Waiting appeared there as well. This is an interesting, I think I've heard someone say you could just leave this game on and beat it and not actually play it, but it's a yeah,
like that idea.
It's a game about how much of our lives we spend waiting for things to happen. And so it's sort of a you play as this young character who is in different scenarios waiting for things, and there are little checklists similar to how like the Crow game you played has checklists and stuff.
Sure.
And they're all just kind of like hints or suggestions on things to interact with in the environment to like make things happen. And it's just these little scenarios. And I guess like if you just pass time in the game, it will eventually beat itself, I guess. Or you could choose to like actually play it like a game and interact with it and try to hit all the checklist things, which is like a neat idea, and also an interesting commentary on social structures and how we form lines and queues and stuff. So that's While Waiting. Whew, boy.
I like that idea.
Yeah, it's a really neat idea. Again, like this season of showcases and stuff contained a lot of neat surprises, and that was certainly one of them. Did you watch the Future Games show?
I flitted around in it. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I kind of scrubbed through to see if there were things that looked interesting. I think the first one was you. Yeah,
so Nobody Wants to Die. This is a detective noir adventure set in 2329. Yeah, it, of course I'm going to be interested. It's got a really cool look, like cyberpunk setting, and first person, like really pretty, and you're wandering around and solving mysteries with like these little tools and gadgets and stuff that you have. Yeah, it's just like a really nice looking first person kind of detective noir game. In like a cool cyberpunk universe. Like you even have the cool fucking cyberpunk car that looks like an old vintage interior and stuff like that. So it knows what it's pulling from.
It doesn't have combat, but something about the aesthetic reminds me of BioShock.
Yeah,
like it feels like a BioShock game.
Yeah,
because it's just there's just something about it that's like everything's broken, but you can see the society that was there. Yeah, it looked really cool. Like very impressive art direction.
Right, for sure. Dredge is getting DLC called The Iron Rig on August 15th.
It looks really sweet. This was a reminder to me that I need to get back to Dredge.
Right.
Because I really liked that game, but I was playing too many things at that time.
Right. Screenbound was here as well. I didn't really mention it before, but Screenbound is that game where it's a first-person game, but you're holding like an old-school Game Boy in your hand and playing a side-scroller on it, but also navigating in 3D in like as your character, and both are synced up. So like certain things will appear on the little handheld screen, and so like let's say you're moving forward in the 3D world, on the screen you would be moving to the right, if that makes sense. You jump in the real world, in the 3D world, you jump in the 2D world. Sometimes like platforms will be in the 2D world and not in the 3D world, so you kind of have to like reference both to like understand where you can go and where you can't. Some enemies will appear in one and not the other, so it's like a really kind of brain-breaking puzzle platformer, which is just like a really fascinating idea.
If that description hurts your head, yes.
Yeah, watching it will also hurt your head.
Yeah, even like watching the trailer, I was like, I can't even follow this in the trailer.
It's really crazy. Then they showed off some Sacrifier, which has been announced previously. I'm very interested in this game. It's a dungeon crawler. It's sort of like a roguelike, with this really fun art style, like this very like dark Katamari art style, if that makes sense. It's like if Katamari had guns and you could kill things. That's the kind of the art style that it evokes. It's really like, it's very incongruous with like the violence that you're visiting on the denizens of the dungeons that you're going through. But it just looks really cool. As a rad look. I like that, like, dungeon crawling setup. I think that's like a fun thing, and like setting it in a roguelike setting I think is okay. It's not my favorite, but it's okay. And I've kept my eye on this one for a little while, so I'm excited to check that out. Ideally they'll release some sort of early access or demo at some point and I can actually play it, but I've been looking at it for a while. And then they showed Body Cam, which is Body Cam out now? I know people have been playing it. Body Cam, it is out. Yes, this is a competitive first-person shooter with photorealistic graphics in Unreal Engine 5, and the camera is like a body cam on like a police vest, like a SWAT vest. And so like the way it moves and shakes as you run around is very like kinetic and very accurate with what like body cam footage looks like. It's really, really wild looking. Yeah, I don't care about the multiplayer version of this. I want like a campaign like this. Because like there's something about it where with like the photorealistic graphics, the kind of grainy, blurry body camera makes it look like real footage. It's really arresting if you watch like gameplay or video of it. It's like, it's really impressive looking. I mean, it's wild. Like if you just like scroll through the screenshots on the Steam page, you're like, that's not a video game. That's insane. Yeah, it's got like some fisheye to it too, fisheye lens to it.
When they first released like a quote unquote gameplay trailer, this was maybe 6 months ago. There was a lot of like scuttlebutt of people like calling it a scam and saying it was fake and saying like, wait, you just went to a warehouse and actually shot this with a real body cam? And no. It just looks insane.
Yeah, it's really, really crazy. The fidelity, the photorealism is really, really crazy.
Yeah.
So yeah, that looks really rad. Body cam's cool. I hope they make a single player campaign.
Fair. And that was the Wholesome Direct.
Yeah. No.
I wouldn't.
Future Game Show.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
Body
you.
Cam was not at the Wholesome Direct.
I was just about to say like that doesn't make sense. Wait, I can't be right. Too many showcases. Let's move on to the next one. 4 to go. Xbox showcase. Pretty unanimously, people were like, Microsoft won Summer Game Fest.
Because it's a competition all the time.
And also, like, they're literally the biggest third-party publisher by a lot.
Yeah.
And, like, if you have way more games than anyone else, you're gonna have more games than anyone else at your thing. Like, it's just, people are so stupid. So they started it off with a quick look at Black Ops, and then they also did a like deep dive for like a half hour following the show. So I just to combine it all. Yeah, man, I don't know. It looks fine. I'll play it because it's coming to Game Pass, which they announced. But, like, I don't care. And I did watch the entire multiplayer thing. But no, I'm not doing it. They're making some cool changes. There's a lot more customizability. They're calling like Omni movement system.
That actually, that seems pretty cool.
It's really cool technology. And it's, again, it's all the like weird, crazy shit they're adding is totally optional, which is also a smart move because they want like more freedom of expression and play, which I think is a great idea. But yeah, I just and they're going to show more. I guess they have a big multiplayer thing in August with a beta to follow. Comes out on the 25th to Game Pass. And they, afterwards, I read something about like how they are approaching this with Game Pass. So Game Pass Ultimate / PC Game Pass gets you everything in the game, single player and multiplayer. If you just have the console version of Game Pass, which is like their lower tier, you only get single player. And then if you have Core, which is the old Xbox Live, you get nothing. So you need Ultimate or the PC version, which is basically the same, in order to be able to play the multiplayer in it.
That makes
for folks
sense.
that care. They also talked about the fact that moving forward, all Call of Duties will have the same experience at the same time. No more exclusivity on DLCs and betas and all that shit. Phil Spencer mentioned that a couple of times in some interviews, trying to throw shade at Sony for their exclusivity deal on expansion packs. Ironically / intentionally forgetting that Microsoft had that exclusivity deal before Sony did.
Banking on the short memory of gamers.
Yet more disingenuous bullshit coming out of his mouth. Always fun. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I'll play the single player.
Yeah.
That's about it. That's all I'm
excited for the single player. I'm excited for when all the Call of Duties get added to Game Pass. One of these days.
Yeah, and I guess you probably don't need to play all of them in order to know what's going on, because it's all nonsense. Right. But like, because what was it? Black Ops 4 didn't have a single player campaign?
Dude, who knows?
And then Black Ops 5 was Cold War, I think. Because, yeah, I never played Blops 3. I guess that's the only one I haven't played then. It doesn't fucking matter. I also wrote a note. There's a black character. Activision gone woke. There's a black character in this video game. That's a joke that'll come back.
There's a black character, a British black guy you play as in one of the other Call of Duties, one of the recent ones.
Yeah.
Is it the Modern Warfare remake?
Yes, that was in Modern Warfare. It was Taz or Gaz.
Gaz, yeah, that sounds right.
Because Gaz was a side party character in the original Modern Warfare 1 and 2.
Right.
And so that was a big reveal in this one, was that you were playing as him.
Right, that's right.
You did not in the original one. That was just a fun little fan service thing. Black character woke. They announced Doom the Dark Ages, which I don't think we talked about in our predictions. I don't remember, because this had been leaked. This looks so good. I was like, I'll play more Doom, but I don't care that much about more Doom. But this looks fucking awesome, dude. You wear like furry Viking armor. There's a shield that you can throw. There's a flail weapon and like a railgun, and there's another like spread kind of machine gun that grinds up skulls and shoots the bone fragments at enemies. You ride a dragon at one point. Like, yeah. I want to play that.
I wish you luck.
I'm a 10 on the hype meter.
Wow.
Which I never would have expected. Because I liked Doom Eternal more than most. But I was like, yeah, it's fun. That's it. But this looks awesome.
It looks like one of those.
Yes, but it's different enough that I can be excited about it. That's the difference. It doesn't look just like one of those.
Okay.
State of Decay 3?
Yeah, I mean, it's about damn time we saw this again, right?
I guess.
I mean, like, as long as they've... So, the second one had co-op.
But, like, did we see
No.
it?
And I'll get to that.
Yeah.
So, the second one had co-op. But it was, like... It was weird, and, like, the progression was strange. Like, you could bring certain characters over, and, like, certain things would carry, but certain things wouldn't. It was just a strange thing. So, as long as I can figure out that weirdness, I would be really happy to play it. Because I like State of Decay in theory. I've just always had a little a few problems with the implementations of their systems. No date. This wasn't mostly another so apparently it wasn't CG. It was all in engine, but that is effectively CG because none of it's actual gameplay. So, God, who knows, man? No date. So at least end of 2025, if not 2026. Which makes me sad.
Yeah. I just think it's a little bit worrying how long it's been going and how little they've shown of it. I just think that's like it's not a series I have an affinity for, but yeah, I think that's a little concerning.
Yeah, I mean the other State of Decay games, they never did a lot of pre-release marketing for either. They just kind of drop them. So I don't know. It's not entirely uncharacteristic of their marketing cycle for this franchise, but it would be nice to like see some real gameplay. But maybe it's just that they're gonna wait and do that closer to release, which I guess is fine. But this was more of just like a proof of life. It's like, yep, yes.
There were several of those in
Yeah,
the
there
showcase
sure
that
were,
we'll get to. Yeah, we're still making it. Yeah, here's another CG trailer. Yeah, we're totally still making it. We got to make people forget that we just fired a bunch of people, which is 100% their intent. And then we got Dragon Age the Veilguard, and this is a perfect example of like we saw an update / re-reveal of Dragon Age the Veilguard at the Microsoft Showcase. Not Summer Game Fest, but the Microsoft Showcase. That's fucking weird, man. Like, why? I mean, we know why. Money.
Right.
But that it gets back to my point on, like, why is there a Summer Game Fest showcase? You don't need to do that. All of these other ones can just exist. If you can't get the heavy hitters there because they're going to Microsoft, then whatever. At Microsoft, they did sort of like a character overview trailer. Like a quick hitter, let's introduce the characters. It did not go over well.
No.
Because it was terrible. It was super, like, one of those Ocean's 11 freeze frame on everybody's face. Everyone looks like, I think it was, Yahtzee from Zero Punctuation fame, now at Second Wind. He did sort of his, like, breakdown of Summer Game Fest. And I think the bit that he did was, like, it always freeze frames on a character and it looks like they're about to be punched in the face from off screen. Like they're always making this like smarmy like kind of face where it like when someone makes that face in a movie in a freeze frame, immediately after fist from off screen.
Yeah.
Like that's just what tends to happen. Yeah, man, it did not look good. It did not look fucking good from a tone perspective. It had not the purple, but the like acid green color that's in everything. That like neon green color. And the reaction was really bad. They said they were going to have more gameplay following the show. And then they put out like a big 25-minute gameplay dev overview. That also looked really fucking bad.
Yeah, dude.
It looks really bad.
What the fuck?
The combat looks
horrible.
Very shallow. I will give them a pass on the shallowness because they explicitly said it's like the opening beats of the game, so you don't have a lot of powers unlocked. That also begs into question, why are you showing us that section then if it's not representative of the actual depth of the gameplay? But the bigger thing was like the enemies are super fucking brain dead. You have very little control over your party members in combat, so setting up like combos and stuff isn't really working in a very Mass Effect Andromeda way. It had a lot of that like Fortnite-y character design and movement. It did have a lot of that neon purple that's in all these fucking cringe Battle Pass games. It looks terrible, dude.
Yeah.
It was very tight. Like linear corridors, the writing was bad. Your character is just like a vapid, empty shell that exists to listen to other characters talk. Right. Sucks, man. They say you can pause combat. Like, it's got the wheel, the power wheel thing that pauses combat. I don't think they're doing like the actual like strategy approach the way they did in the OG Dragon Age and that you could do in Inquisition. I don't think it has that, but I might be misremembering. Yeah, dude. Bad vibes. And like, this is it.
Oh yeah.
If this game comes out and fails, it is OVER for BioWare.
It's gonna fail. Like, too many negative impressions.
I mean, it might
already.
It might sell well because who knows? Who knows? The reaction has not been super positive. The reaction was more positive to the gameplay than the character trailer, which is understandable. But like, the character trailer, I was like a 2 out of a 10. And then the gameplay, I was like a 3 out of a 10.
Right.
So, yeah, I guess I'm more excited than I was.
Yeah, I guess supposedly the people who got their hands on it came away even more positive than that, but
that's
just, it's not what I want out of Dragon Age. Everything they showed is not what I care about that world and that universe.
Dragon Age is a pretty self-serious, like, that's the point of it. And, like, the fact that they changed the name from Dreadwolf to being Veilguard because they want it to be more about your companions than the villain, I get that, and I like that.
But Dreadwolf was also a really cool name.
Sure. But taking that part of it out, it's more about, like, the characters need to back that up. And what I'm seeing from the characters do not fucking back that up.
Right, yeah.
Like, Varric felt very different. The one chick who was in Inquisition, the other dwarf, the like ginger redheaded dwarf, her I did really like, but even she was like, her character model was totally different. Like, they made her like cutesy looking, which she did not at all in Inquisition. And like, they gave her like a baby face. And then the one, like the ice mage, she just seemed like a bitch. It just... Bad vibes, dude.
To me, it was like, oh, they watched the D&D movie, huh?
Like, everyone's like, cracking wise constantly.
Yeah, everyone's a protagonist. Or everyone is a main character, sorry.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah. I don't know, man. That comes out this year?
Yeah, in the fall.
When does that come? Do they give a release date?
No, they said fall.
Just fall. We'll see. And then we saw the DLC for Starfield, which had also been leaked, I believe. You gonna pick this up?
No, I think I kind of got what I wanted out of it. And I just have no affinity for the universe. They didn't do anything to really make it stick or do anything that would, like... I don't care about any of the factions. I don't care about any of the places. I just don't give a shit about any of it. I got what I wanted out of it, which was loot a bunch of stuff. I don't need to go back to Starfield.
Sorry, I'm looking to see what the season pass structure is for Starfield. Because, like...
Oh, I got the season pass, I believe. So I would theoretically have access to this DLC, but I'm not.
Yeah, because I was wondering, like... I was wondering how much DLC they had promised. Because...
There's more beyond this planned.
Yeah, I guess I was hoping that if this comes out and doesn't sell well, which I wouldn't expect it to, because people bounced off that game extremely hard, that they could, like, put it to bed and move on. Like, that's the optimal outcome, is for them to release this and then say, like, okay, we're done. Let's move on to Elder Scrolls 6. That's, like, best case scenario.
No, I think they have another story expansion that's a part of that pass,
sure
I believe, which will probably be completed by a skeleton crew, if I had to guess.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we've talked about it, but, like, I'm not excited for whatever they do next. It's over.
I am nervous.
It is Jover. Expedition 33. This looks weird.
Yeah, it's like Lost Odyssey, where give me more quote unquote big budget, like good realistic graphic kind of turn-based RPGs. Like, give me more Final Fantasy X, you know? This feels like that. And it's got like some turn-based combat stuff like Lost Odyssey had with like timing your button prompts and stuff on your attacks. I think it's like got a little bit of Persona to it with some of the UI and some of like the personality.
Yeah,
and
it's like very stylish.
Yeah.
Visually, it's nothing like, because like you said, it's quote unquote realistic. It's not. It's magic-y and fantasy and all that. It's like a little bit of steampunk in there, but it's high fidelity, realistic looking stuff. It's ironic because like when this game started, like the trailer started, I was like, oh god, another Souls-like. Because like any game that looks realistic and has sort of like a dour atmosphere, I just assume is a Souls-like, because 90% of them are. So I was really excited to see that it had like some turn-based stuff. It's just hard. Anything that's like a B tier kind of game, they just usually don't work out. And you tend to like those games more than me, but they usually don't hit for me, and so I don't know. I'll say I'll give them a 7 because I like that they're doing a turn-based kind of combat, but I don't know. We'll see.
I will be buying this game because look, you got to be the change you want to see in the world, and I want to see more of these, so I have to fund it. So
fair enough.
I will be buying it.
I respect the intent behind that. I don't know if I agree with it, but I respect the intent. And then we saw South of Midnight, which looks
so
awesome.
Good, dude.
I love the visual style, the sort of like almost not stop motion, but like it's like they cut frames out. So it's got a bit of stuttery kind of movement to it, which I saw people complaining of, like
character models, pretty much.
Yeah. I saw people complaining like, "Oh, the frame rate's terrible." I'm like, "Oh my god." It's on purpose, man. Like, it's a stylistic choice.
Like you can look at it and see that everything else has good frame rate. It's the characters that are doing that. Like, fucking idiots.
Yeah. Even though they showed gameplay, I still have no idea what you're doing in this game, is the problem.
Sure. I mean, like
she kind of just jumps around and then, like, pulls a bell and climbs up a wall and then jumps away. Like...
that was all to get the attention of Tuto Tom.
Oh, yeah. But it didn't give me enough information to know, like, what I'm actually doing moment to moment.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, like, there's going to be a narrative thrust. Yeah, I guess I don't know if it's open or not, or if it's going to be linear like that section implied.
Or, like, is it more puzzles, or is it a bunch of combat stuff? Like, I have no idea.
I would guess a mix, right? That's my guess, though.
Probably. And, like, it's not coming out till next year, so it's fine. I don't need to see all that. It's more just, like, when I think about my hype meter, I was really into the trailer, and then afterwards, when I was thinking about it, I was like, wait, I don't know what kind of game this is still, even though they actually showed gameplay, which I'm always a proponent of. But yeah, I'm a solid 9 on this one. I'm pretty excited for it.
I'm right there.
Excited to see more, at least. Yeah,
for sure.
I'll let you take it.
Yeah, Metal Gear Solid Delta, baby.
0.
Oh, 10.
Negative a billion.
10. It's just a visual upgrade, largely. Like putting it into a new engine.
It looks
a visual upgrade. So it's still going to be the same game. That is incredible. And it's just a great excuse to go back and play it. So, fuck yeah.
Is this true? It's coming out on the 17th? Have they confirmed that?
So, yeah, the GameStop Twitter leaked it. I think they came out and said that's not true. I don't know for sure. I haven't corroborated that, but it is still supposed to come out this year, I think.
That's something.
Well, now I'm second guessing that. Release date. Yeah, I don't know. People are saying they still don't know. So
we'll see. It looks pretty complete.
Yeah. It looks so nice. Man.
I didn't even write this in the news, which we wouldn't have talked about anyway, but I saw someone at Konami was talking about Kojima of like, yeah, we'd love to work with him again in that team. And I was like, what? You guys did this.
Well, I mean, who knows if the people responsible for the friction are still there even.
Well, and also, we only ever hear it from Kojima's
Correct.
side, and obviously he's going to be the hero in his own
Yeah.
story. But I just thought it was a funny comment of like,
Yeah.
wait.
Interesting.
And then we saw a pretty extended look at Perfect Dark.
Yeah.
And I would put sneer quotes around
Yes.
look, because this reeked of, no, this is not real.
Agreed.
It was too set up. It was too perfect. Like, there were so many sections of it where it was like, if you didn't do it right, would it be a game over? Like, it looked like an interactive cutscene
Right.
in a lot of the sections. And given all of the stories about development on this game and how long it's been since they announced it, I'm just like, there's no fucking way.
Yeah. So the
no
thing
release date. Shocker.
The thing I'm curious about is I don't get a good sense of this in this trailer. Is this like Deus Ex? Like, do you have player agency about how you're getting into these places, or is it a Call of Duty campaign where there is a solution?
I mean, the trailer is definitely setting the expectation that it's like a Deus Ex. Maybe not like as deep as that,
Right.
or like Cyberpunk, where there are 50 different ways that you could solve any given challenge, but that there is some agency in different ways to solve. Like, there's like Mirror's Edge climbing and
that was cool.
platforming, and there are different kinds of guns and like scanning things. There's melee combat. The assumption is to be made that there is a huge variety of ways that you can engage with the encounters that you're in. That said, it could still be more linear, and you just have a bunch of options in that way. It could be more of like a corridor shooter style, because that's all we saw. We didn't see any big open environments other than like some set dressing. But yeah, this was a nothing trailer.
Very pretty.
I take... Oh, totally. Like, I take none of this as real. So it's hard for me to say like how excited
Agreed.
I am, because like this might as well have not existed in my opinion.
Yeah.
Diablo 4, I wanted to mention, so they've got a new DLC, Vessel of Hatred, coming out. New class, new region, new storyline, featuring what seems to be like that chick in the opening storyline of the base game with the mom. It's like a style CG trailer, but they're like some of the best in the industry at that shit. Like, I would watch the hell out of a movie made by those folks. I'm not going to play it, but I wanted to shout it out because it was pretty as hell and really fucked up and spooky.
Yeah, the way her hands break apart, really that's cool. Fucked up, man.
Oh man, terrifying.
Not good.
But it looked really cool. That comes out on the 8th of October. And then we saw Fable. And because, like, hey, they've already announced this, they showed a CG trailer, so we got like a big gameplay deep dive, right?
No.
They showed some like in-game footage of you walking.
Right.
And then a bunch. It's like, I went back and looked at the old trailer because I thought they took clips from the old trailer and put it into this one, because it was just the same thing. It was like, hey, British humor, haha, and that was it. Like, this was nothing. Again. Why are you showing us nothing again?
I don't know. Like,
is it to distract us from your horrible company?
They're distracting us while Matt Booty comes up behind us and clubs us in the head.
Yeah.
And lays us off. Lays us off as customers. Yeah, I like the writing is still great. I really hope that it's like, I really hope the whole game is infused with that. That would be great.
Yeah. We'll see. I did notice one interesting tidbit that I wanted to call out. So, Eidos Montreal and Crystal Dynamics were both bought by Embracer Group from Square Enix a couple years ago, 2 years ago-ish. Eidos Montreal, who had worked on the original Deus Ex, or sorry, not the original, the Mankind Divided, they are working on Fable. And Crystal Dynamics, who made Tomb Raider, is working on Perfect Dark, which is supposedly an immersive sim. And that just feels weird to have the immersive sim studio working on your RPG and have the like combat open world studio working on your immersive sim.
Yeah.
Just seems like an odd choice.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, now that they're helping out with the Microsoft projects. So, I don't know, dude. We're not seeing anything from either of those games, so who knows if they're doing a good job.
Yeah.
Here's a good one. Winter Burrow.
Yeah, it's just a sad little mouse game.
He's not sad.
It is sad.
It's just winter time. No, he's not sad.
Well, he lost his family,
knitting.
right?
Do you knit when you're sad?
Isn't that part of it? He lost his family.
Oh, well, I don't care about that. I'm going to ignore that. I just want to like be a cozy little mouse in a winter town and knit and sit by the fire.
And then watch your friend get taken by an owl?
It becomes a tower defense game.
It's got harvesting and crafting. You can knit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's coming out, they said early 2025, and it will probably be one of our Game Club games because I want to play it.
Very cute.
Mixtape. This is a very Life is Strange 80s vibes-based nostalgia bait game.
Retro teens.
Great soundtrack. This is an Annapurna joint, because of course it is. This is the team that made The Artful Escape, which was really highly regarded. Yeah, I mean, I was born in 88. I'm not really an 80s kid, so I can't super identify with the, like, we're just going to ride our bicycles through this suburban woods kind of vibe that it's got going, but I like it. That one's coming out next year also. And then, in a similar vein, New Life is Strange from Don't Nod.
Max is back.
Life is Strange Double Exposure. Max is back. She's older. I wrote a note that the CG porn folks are going to have a really fun time with this game. No. Because there was a lot of CG porn made of Max and what was the other character? Chloe?
Oh, sure.
From the old ones, and they were underage at the time.
That's uncool.
Which is gross. But they're not anymore, which actually probably means they won't make gross CG porn because the danger isn't there anymore. Anyway, so it looks like they upgraded their graphics engine because the game looks way
really
better.
Nice. Max, the actor playing Max is really weird though, right? Like they're just not giving a whole lot. Like very quiet, subdued, not doing a whole lot. It was weird.
Are you doing a bit?
No, like seriously, like from the trailer, it just doesn't seem like she's given a whole lot. Whereas like in the original Life is Strange, Max is like very quirky, emotive.
I did not notice that.
Yeah.
But I'll take your word for it. Is it the same?
I don't know.
Voice actor?
I don't know.
Let me check this out. All right, 2015, Life is Strange. Max was voiced by Hannah Tell. She is not voicing Max in the new one.
Okay.
That is a lie. Yes, she is.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It was in her upcoming on IMDb.
I see.
I had to click an extra button. But yeah, I didn't notice that.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
And then we saw Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
I would watch this movie.
Yeah, because that's what they showed.
Yeah,
they showed a big
chunk
of the game, but it was just a fucking cutscene.
Yeah.
And then they showed the same like stinger gameplay thing at the end of like quick 2-3 second hits of, oh, he's shooting a gun, he's throwing a punch, oh, whip a guy. Like, again, I'm just like, no, I don't buy it. If it was better, you would show it, man. I love the vibes. Troy Baker is crushing it.
Yeah.
The writing is there.
His voice
the
is
atmosphere
really
is there.
Good.
The like super over the top Nazi guy that was in that scene.
Yeah.
All of it was fantastic.
Choo-choo.
But if you're intentionally not showing me how you play the game, I do not believe you that it is fun.
Right.
We'll find out. It's supposed to come out this year.
Yep.
Avowed.
This game looks different.
I'm not into it.
It looks different every time they show it. Like, every time there's a new trailer for Avowed, I don't know what it is until the logo splashes on the screen.
Yeah. It's like,
So
is
weird.
it super serious? Is it bright and colorful?
Yeah.
Is it like Outer Worlds where it's like really snarky? It feels very different.
Yeah.
It looks... They put out a ton of gameplay after the fact.
Yeah, that
And
actually, that helped me quite a bit watching that.
Did it?
Yeah, because it's just Oblivion. Like, it's an old game, and I think I'm okay with that.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, because I'm trying to compare it to Outer Worlds, and I really liked that game. Like, it was one of my favorite games that year.
I think,
but it was I have not thought about that game for a single second since I finished it.
I think it'll be a lot like that.
Like, I just don't know that that's enough for me. Like, it's fine. I'll play it, and I'll have a decent time while I'm playing it. But it also, the tone matters. Because that's why I liked Outer Worlds, is it had the Fallout fun in it.
Sure, yeah.
And if this is taking itself a little more seriously, because of the IP it's based on, that'll be a turnoff.
That's true.
But yeah, it looked like an evolution on Skyrim for sure, from like a combat perspective.
Yes.
Like, there's more going on.
Right.
It's flashier, if nothing else.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's got a lot of great colors.
Yeah, I guess. It still has that like Outer Worlds again. I don't think that game looks that good. It's a little cartoony in a weird way, and Avowed kind of looks the same. I'm not in love with their like art direction style.
Okay.
Between those two games. Tell me about the next one, because I don't remember what this is.
Yeah, Atom Fall. This was like, it was like blink and you'll miss it. It was like a first person. I think it takes place somewhere in the UK, because I believe at one point your character has like a cricket bat. But it has like a lot of Atomic Heart energy, like a B tier BioShock-ish type game.
Yeah.
This was being made by the Sniper Elite Studio.
Right. That's okay. I'm remembering now.
Yeah.
It looked interesting, and I mean, talented studio, very different type of game.
Yes. But that studio is really good at creating combat puzzles.
Sure.
And so if this is just kind of like a first-person version of that, that could be cool. But yeah, very different kind of game, it seems like, from what they typically do. So we'll just have to kind of see how that comes together.
Yeah, they got time. Coming out next year on Game Pass. Next was Assassin's Creed Shadows. We'll skip that for now. We can come back to that for the Ubisoft Forward, because there was way more there. Stalker 2.
Dude, it looks so good. Every time I see it, I'm so excited.
Yeah.
I'm nervous, but I'm so excited.
Yeah. And that one's soon, September 5th.
Yeah, man. Oh.
Do you think I'll need to play the first one to like know what's going on?
No, dude. I doubt. I don't even think it's the same characters.
Yeah, but like with the world and stuff. Like, I feel like if you dropped into Metro Exodus, you might be kind of confused if you haven't played the other ones.
But also, no, you wouldn't, because it's just like, yeah, it's a post-apocalyptic world where there are like some weird alien monster things, and there's some politics going on. You kind of pick it up.
I care about that. I care about the lore building and the world building and stuff. I just don't want to feel like I'm missing out on some like fun, juicy details.
I guess. Whatever. But I mean, like, well, also Stalker and Metro are very different. Metro is like a linear story shooter. Stalker is an open world sandbox.
Oh, okay.
So,
well, Metro Exodus was. Is it more like what Metro Exodus was, or even bigger?
Bigger, like literally, it's Skyrim but Metro.
Oh, crazy!
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like big, like giant. Like, it's very much like play how you want to play. At least the previous Stalker games have been. It's like immersive sim, open world immersive sim. Play how you want to play. There is a story you can do. There's also a bunch of side stuff, places to explore, like learning about the universe through, environmental storytelling and side quests and meeting characters and stuff, and just like systems on systems on systems. And that's the thing that I'm hoping they're able to smooth out in this one.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
That sounds sweet. That makes me way more interested, knowing that it's like a more open world game.
Yeah, Stalker's cool. I'm yeah. I don't know structurally how this one's going to be, but like I don't think they would go too far afield from what the franchise is known for in terms of structure. So
that makes sense. And then they closed their show with Gears of War E-Day.
Hell yeah, dude.
Which had been sort of leaked. I think people were assuming we'd see a new Gears, but the fact that they're going the prequel route was maybe a surprise. It was just a CG trailer.
Yeah. They did Mad World though.
Yeah, that was fun.
They're the only ones who are allowed to do that. They started this problem.
Yeah.
So
they didn't put a release date. They didn't even put up a 2025 on there. This game was just started work. They just started working on this.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It begs the question of will they actually finish the new trilogy now? Because I have not played Gears 5. I know that game was super mixed, and the way they ended that game was super mixed. So it's are they actually going to make a Gears 6, or are they just going to do this now and then figure it out in 10 years?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know.
So I don't know. I mean, this didn't do anything for me. I'm not the biggest Gears head. I think they're fun. At least the first 3, which are the ones that I've played. I'll play this because it'll be free, quote unquote. But it's
good co-op.
Yeah, fair. I want to see are they going to do cool stuff with it? Are they going to change it up? Are they going to innovate? Or are they just going to make it a Gears game? Because they've been making Gears games for 20 years.
Well, the last couple of Gears games have been bad because they tried to innovate. So I'd kind of want them to just make an old Gears game.
I don't know. You can play the old Gears games.
Sure, you can, and they're still great.
I think that rough and tumble, stiff third-person shooter stuff would not have aged super well.
I mean structurally, right? The last Gears game was trying open zone stuff, and it was unnecessary padding, and it really bloated the game. I don't want them to do anything like that.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, and that was the Xbox Showcase. It was funny. I was listening to our predictions episode before Game Fest happened. And in our predictions episode for Microsoft, we talked about State of Decay 3, Fable, Perfect Dark, and Gears as all being things that we would potentially expect to see. And I would believe we said we expect there to be a new Gears. But between State of Decay 3, Perfect Dark, and Fable, I think I made a comment which was we'll probably see one of those, maybe, because they need to show a lot of whichever one they choose. So there's no way they're going to show all 3 of them, was sort of the way that I described it. They showed all 3 of them, but I wasn't wrong because they didn't actually show any of them. All 3 games were at the show, but State of Decay 3 got yet another CG trailer. Perfect Dark got a faked gameplay slice, and Fable got yet another CG trailer. Fuck off.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have shown all 3 of them. But shiny object syndrome, whatever. Yeah, and as I said, Xbox wins. They win. And I wrote, just for fun, just live service games that are owned by Microsoft. Call of Duty, Elder Scrolls Online, Fallout 6, Overwatch 2, Diablo 4, Sea of Thieves, World of Warcraft. Those are just their live service games. That's that are currently out. That's more than all of Sony's games that they've released in the past couple of years. Yeah, dude. They've got so many games. And yet, their games have been mostly bad over the last couple of years, and they haven't released very many games over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Which is why we just saw a bunch of CG trailers with vague 2025 release dates that will end up being 2026 release dates. I don't understand this hype train bullshit. It's useless and ignorant. And it annoys me. Hold these people accountable.
For our own sanity, we should ignore those people completely.
But it's most people. And I get it, man.
I don't
people
have a problem
excited.
ignoring most people.
Maybe our listeners are in this bucket. It's fun to be excited about video games. There's nothing wrong with being excited for video games. There is something wrong with pre-ordering video games based upon a CG trailer that was made a couple months ago. There is something wrong with that. There is definitely something wrong with moving past evil decisions made by corporate executives because they showed you a really cool game that's going to come out in 3 years. That's also bad.
Yeah.
I don't want us to collectively move on from the fucked up things that these assholes are doing, man. If these games come out and are good, it will be in spite of people like Phil Spencer. I'm sick of them getting credit and none of the blame. We've got 3 more press conferences to talk about. God. There's only a couple in each of these before we get to Nintendo. So, PC Gaming Show. This is you.
Yeah. Among the Wild. This is a real special one. It's a 3D, looks like it's kind of survival crafting building game, but you have these cute little creatures that will like do stuff for you. And I mean, you just need to look up what these little boys and gals look like. They're just
they're so cute,
like little Furbies. Everything is so cute. Like
one of them's got like a giant mouth that's like the width of its entire head.
Yes,
it's great.
Oh, these like beady little black eyes. Like the fur looks really nice. I wanna live in this world with these good little boys. They're like helping you farm and watering crops for you. Ugh. I can't wait. That looks so good. I have signed up for the closed alpha, so we'll see if I get in. God, Starbirds. I'm not remembering what this is now. Oh, yes. Okay. So Starbirds is this cool asteroid miner game where you're building a base on an asteroid, basically, and it's like Super Mario Galaxy style. Like you can rotate 3D all around it, but it's like really fun, funky colors, really neat little aesthetic. And so it's just like a little base building asteroid mining resource management game that looks kind of fun.
From the Door for Mantic, folks.
Yeah, and that's supposed to come in 2025. Oh, now I'm wondering. Hold on. Is Sulfur? Oh, I screwed up earlier. I was talking about Sacrifier. Sacrifier earlier is a classic JRPG, like HD 2D game.
Okay.
I had mentioned it was like that dungeon crawler. That is actually Sulfur.
Okay.
I mixed up the names there. I apologize. So Sulfur was at the PC Gaming Show, and that's that dungeon crawling with the cool aesthetic. Previously,
oh yeah, this looks awesome.
Yeah, Sulfur looks dope. Sacrifier is like a JRPG. So sorry if anybody looked up Sacrifier and was like, "The fuck is Kyle talking about?" Core Keeper.
We're talking about a lot of video games.
Yes, yeah, yeah. Core Keeper hits 1.0 August 27th, which is awesome. Like new biomes, new armor sets, new bosses and stuff, which is cool. Core Keeper is one of my favorite games that I've played cooperatively with my buddy. Cat Quest 3 Pirates of the Caribbean was there. I did play this demo. It just wasn't like worth talking about because you kind of know what that game's going to be already. Super charming, very fun. Excited to play it. Star Trucker. It's like truck driving simulator, but it's in space and you're hauling shit in space. Which sounds like a good time.
Agreed.
And then lastly, Rise of the Golden Idol. Again, I talked about how Case of the Golden Idol is probably one of my favorite games I have played this year. Unfortunately, I came to it late, so it can't be on my Gotti. But Rise of the Golden Idol, the sequel, is coming, and it looks incredible. So very, very excited about that. And then we had some like duplicates from other showcases here as well, but for the most part, that's the stuff that jumped out at me.
Ubisoft Forward did not open their showcase with a Just Dance dance number, which was a bummer.
Dude, it made me so happy.
It made me sad. I love the weirdness of those.
No.
You're just grumpy because it's late.
No more. No, I would like it. Their Just Dance makes me grumpy. It has nothing to do with the time of day.
Okay. They did start their show with Star Wars Outlaws.
Hell yeah.
Got a significant amount of gameplay shown.
Yeah.
I continue to be so underwhelmed. And, like, it's got the Star Wars vibes. It looks like it's got some cool characters. It's actually open space. Like, you can fly from the planet into space. That felt like a direct attack against Starfield when they showed that, which I liked.
It is like an on-rails thing that happens.
It looks like a Ubisoft game. Like they're just all the same. It's got a bunch of side activities, and Ubisoft games feel so like muddied and stripped down and like mass appeal. It's got no edge. It's got nothing like interesting that it's doing. It just looks like it's a Star Wars game made for the broadest possible audience. And that's just so uninteresting. It's such a missed opportunity. But like those are the games that Ubisoft makes. And some of them are fun. I'll probably play this.
Yeah, I think this will be fun.
And I'll probably like that's what I was talking about like at the top, right? Like with AAA games, like this is a game that I will play and it will probably be a decent time and then I'll move on and that'll be it. And that's fine.
Yeah.
But I want more than that. We deserve more than that for our money and for our time than just like it was okay. It just bums me out. I saw a couple of things of like people that played it. They liked the sort of like combat sandbox stuff. Good variety. Looks like you use your little creature a lot to like distract guards and open gates and all that kind of thing. The general feedback was like, because there's like space combat, was like that was kind of stiff, but there's not a ton of it, so it's fine. Yeah. I don't know. I just want more than this.
Yeah. It's not going to come from one of these big publishers.
No, it's not. No, it's not. And it's just, look, I'm not disappointed. I'm not surprised, but it still just makes me sad.
But yeah, I get what you're saying, how their games are so sanded down that you lose something in the translation of it.
Yeah.
And I totally agree. I just, as long as I can get something out of this, I'm glad it exists. Because like the Jedi games really didn't do anything for me. So I'm happy to, if I can enjoy this one, I will feel happy that I finally have a new Star Wars game that I at least like.
Sure. I would rather play a decent Star Wars game than no Star Wars game.
Yeah.
I just don't want to play a decent Star Wars game. Because I loved both the Jedi games. So but obviously those are super different. Because again, those are not made for everybody. Anybody can play them, but the combat it takes patience. And some of the bosses are pretty legit.
Yeah.
This game seems like you could play it when you're asleep. So we'll see, man. They did a big block on their 80 gazillion Prince of Persia projects. That's fun to say. Prince of Persia Lost Crown is getting a free update. They had a couple of instances, and I think it was in other showcases too, where the trailer they showed was streamers overreacting to things happening.
Yeah, who is that for, man? No one gives a fuck.
It's the cringiest shit I have ever seen in my life. I hate it. It ruins it.
Yeah.
But they've got new platforming challenges, bosses, new like time trials things. Yeah, it's free. Nothing to complain about there. They showed off an update for the Rogue Prince of Persia, which is the Dead Cells post-launch studio. This is a roguelite. Rogue Prince of Persia, the roguelite. With a new biome, fire-based stuff, some new enemy types, which apparently was like sorely needed, new weapon types. Generally, I've heard about this game is like the overall gameplay loop is fun, but it needs way more variety and differentiation.
Okay. And
it needs more of like a through line, and they need to like retool how you're like building and growing over time. What I have seen is like this needed a little bit more time before even launching in early access.
I see.
Which is a little not great, but obviously they're continuing to support it, which is nice. And then they gave an update on the Prince of Persia Sands of Time remake. Yeah. All right.
It's still happening.
I guess it's good.
Here's the title card with a date of 2026.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, everybody knows this game got rebooted after they originally announced it, but like to announce it again with a title card is kind of insidious. And also, this game's not coming out in 2026. It's coming out in 2027. Because, come on. So, like, extra insidious. So, whatever. Avatar DLC, which we correctly predicted.
Were right.
Yeah. First story pack is called The Skybreaker. Comes out in July on the 16th. I don't know. Are you going to play it? You liked the game.
Yeah, I didn't finish it, though. So, I don't know that I would go into the DLC, right? Like, I feel like you'd complete the campaign and then do the DLC, and I don't want to play more of it. So
I feel like most DLCs take place during the main story of games these days. They're not like post credits DLCs.
Oh yeah, you might be right. I don't know. Either way, I'm not going back to it. So,
so the answer is no. You're not playing.
No, I'm not.
And they showed a bunch of other stuff which we don't care about. And then they ended with Assassin's Creed Shadows, which is also interesting because obviously this game had been announced. And like, so they didn't have like a big one last trailer. Just seemed a little odd the way they ended it with this like big deep dive and then like SNL style, everybody on stage, Yves Guillemot waving awkwardly like he always does.
Yeah.
But yeah, Assassin's Creed Shadows. This is another game that I'm I'm more excited for Assassin's Creed Shadows than I am for Star Wars Outlaws, but I still know what this is going to be. I guess I'm just more excited about the time period and setting because it's still relatively unique. And Ghost of Tsushima, hey, I updated my top 100 games of all time. Ghost of Tsushima is very high on that list. And so being in a game that makes me think of how good Ghost of Tsushima is, even if the game I'm playing isn't as good as Ghost of Tsushima, that's appealing. I'm interested in the story, the thing they're doing with the black dude who's the samurai. And then there's the woman who's like the more like ninja trying to like fight back for her family. Like I'm interested in what they're setting up from a story perspective. Very little faith that they'll make good on that. But hey, getting me interested from the beginning is step one. So yeah, I mean, they showed a ton of stuff. We don't need to get into like all the nitty gritty details of what they showed, but yeah, you can pet the dog. They showed some combat with the big dude. He's pretty brutal. He has this like giant mace looking thing that's pretty awesome.
Yeah. One thing I thought was interesting, like playing as the different characters, playing as the guy, because he's in a samurai outfit, walking through the town, people are like stepping out of his way and like bowing to him and stuff. Like you're very conspicuous. And then, which is completely different, right, from a normal Assassin's Creed game experience. You're always trying to blend in. And then you get that playing as the girl or the woman who's the ninja. So like that, I thought that was a very interesting difference. Made it feel very different.
Yeah. I like that they, like, what they showed was very intentional, right? Like, they showed the little mission that you're on playing as him, where the clue that you get is like, you're looking for this dude who likes to harass people in this market. And so then you just have to wander around until you see him doing that thing, rather than just an icon on your map that shows you exactly where he is and what to do. Yeah. That I think is nice. I'm a big fan of that. The stealthy stuff they showed of the female character, pretty expected, but like your typical Assassin's Creed stuff. She can go prone and crawl, which I think is new.
That is new.
I don't. She also has a cool, like the, I'm gonna butcher the pronunciation, but the Kusarigama, which is sort of like a chain-based sickle kind of weapon. Right. That's really sweet. It looks like you can kind of grapple enemies and stuff with that. Give them some like scorpion get over here stuff. Yeah. I'm assuming the like picking characters will work like it does in Spider-Man 2, where you can play as either one in the open world, but like certain story missions have specific characters that you play as, which I was a fan of in Spider-Man 2. So yeah, I think it looks neat.
Assassinating dudes through shoji doors. Fucking badass.
Excellent. Always fun.
And when she was like swimming under the water, she had like the little reed floating around.
Oh yeah, that was cool. Yeah. That was a cool detail. Yeah. Yeah. It looks fun. I will probably play it.
I definitely will.
Is it November? It's probably November, right? November 15th. Okay. Yeah, assuming I play both Star Wars Outlaws and Assassin's Creed, that gives me enough time, because Star Wars is in September?
Yeah.
No, August 30th.
Is it
my son's birthday?
Really that soon?
Sorry, Max. Daddy's gonna ignore you. Yeah.
Huh.
The only game they announced in this showcase was a sequel to Anno, which you notice we didn't talk about because we don't really care about,
right?
Like those kinds of games. But yeah, I mean, the big deep dives were Star Wars Outlaws and Assassin's Creed Shadows, which like it was nice to get those big big deep dives, and both of those games come out this year.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
So not like totally throwing shade at Ubisoft, but like this big hour-long thing, and you announced one game. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine.
I guess. All right, let's wrap it up. Nintendo Direct. So this was not officially part of Summer Game Fest, but they announced before Summer Game Fest that they were going to do a Nintendo Direct after Summer Game Fest. I don't get it. I don't know why they didn't just make it part of the show, but whatever.
Nintendo does whatever the fuck they want. That's why.
This showcase was a banger.
Yeah, it was a strong one.
Very strong. They kicked it off with Mario and Luigi Brothership, which is a name that I adore.
Yeah, that's good.
I have not played the old Mario and Luigi games.
Me neither. I've heard really good things.
It's a new one of those.
I've heard that like
I saw.
They are way better than like the Paper Mario, Super Mario RPG ones, because there's just like a little bit more going on in them.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I saw a lot of variety.
Yeah.
In the game of like different kind of platforming things and the combat. You got like Luigi jumping on Mario's head to hit an enemy.
Yeah,
like
cute.
It just seemed like there was a lot of cool stuff happening, and it's coming out this year.
Yeah.
Like when we speculated, we were like, they got to be done, right? Like there's going to be
it's just going to be remakes until Switch 2.
Yeah, it's going to be some kind of remake, right? And no, because this wasn't the only like big thing that they showed. Nintendo World Championships NES Edition. So this is a bunch of old NES games with like a bunch of new like speedrunning things that are involved, online leaderboards, challenge legends modes, which are like super difficult variations on these games. It comes included with some like tips and tricks, which is a really neat idea.
Yeah.
Really cool idea.
Yeah. Not
a thing
not how I engage with games, but there's a whole huge robust community around this stuff. So like this is very cool for them.
And that comes out in July.
Yeah.
So keep your eyes out. Fantasian Neo Dimension. You highlighted this. I was going to skip it.
Yeah. So, well, the reason I'm highlighting it is because it's like from some of the original Final Fantasy creators. This is a game that's been on mobile already. It's just being ported to Switch. People, because I think it's like an Apple Arcade exclusive. People really like it, but of course nobody plays it because nobody has Apple Arcade because fuck Apple Arcade. So it's nice that we'll be able to play it not on a fucking shitty phone. Well, not my shitty phone. I'm sure other people have nice phones. It's just a turn-based JRPG. The kind of gimmick for this one is you can like curve your attacks to hit multiple enemies that are like in a line, which is kind of interesting. I'll probably check this out if the price is right, which it probably won't be, but I might check it out. It's supposed to come out this holiday on Switch.
Yeah. All right. How about Hello Kitty Island Adventure?
Yeah, so another Apple Arcade exclusive that's coming to Switch. So this is that game that started as a South Park joke, and then the developers like joked about it and then made it an actual game. It's an Animal Crossing like that has like way more going on in it. And apparently it fucking rules. Like people love it. Like people who like Animal Crossing love this game. I'm not into the Hello Kitty thing, obviously, because it would be hilarious and insane if I was. But I might play this just to see like what all the buzz is about. I'm just interested because people talk about it a lot, and not
more power to you.
In like an ironic way either.
Right.
So who knows?
We saw Donkey Kong Country Returns HD, so we were right. They are doing HD games, HD remakes. So this is the Wii game, just HD version. Comes out in January. It's just wild that like we're getting games announced that it's not 2025 release date. It's like an actual date in 2025. That's just crazy. Time goes by and it never stops.
God, please stop. No. Also, this is going to be $60, by the way.
Ooh, that's not great.
No, it's not.
That's not great. We also are getting an HD remake of Dragon Quest 3.
Yes.
And then afterwards, 1 and 2, which is weird. Is like the story continuous? Is it related?
Yeah, so that is, it follows a particular character, and it's like his trilogy or whatever. I don't know what the purpose of doing 3 before 1 and 2 would be. I mean, maybe because 3 is a little bit more modern in its systems. It's a little bit easier of a pill to swallow for people going back, and then 1 and 2 are maybe kind of pretty archaic, so maybe it's like a way to get people into it and then hopefully sell them 1 and 2 additionally. I think it looks great. Like they're definitely not going as heavy on the like lighting engine stuff as say like Octopath did. It's a little bit softer in that regard. I think that actually is a good thing. It's not like papercraft like Octopath was. Yeah, I think this looks really nice. I might end up picking this up.
All right. How about Funko Fusion?
Oh, dude. I could not fucking believe what I was seeing with how bad this looks.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe that humans made this video game in 2024. So remember when we did Games That Suck of 2023?
I do.
And we had that King Kong game on there?
I do.
I think this is going to be 2024's King Kong.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the Roblox game is extremely popular in the like 6 to 10 demographic.
Yeah.
That game seems atrocious. And yet, although do 6 to 10-year-olds have affinity for Funko Pop? I don't know.
I don't think so, right?
I don't think so either. I think people who own a lot of cats have an affinity for Funko Pop.
Yeah, but that's like a square and rectangle thing. Like, not all people who own cats are into Funko Pops, but all people who are into Funko Pops own cats.
Yes, agreed.
I say this as someone with multiple shelves full of Funko Pops.
Oof.
To my left, and I want them to go away, and I don't know what to do with them, but I want them gone.
I would agree with that. Throw them in the trash.
It's like, it's one of those things, right, where someone would pay money for these, because I have the Big Daddy from BioShock. I have the Wampa from Star Wars. I have like some rare GameStop exclusive ones, like the Black Kratos. I have some ones that are probably worth a little bit of something. But I'm not going to go through the rigmarole of selling them.
No.
Because that's too much effort. And I hate talking to people that I don't know. Unless they can't talk back, a la a podcast format.
Mm-hmm. Talk at people.
Right, yeah.
Not to them.
Right. But like, it hurts me inside, because woe betide me if anyone were to realize I own these. Which now a lot of people know, because I said it on the podcast. But no one of consequence. Listeners of no consequence. Funko Fusion, go fuck yourself, is what I'm saying.
There's a new Mario Party game. Super Mario Party Jamboree. 110 minigames.
Bad minigames.
Comes out in October.
Avoid it like the plague.
Sickos are hyped. Something that does look cool. Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. You play as Zelda. Woke trash. DEI. This has a similar art style to the recent Link to the Past remake, which I really, really enjoyed. There's like more puzzle solving. There's a cool mechanic where you have this like wand that can conjure like anything. So you can conjure a table to help you climb up a cliff. You can conjure enemies that you've defeated so that they can fight other enemies for you. Yeah, it looks awesome.
Yeah, that's really, really neat.
Comes out in September. I 100% will be playing it. I keep thinking that I'm about to have my finale on Switch. Like, I assumed that Thousand Year Door would be my Switch finale. But no, dude, I'm playing Echoes of Wisdom for sure. So that might be my Switch finale.
Okay.
Because I guess Mario and Luigi comes out after that, but I'm a little on the fence on that one. I want to see what people say about it.
Okay. They ended the show with a showstopper. That's Metroid Prime 4 Beyond.
Yeah, bad name.
Sure.
People are excited because they announced this game in, I think, 2017?
It was a million years ago.
But, like, I mean, it looks like Metroid Prime. It looks nice. Yeah. It doesn't look, like, amazing, but it looks nice for, 8-year-old hardware.
It's on a Switch. There's only so much they can do.
It's coming out next year. I'm sure we will get a port to the Switch 2 when it releases.
It's going to be a cross-gen release, I'm sure.
So I don't know. This was a great showcase. I don't know about the Nintendo Direct. I don't know about Metroid Prime 4. I don't know that I care. I haven't decided.
I care. I will totally be playing this.
I really like the first game. I don't really care about the rest. I don't really care about like it as a series. And part of my love for the first game is also like not ironic, but like nostalgia based.
Yeah.
Because that game, like those games play not awesome. The aiming is weird. So
it's the C-stick problem.
Yes. And then I wrote a little joke. I was going to do a little goof about their one more thing being Hollow Knight Silksong, because obviously they didn't, because that game is never coming out.
Yeah.
So people that are excited, I'm sorry. What are you most excited about, Kyle? From everything we talked about. Like, it doesn't need to be a list. You don't need to pick one thing, but just like things that come to mind. What are you excited about? I'm excited for Doom: The Dark Ages. I'm excited for some other stuff, I'm sure. Nothing's coming to mind. Neva?
Yeah, that's definitely up your alley. I mean, for me, like, it's got to be Stalker 2. Very excited for Stalker 2. Metal Gear Solid Delta. South of Midnight, I think, looks incredible.
Yep.
I'm excited for that Blop 6 campaign. The Call of Duty campaigns are some of my favorite gaming things to game.
Yeah.
And more of that is always welcome, and I am excited about that.
Life is Strange, I'm excited for.
Okay, yeah. I think UFO 50 I'm actually like pretty hyped for, just like as a smorgasbord of little samplers, right? So let's kind of hop in and check out and see what kinds of creative endeavors people are capable of at that scale.
I'm pretty excited for Assassin's Creed Shadows.
I am. Like, I think I'm there too.
I mean, I really did not like Assassin's Creed Valhalla, but I had a great time with Origins and Odyssey both. Like, I put 100+ hours into both of those games. They're super fun. They're not world beaters. They're not, some of my favorite games that come out, but they're super fun. And I love the setting of Shadows. So yeah, I'm pretty excited for it.
Yeah. Excited for Tomba.
And then Zelda Echoes of Wisdom would be my last one. That was the big one for me from Nintendo.
Okay,
that
sure.
I'm hyped for. That looks great.
Yeah. I mean, like, plenty of stuff to be excited about.
Yeah, I mean, there's dozens of other things that I'm like, yeah, sure.
Varying degrees, of course, but yeah.
Yeah. Those are the big, like, hype.
Yeah.
Listeners, what did you see that looks cool? Did we bring anything up that you forgot about? Or maybe, like, from the showcases that you didn't watch that sound cool? Send us an email, info@SheaHatesEverything.com. Let us know your thoughts. We'll talk about it. We'll tell you whether or not we agree. We probably don't. We did get an email from John R. Subject line, celebrating old games. Hey, Shea and Kyle, I've been listening to your Games That Suck and Games That Don't Suck episodes, and they've been making me really nostalgic. But I have to take offense to you saying you're old. I turn 40 this year. Yikes. Some advice to Shea, your life will only get busier as your kids get older, but they'll also get more independent. It balances out. You'll still have time to game, and it gets more fun when your kids can play with you. My oldest is close to driving age, and while that makes me nervous, I'm also excited to get some of my life back and to stop being a chauffeur. That is extremely encouraging. Thank you, John. Back to the point, I'd love you guys to keep going backwards to cover the rest of the 90s and even 80s, but I realize you probably haven't played many of the Atari games or Commodore 64 games I loved as a kid. My dad had an Atari, so I grew up playing those games. Joust, Star Wars, Paperboy, Dig Dug, Ms. Pac-Man, Space Invaders, the list goes on. So my question, how did you both get into video games? It's clearly something you've bonded over. Was your mom or dad into games? Keep up the great work, John R. And then he says, P.S., and this is wholesome as hell. P.S., at the end of the episode, I'm assuming he means one of our Games That Suck or Games That Don't Suck, you asked me to share this podcast with a friend, so I did. Hi, John. Best of luck to you both. Quick question, John. Your friend's name is also John, or are you talking to yourself?
I shared it with myself, my only friend.
Yes.
Are you in like a club of Johns?
Johns only. Although that would be a lot of people. Like a lot of people would be in that club.
Yeah, it's not very exclusive, right?
How did we get into video games? I don't know.
I read this a couple days ago when you put it in the doc, and I've been thinking about it ever since. And it's certainly not from our parents. Our parents do not play games.
But
Dad,
he had a Game Boy.
Dad had a Game Boy and a Game Gear.
That was the original Game Boy was the first video game console we owned.
Yes.
We got Dad a Game Boy to play Mario Golf. And then we ended up getting him a Game Gear to, I don't remember what the racing game was.
Formula
it was
One.
An F1. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a Formula One game, and then there was a golf game on there as well.
Yeah. But I guess it was just from playing some of those games, and we just kept on with the hobby.
Yeah. I mean, we would have like gotten one of the Mario games on Game Boy. We obviously got Pokemon.
Yes. Pokemon was the big one. That's like my earliest memory of falling in love with the video game was Pokemon Red.
Yeah. I still have our original Game Boy along with the light adapter that takes like 4 AA batteries.
Right.
Yeah. Incredible.
It's so wild to have like no backlight on that thing.
Yeah. And we had other sports games on there that I think Dad would play. There was one that was a combo baseball football game. Forget what that was called.
Yes, I remember that.
That he would occasionally play. And then like later when we had a PlayStation 2, we had Gran Turismo 2, and I remember Dad played that with us once or twice. But it was never anything that wasn't like sports or cars, for the most part.
And it was definitely like our parents were not into games in a way that like we all played games together or like they passed on a love. I don't know. Maybe we've asked them in the past, but I don't know if Mom or Dad ever played like Atari or anything like that.
So I know Mom has played Pong and Pac-Man. I know Mom really likes Pac-Man.
I don't mean like have they ever. I mean like did they have an Atari? I don't know.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I guess they would have been older, like they would have been adults in the early 80s.
Right. Maybe like an arcade or something they had gone to.
Yeah. But I think it was just from playing the handheld stuff and we liked it, and then we wanted a Sega Genesis.
Well, and so I have another thought on this. And it's that you and I, growing up, had a very adversarial relationship. And
not when we were that age.
Well, no, like when we started to like really get into, by the time we were really getting into games, we were fighting all the time. Like I'm talking like by the time we're living in Wisconsin, we're fighting all the time. And games between you and I have always been the one thing that like we wouldn't fight about. Like fight over, fight about. Like if you were playing a game, I would never really like complain that I couldn't play. I would just like sit and watch you play, and kind of vice versa. And like we would also like we would pass it off, right? Like if like, oh, I've been playing for a few hours, now it's Shea's turn to play, or the other way. Like we would take turns on stuff playing. We would almost never play anything together, but like we would respect each other's passion for it, and would like give each other the space to do it, and would often like hang out in the same room while we were playing something.
And we did. I feel like we did play some games together, but they were mostly like competitive stuff. Like I'm thinking like GameCube when we lived in Wisconsin when we got our GameCube.
Right, like Smash Brothers
playing
Melee.
Smash and Mario Kart Double Dash and Mario Party. Like I definitely remember playing those games together, but those are all competitive things, not like cooperative or like handoff multiplayer style.
Right. And I think we did more of that with our friends than we did with each other as well.
That's true.
Yeah, and so I think that's also weirdly why you and I have such a draw towards single player games, because and also why I really enjoy playing single player games with my partner around, because it like reminds me of playing games with you around.
Sure.
And like kind of makes me think of those times, and like there's like a comfort to that. Because like when we weren't playing games, we were just like at each other's throats, like most of the time. Not all the time, but most of the time. And so like that was like, I don't know, there's something magical about it that like we could both connect on that, which was cool.
Yeah, I'm with you. I feel like, because my wife and I talk about this, I feel like it wasn't really until the PS2 that I became what I would consider a hardcore gamer. Like, I felt much more casual in the early days because I was in tons of sports and I loved Legos and we played outside a ton. Like, gaming was not my primary hobby until I was older, like closer to high school age.
Well, and when we were younger, I started
getting more of those like immersive gaming experiences.
Yeah, and when we were younger, Mom and Dad had strict time limits for us on games, like screen time limits. But then by the time the PS2 came out, I mean, you and I, like, they had given up, right? Like, we were old enough at that point where they weren't gonna, kind of monitor us in that way. And so then it was like, no limits, no holds barred, gaming all the time. But yeah, definitely prior to that, much more very diverse interests. Like I would spend all day outside.
Right.
And I would still occasionally
Kids
do
these
that.
days.
But I know, right? But video games are just better than everything else. But yeah, for sure. And so it was, there's also never, mom and dad never discouraged us from playing games. It was like a thing they clearly didn't understand, but they respected the fact that you and I were really into it. Dad would occasionally make like snide remarks and stuff about like wasting our time and all that, but at least mom was like, if not overtly supportive, not unsupportive. And
we didn't get a lot of games as gifts.
Right. We would have to, like, we did get allowance for doing chores and stuff, and for getting good grades and whatever. We would get, like, for every A we get whatever dollars it was, and we get allowance. And so we would have to work towards and save up our own money to buy a lot of games.
Yeah.
But like they would get the consoles and stuff for us for the most part. It was like, but when it came to getting the games, that was kind of up to us to figure that out. And there's a little bit of an economy there in the family. But yeah, it was like a lot of good lessons came from that, obviously. And it was, I think, a solid parenting approach. But yeah, I think in reading this question over the past couple of days, I've been thinking, I'd like it was like kind of the one common touch point that you and I had when we were younger that we wouldn't really fight a whole lot over.
Yeah, our age difference was tough because we were 4 years apart, and so our friend groups didn't really hang out.
Right.
At that age, like our interests were similar but different enough. Like our approaches to those interests were kind of different because of our age. Like it was just tough. Like 4 years is tough for adolescent boys like that. Like you're not going to be friends. Right?
Yeah,
like
things change fast.
I listened to my wife talk about her childhood, and her brother was a year older and her sister was 2 years younger. And they had much more of I mean, 3 kids also helps because you can balance it out. But like, they fought and they did all that. And, you know, her older brother picked on her all the time and all that good stuff. But like being that much closer in age, I think helped because they were like developing at the same time mentally and interest wise and complexity and maturity and stuff, and we just didn't have that because you were a tiny little baby whiny boy.
I was gonna say I didn't have time to develop because you were too busy like smashing my head into stuff,
dude,
and keeping me stupid for longer.
All right,
so
thanks for the email, John. That was a nice question until the end.
Yeah. But as for like wanting us to go back and cover like the rest of the 90s and 80s,
sure.
It's a tough proposition, right? I understand where you're coming from, John. Like I would also want, if I hold a thing near and dear, I also want to hear people talk about it and experience it. And for us, we chose to start in 95 because that's when we really like have games that we remember playing.
Launch of the PlayStation 1. Like it was a touchstone moment.
Right. And it's like that's why we decided to kick it off there. Going back further, we just wouldn't be able to have very interesting conversations because we haven't played those games. And I do, like, I respect, like, there are streamers and people who hop online, like, they'll download the entire library of, like, the Commodore 64, for example, and, like, every day they'll play a new Commodore 64 game until they make their way through the library. And, like, that sounds like a fascinating, from an academic perspective, that sounds like a fascinating exercise to, like, see where, oh, these game design elements originated here. Or, like, they were iterating on this idea, and that led to this or that. Or, like, this is where, you know, these famous people started making this game, and they moved on later and made this other game that I really like. That stuff would be really interesting from an academic perspective. It wouldn't fit the games that suck, don't suck format. It would be its own thing, right? If we were to go back and look at those games. It's not completely out of the question, but it's like, Shea and I already struggle to do 2 podcasts a month, and presumably games that suck and don't suck, like if we do one every month, which is a year every 2 months, including the year we're in once a year, covering 2 of those months, It's gonna be like
we get through 5 years.
Yeah, it's gonna be
year.
like 5 years until
Yeah.
we're like fully caught up. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like if we're still here and doing it in 5 years, then sure, maybe. But it's just like one of those time things, which I'm sure you get, John. But like, I 100% get where you're coming from. It would be cool to have started from like the genesis of video games. We just didn't, in terms of the format of what we were wanting to do with that show, it didn't make a lot of sense to start any further back.
Yeah.
But yeah,
the best game of 1971
was the only game that
Oregon
released.
Trail.
Yeah. That's funny.
But John, might I recommend a game coming out later this year called UFO 50?
Exactly.
50 games inspired by 80s and 90s style games.
Totally.
Cool. I'm gonna break the fourth wall. My headset's about to die. Let's wrap this up before I'm already panicked about my PC recording 5.5 hours of podcast.
Oh man. Yeah.
July game releases. On the 2nd is The First Descendant, which we talked about, free to play, Anthem style, third person shooter.
Thick ass Robo Bunny suit.
Hell yeah. On the 9th, Once Human, which Kyle you mentioned.
Right.
Sort of survival
Korean survival game. MMO.
On the 11th, Angerfoot, which I played the demo for. I'm interested. We'll see. I want to see what reviews are like. On July 16th is the Avatar Skybreaker DLC. No thanks. Also on the 16th is Cataclysmo. Did we talk about Cataclysmo?
Yeah, that's the tower defense one. Yeah, with physics.
Right. From the Moonlighter folks.
Yeah.
Right. Evil v Evil also comes out on the 16th.
Right.
That one is like a first person shooter. It's got some melee stuff. Is it like a boomer shooter?
I think it's a little like a boomer shooter. Yeah.
It's got vampires and stuff in it. Also on the 16th is Flock, which is coming to Game Pass. That is a like flower/flow/journey-esque kind of game. Very calming, ethereal vibe. You play this like character on a bird and you're sort of herding other birds. They're like sheep birds and stuff. You kind of create a chain. It's, it very like the game Flower, if anyone's played Flower. On the 18th, Dungeons of Hinterberg, which you talked about. That's coming to Game Pass. We'll play more of that. Also on the 18th is Flintlock, which is coming to Game Pass. Talked about that. On the 18th, also Nintendo World Championships NES Edition, which we mentioned as being announced. On the 18th, also, is Shim, the one that I talked about, having played the Next Fest demo.
Yeah.
On the 19th, coming to Game Pass, is Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess, which we did not talk about. It was at the Microsoft show. This is like a weird... I still don't know what this game is.
It is a tower defense game, but it's a princess defense or a goddess defense.
Yeah, but it's got like way more combat going on. It's also got like a mix.
But you're not controlling the combat. You
aren't?
No, you're like controlling the units. It's more of like a strategy game. It's not like you're a third-person action game. It's like a strategy defense game. Yeah, it doesn't show well because it's impossible to tell that that's what kind of game it is. But that's what it is.
Yeah, because like it looks like there was like a single character at times that you were not actually controlling them. Okay.
Right.
And then on the 25th we have Arranger. This is it actually makes me think of a game that just came out. What was that? Paper Trail.
Okay.
That just came out where you're sort of like folding paper to solve puzzles and create paths.
Oh, sure.
This is like that, but it's sort of like... there's a thing that you can make with actual paper craft where it's like a lattice work where there are x-axis and y-axis lines and they sort of crisscross. It kind of works like that, where like you pull something to the right and like on a vertical line or a horizontal line, the entire line moves to the right. And you're kind of doing that to create some like strategy RPG sort of esque combat. It looks really interesting, really unique idea.
Yeah.
And then finally on the 25th is also Frostpunk 2, which is coming to PC Game Pass. People love the first Frostpunk.
Yeah.
I'll probably check this out because I've never played the original. So big month. Lots of games.
Yeah.
Lots of stuff on Game Pass even. Like stuff that would be easy for us to play, quote unquote, for free. So we're gonna pick like the biggest and best.
Oh, also, don't forget. Oh wait, no, that's August. Shit. There's a Delta Force Hawk Ops multiplayer test in July. Don't forget it.
I won't forget it.
Okay.
You messed up the joke I was setting up.
Oh, damn it. I'm sorry.
We decided, from all this big list of games, we decided to go with the biggest and the best, which is the setup that I was doing. The biggest and the best booty. Because we're playing the first Descendant.
Yeah, baby.
I had this idea, and I'm sorry, Kyle, that I had this idea. I'm remembering the fun times we had with Exoprimal of like, there's something to this. It's not quite there, but also it's fun to play this like stupid mindless game that isn't very good. So I'm kind of thinking that's what First Descendant's going to be like.
Yeah, I think so too.
So check out our pod first Monday of August for some thoughts on the First Descendant. Also the catch up from everything we didn't talk about this month. Lots of more games.
Yeah.
Talk about some Little Kitty Big City. Been playing that with my kids. They fucking love it. It's great. Let's wrap up.
And you know what? The game club's not just for us. It's also for all of you. So, like, you should all play First Descendant as well, maybe.
It is, I mean, it's free.
Yeah, it'll be free.
There's no harm.
Yeah. Check it out and write us your impressions into the podcast, and we can read them along with our game club discussion at the top of the next pod.
Yeah. That's it. That's the podcast. We did not make it under 5 hours.
No, we sure
tried,
didn't.
But we did not make it. So let's wrap up. My name is Shea, and today I don't hate choosing my kids over my job. And that's nothing like existential. I didn't quit. It's just like, I'm very lucky to work from home. I'm very lucky to work at a company that understands that I'm an adult, and it's okay if I leave for an hour in the morning and I'll make up my work elsewhere. And so to be able to do that and to be able to do shit that my kids are doing is awesome. And I like that.
That is really nice. I don't hate. I get to chill out all weekend. I've been like just been hitting it hard, man. Just a lot of stuff. This past weekend, I was at a wedding and in another wedding in the same weekend, and I'm exhausted. I'm so tired and burned out, and I don't have to do anything this weekend. It's incredible. It feels great. So I certainly
now that we've recorded the podcast, yeah.
Now the podcast is done. You're editing this one, so I know.
I was gonna say I unfortunately don't get to chill because I have to edit this 5.5 hour podcast. That's a good excuse to get the hell out of here. Thank you all for listening. This has been the Shea Hates Everything podcast. You can find us wherever you find your podcasts. You can listen to it wherever you found this episode, if you so choose.
Probably.
Please write us an email to info@sheahateseverything.com. Please leave us a review /rating. You can check us out on YouTube if you'd prefer to do that. Shea Hates Everything. Tell your friends, just like John R.
Be like John.
I'm assuming friend and not second personality. Although if it was his second personality, it probably wouldn't also be named John. It'd have a different name.
That would be upsetting and confusing.
Agreed. Thank you all for listening. We will see you in a couple of weeks for Games That Don't Suck 1998. And then again on Monday, August 5th. For another episode of the Shea Hates Everything podcast. Peace out.